Welcome to the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. What's going on? What's going on, man? It is about that time. So did you get out to the polls?
Of course.
Okay, okay. Forgot to ask you that actually. You must have got out there pretty early.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just across the street, so I just walked over. It took
Oh yeah, yo, you
5
good.
minutes.
I'm glad I got to sneak out, boy. I snuck out of there, boy. I got that joint in last week, boy. Caught him
Yeah, my
slipping.
my location is across the street within 100 feet, 100 yards maybe.
Yeah, that's good. I caught him
About
slipping
a
yesterday,
football
boy.
field away.
Yeah,
And we don't have lines. We don't have lines, anything like that ever. So
I think I know what you're talking about. I think
you just you just walk in, do your thing, and walk out.
is it at that same school that we threw like the football over
Uh
there
huh.
one time?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's cool. But I'm like, man, got that thing in there so quick. It was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy work. So yeah, I was kind of shocked that it was because it was on yeah,
But
October
watching
the
folks be
31st.
outside for hours though, it's like
Yeah,
they're not
that's
they're not
tough.
they just not gonna want to they just not gonna want to solve it, huh?
They don't want to make it easy. They don't, but they do not. It don't have
This
to
ain't
be
rocket
like
science.
this. But it's like it makes it. They want to make it instead of making it like a right. They want it to feel like a privilege to vote. So it's like it's going to be some kind of inconvenience. Sometimes you're gonna have to do something. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Like I think it should be easier to vote, and it should be a lot longer to actually put in your vote if they want the participation of everybody or to increase the participation. You know,
Just make it a federal holiday. That'll solve that problem. Or
that
make
will
it a
solve it.
3-day thing. We could do that either weekends, Saturday,
A
Sunday,
three, we
Monday,
can
Tuesday.
start. Yeah, we can start on. Well, because it's always they wanted to be, I guess, on the 5th. That's what they want every
Tuesday.
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
How about
make
this
it
way? If they only want to make it for one day, then you need to open the polls up at midnight, 12:01, and no one works.
right.
You're off on Monday and Tuesday,
I think they're gonna do
or
that. I
whatever.
think
However you
they're
want to
gonna
make that.
it's gonna always they're gonna adjust it. So I think that's probably the next thing. Maybe that's the next um thing that they're
I don't
going to do.
I don't see it happening anytime soon, if ever. That's
Making
like
it a
that's like that's like
making it a
getting money.
federal holiday. I
That's
don't know
like
about
getting
that
money.
one.
That's like get. I mean, it's been 250 years, so you let me know. Let me know.
I'm
You can
I'm,
you,
I'm
you go
just
ahead and keep
saying though.
waiting.
I don't know. I'm
270.
just
I'm
saying.
sorry.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I mean, I'm saying that seems to be something that could be a possibility more so than making it more easier. They just make it like okay, you can have the day off. I
Right.
think that's like doable,
Yeah. It's like talking about
not a
when they come out
stretch.
and say we're gonna get money out of politics. It's like yeah, no.
Yeah.
We got one Senate race, I think, in Ohio, $490 million.
Damn. Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy
Four
right there.
seventy six, something like that. Almost a half a bill to run a Senate campaign in Ohio. Those numbers don't even seem real, bro.
That's crazy numbers.
Yeah, there's no campaign finance reform. They're not gonna take money out of politics anytime soon. But it's a good thought. Let's say that.
So we are. You want to pull up the map real quick? See what we got. That 538. That's on kind of. I'm trying to see if I can. Let's see. Let's see.
Where is the reset button?
It's at the it should be in the middle. It should say reset to.
Oh, yeah.
You got it already? Okay. Lion Kamala is giving a news conference now saying that I want to end the Affordable Care Act. I never mentioned doing that. Never even thought about doing such a thing.
Mike Jones. Is it Mike Jones? It is Mike Jones.
She also said I want to end.
Mike Jones made it crystal clear. That thing is out of here.
I want to end Social Security. Likewise, never mentioned it or thought of it. She's the one that wanted to do that. Oof. Trump just going. He going full.
Let me see. Taylor Swift just said she just sent her tweet for her fans to go vote.
Full pump fake.
And to tag you in justvoted.com.
During the 2024 campaign, Trump has said inconsistent things about whether he wants to overturn the law. In late 2023, Trump expressed interest in repealing and replacing the law. The cost of Obamacare is out of control. Plus, it's not good health care. I'm seriously looking at alternatives. Trump wrote November 25th on Truth Social. We had a couple of Republican senators who campaigned for 6 years against it and didn't raise their hands not to terminate it. It was a low point for the Republican Party, but we should never give up. On November 29th, he wrote, I don't want to terminate Obamacare. I want to replace it with much better health care. Obamacare sucks. He be going wild on Truth Social. He be going wild, man. Woo. You think he actually be tweeting out this stuff, or you think that somebody else has his phone just doing it? They got control over themselves. What do you think? In March, he wrote on Truth Social that he's not running to terminate the healthcare law, but wants to make it better or less expensive. Okay.
This is who you're voting for right here. Look.
Who is that? You gotta turn that up.
That's what these niggas is voting for.
You got that show. It got sound to it, man. Oh, yeah. Oh man, jeez.
It's so funny though because I'm watching everything online. I don't think I just be seeing it just cosplaying.
Yo, man. Oh man.
It's all effective though. So like here it says turning point action. They did Kamala 61 posts about George Floyd, 0 posts about like the comparison thing. It is effective because you know what it is. I know people who talk like this. So it's funny that that's how everybody's posting too.
Yeah.
It's like what does Kamala posting about George Floyd got to do with anybody who got killed on the border? Nothing. It has nothing to do with nothing, right? Of course. George Floyd became a whole fucking movement. She had everybody had to tweet. Or or mention it though. But anyway, you know, the border people who've died, there's no organization for that shit. They haven't organized or done anything. It doesn't even make any sense, the comparison. But that's how you do it though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've watched people on the right bring up Black Lives Matter every time a Democrat brings up January 6th. I'm like, how is that in your brain? See, they know it doesn't make any sense to them. But they know these supporters, it makes sense to. Just give them an excuse.
Yeah.
Just give me a way out.
You got to give them that. Boy, you got to give them that bait. Get that bait
they
and
was
switch.
burning the city down. I don't care if you burn down all the cities in this country. You don't fuck with the Capitol building.
Yeah.
Now we have a relationship with that building, obviously, but so that's obviously probably extremely biased. But to compare protesting in a city and some buildings getting burned down to stop an election, the presidential election is so fucking stupid. It's extremely stupid.
and they be eating off that too, man. They be like, yeah. They try to destroy Minneapolis. So they go directly to so they start blaming tell Walls, let Black Lives Matter destroy Minneapolis. I'm like, what? Tell Walls, like, all right, man. Yo, it's crazy, man. Crazy work. Jeez. Yeah. This is you're right. I just want to get to the numbers. I don't even want to, all this other stuff, man. It's just kind of like they running up the score on it now. I don't like how they doing this right now. It's kind of like
what are you talking about?
You know how the news they will have like the numbers that they can kind of show right now, give us a little bit percentage thing, so we can kind of see what's going on with the vote right now. No, I know they haven't started it yet, but they just doing the speculation still,
What are you
watching? I was watching C-SPAN for a while, but then I switched over to CNN, and I got split screen CNN, MSNBC, and then Fox News. But Fox News is so glitchy. I can't really get a handle on that. It's like a whole different universe watching Fox and all them. And then what's the other one? Newsmax.
Yeah, I'm not watching none of that shit.
Yeah, Newsmax is tough too. But you know how to find all that stuff like on the web, man. Like I try to go on X and kind of get like a little bit of an alternative, but it's just that X thing. He didn't spam that joint today. I give him that. Everything that I thought we had on there, it was just like he kicked it out. Like you said, the mentions, even the mentions, it's
the candidates are doing best in the battle. Currently, the
best
for Trump is through the Sun Belt, picking up Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, and then taking one of those blue wall states, whether it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. It looks closest right now in Pennsylvania, but I should remind folks that we've seen significantly larger than average polling error in Wisconsin over the past couple election cycles. I mean, close to 8 or 9 points of error in the last cycle in Wisconsin. So maybe that ends up being one that Trump could pull off. But when it comes to Kamala Harris, what she really needs to do, based on the polling today that we have, is keep those blue wall states intact. Keep a lead in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And then, of course, also win Nevada's 2nd congressional district. Because, look, she needs that 2nd congressional district, that one electoral college vote, to get her to 270 if she wins those 3 upper Midwestern states.
538 podcast host Galen Drew. Galen, so glad we have you along for the ride today. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
There's several key issues sending voters to the polls. Immigration, of course, being one of them. Not just for the election, but for years. She joins us now from Henderson, Nevada. Definitely.
They keep doing what the sports people are doing now, which is they don't want to call the election. This election is not going to be 2-7, but they want to keep running that game. Well, we can just get the 2-7.
50-50.
The election.
50-50.
Closer to 300, if not more than 300 in my mind. They got to prove me wrong today.
Home of the NFL team, the Raiders, right? We saw quick movement in voters that were there to vote for.
Because you're saying they're closing down, like some of these joints are closing down at 7 o'clock our time. So, I mean, we almost there. You know what I mean?
The new laws
We
in place
almost
in
there.
Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina gonna give us what we wanted to get.
Yeah.
Last time and the time
That
before,
should tell us.
before.
Yeah, that should tell us because I saw that how they changed the laws and they streamlined it in Michigan too, like made it very easily to get their count in, you know.
I won't lie though, I am ready to see people's face on either side who loses because I just get a kick out of that. She's still working, huh?
Who that?
Kamala's still working. She's making calls right now at one of the.
Yeah, she's at you know what she's at? She at HU. She in DC. Around the people. She out on Georgia Ave. I could see her going to that McDonald's. You know that's the McDonald's she one over there, Georgia Avenue. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy, where everybody know that McDonald's, bro. everybody to hit that joint up, man. That thing been there forever, bro. They got all Chipotle, everything, Lido, all the other little food spots over there. It used to just be McDonald's for the longest, bro. Crazy. Then that Subway been there for a while.
What sticks out to you from the messaging of both campaigns? You know, specifically here in Nevada, I think both candidates have realized two things. One, the economy is most important to people.
And 3.2 million votes cast before election day in Michigan.
How to deal with inflation no matter where it is. They realize that is
extremely Michigan already counted. You're right.
Yeah, Michigan, they got that joint kind of streamlined. I wonder, depending on how it slants because when they start to kind of roll in, I would imagine probably in an hour and a half, CNN and John King, and then my man Skonoski from MSNBC, they'll start rolling the map up and getting the percentages going. Get that lather. We're talking about that lather, that good lather going, that lather. Get your brain in there like putting soap on your brain and shit. Washing your fantasies away. You know what I mean? You remember the lava soap back in the day? Used to get all that dirt off that mechanic dirt off that joint. Uncle be like, yeah, get some of that lava. That shit, get all that dirt off of you.
Right. Maria Villarreal, appreciate you. We'll check in with you there.
Get you clean.
I just wonder, man. I want to take about 4 hours. I just wonder, will she have a hidden vote? And will he have a hidden vote? That's all I want to know. I don't want to know anything else. You know what I mean? I want to look at 2020 numbers, even though you got to caveat it with the COVID.
Yeah.
I still want to just see where the bumps are.
So let's go over the 2020 numbers again then. Let's kind of like roll through it one more time, just to kind of give it an update, sort of like what we did before. I think that'd be cool.
When they say that they're going to take a while to count the votes here, they are not joking. We talked to the Secretary of State earlier today. We said, what are you looking at as far as when we might know these results, Kerry? He said, expect 10 to 13 days, maybe even longer than that. And when we
10 to 13 days.
Director here, why this process takes so long, she says part of it is that it is painstakingly meticulous. They want to make sure that there's transparency as they count every single vote. Take a listen.
That's Pennsylvania then they're talking about, right?
What?
The eyes of the world are on us because our votes are so difficult, because our races are so difficult to call. We want to make sure that we're able to provide people with that transparency and faith in the system.
that means is that even after some of the ballots are brought here, you're going to have a Democrat and a Republican typically going over the entire process, unsealing them, looking at the signatures, making the signatures match.
Damn, DJ Clark Clint died. Did you see that? Jay-Z's DJ. Damn, bro. You remember DJ Clark Kent, right?
What are we seeing
Passed on. I think he passed on today. That's wild, man.
According to the Secretary of State, but when you think about this county, one of the reasons it's so much on the map, just from people's perspective, is that it became really a hotbed for some of those election conspiracy theories, for security threats. There were protests all the way up the door. Protesters came up to here in the days after the election. Trump supporters, election deniers who said they did not believe those results. So what we've seen is we're actually in this kind of secure area right now, Kira. There's an iron fence all around us. There's a second fence on the perimeter of this building. They are making sure that anyone who wants to protest can do so, but they have to stay outside of that perimeter so that anyone who's working inside feels safe, trying to walk that really fine line of making sure that workers who are inside can do everything they need to do to tabulate those ballots 24/7, while also giving people the right to protest, making sure people want to.
I'm just watching him do something recently.
They say they're hoping it doesn't look like what.
Yeah, I know. That's.
Yeah, let's hope. Elizabeth Schulze.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Up next, Capitol Police arrest a man armed with a torch and a flare gun. Details just
I want to know how people died on.
Coming right up.
Oh Lord, Destiny's on. He going ham. How did this dude get so popular, man?
Grinding and doing a lot of collabs, getting on a lot of little panels and stuff.
Talking about Destiny? Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah. True. I can't. You know.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's
putting yourself on panels, getting on other platforms to suck up followers.
When the story matters.
I remember people
with the streaming stuff coming up behind it.
I remember people used to look at him as an easy win too, just to come fucking with him. Like, come on up here, just to kind of beat up on him. And he played that role for a while, and then he just, he played a lot of these people.
Yeah, Joe Rogan doesn't know how he got 30 million downloads. It just happens. Just timing and luck and a lot of factors that go in that mix.
394 stars, 124 Emmy nominations.
And then the algorithm does the rest of the work for you.
And more news than we can count.
Season 33 is hot.
Now we are in business. Dancing's 500th episode live next Tuesday on ABC and Disney Plus. Next day on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here? From ABC News. This is
Joe Rogan went full Mac. I watched his transformation happen one day at a time.
Stories. A lot of news today. So let's get into
What do you think is the biggest reason for it? Just the
there is no big reason.
The masculinity part, or what? You just think it was just
there's no big reason. It's just it was a slow drip.
Okay.
First listen. Now that's a part of the story.
Slow drip. He died he had colon cancer.
Damn, he did. Damn.
Died at 58 after battling colon cancer.
Damn, bro.
Glad you are streaming with us this election day.
Damn, that's tough. Woo, that's tough.
3-year battle with colon cancer.
Yeah, he must have found out late, and it just took him quick, you know.
Let's get to our senior correspondent, Devin Dwyer, for more on the story. Devin, what do we know?
Yeah, Kira, this was
I just seen him doing something. That sounds crazy.
The police have
this
closed
year.
down now the Capitol Visitor Center, which is the main entry point to the
colon cancer is one of our leading causes. We all have to look out for. You can't, some things you can't control them.
Not here, but this is a major incident.
I hope they don't shut down the city, man. That's what it looked like they may do. Got some fool up there. Oh, they're showing it now. That's crazy.
Smelled like fuel. He was also obtained with a torch and a flare gun at that time.
Come on, man.
Police Chief Tom Manger says that the man was arrested with
there was a bomb threat in Georgia.
To deliver to Congress.
They claim it was Russian bots. Russian
but this comes
somebody.
at a time when the Capitol is
Something to do with Russia.
In fencing, Kira, you know
they
this
claim.
town, it is already in lockdown. Buildings are being boarded up, so they are taking no chances.
You see what I'm saying? So now they're going to try to lock down the city downtown and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna go down to the White House, but I guess not.
Yeah, I'm not fooling with it if they're gonna do all that, man.
A first red flag that
yeah, her event at Howard starts I think at 6:30 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about sliding through, and then
possible intentions.
I may still do that. It depends. It depends on how it looks to us. Like I'll just stay on the phone and I'll just catch the train there if I can. You know what I mean? Do it live like that, and I could be down there.
Yeah, I mean, especially if I put it this way, if Georgia goes blue, then I'm interested. If it goes
That's
red,
what I'm saying.
I'm not interested.
Right.
Because if it ends up having to go out west, again, like let me not say that. I'm repeating what they say on TV. I'm not gonna do that because they're running nonsense on TV. They got me caught up in this shit. But they be like, well, if it's too close in these states, then we got to worry about Arizona and this and that, and before they count too slow. Like it ain't gonna be. No, we're not worrying about that. We're gonna have these numbers today or tomorrow. Period. It's gonna be way more than 270.
They act like Arizona got 15, 16 votes or some consequences shit. You know what I'm saying?
What they're trying to say is they're trying to say well, it's gonna be 268 to 261, and we waiting on the. When has it ever happened? Stop it, man.
Yo, man, Kerry Lake Black, man. I don't care what nobody say. I ain't gonna hold you.
That's funny. I wouldn't be surprised if you did a DNA test. Black or Hispanic, 10%, 20%. I would be not surprised.
There's something up with her.
But she passing.
Yeah, I think something's up with her, man.
Yeah,
especially if you see it in real life, you be like, "Oh, what's going on with this so-called white woman? That ain't no white woman. That ain't no white woman. What the hell?" Yeah, that's in plain sight too.
Yeah. No, my people know them.
I'm pretty sure.
They rent it. They have to deal with the mama.
I know those questions about her for sure.
Neighbors and I are cousins. Our grandma is from here, so Dave arranged for us to join this Polish tour with you people.
The Real Pain is one of the best films of the year.
We're not at the right
We're streaming. We're here. We're finally here 101 days later. I can't even believe it. And I had anxiety all morning, bro. That shit was not going away.
Nah,
man. I'm
talking
about pure excitement. Oh, I slept fine. When I got up this morning, I was like, why am I nervous?
No, right?
And so I was just anxious and excited just to get live and, I hate the, I want to get it going. I want to get to 4:30 where we are now, 5:30. I want to get where it's hot at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The lather. I call it the lather. This is the lather time.
Every hour, I feel a little bit better. Every hour, I feel better.
Yeah, rubbing your hands like like Birdman and shit. Just got some soap on it. Put some soap on that thing.
We're just as invested as we are every 4 years, but I can't say I'm more invested, but I'm definitely feeling that 4 year ago feeling again.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, just give me the numbers coming in. Just want the numbers rolling in. Let's get it going. All the blow over.
I know. Because they just, they get to talking and, they really get to spacing out. Like, I mean, we talked about doing all these scenarios, months, years ago. What if this happened? Then, that, I mean, we did the what ifs a long time ago, man. Let's get to it, bro.
But see, I like Kornacki when they get to we down to the counties. It's coming in.
Yeah.
The second batch and then the third batch. We got one more coming in.
Yeah.
One more. That's what I'm trying.
That's what I want to talk about. Yeah, that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the what ifs off real data, off real data. Yeah, that's what I want.
We waiting. It's breaking Trump. It's breaking Kamala.
Right. Exactly.
Who showed up? Exit polls coming out.
Ain't looking good for Harris here. Ain't looking good for former president here. You know,
And because
I
of
don't know.
16, you gotta have the numbers.
Yeah.
All that exit polling and which way is it going? Yeah, okay. I know we
Early
do that
voting.
no more.
Give me the numbers. Early voting. All you giving us? Nah, I want. No, I don't want to see
I
all
want
that.
to know what's been counted. That's all I want to know.
Exactly. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that, bro.
Cause they be gassing you. Oh yeah, it's like it's gonna
Yeah.
break Trump's way, and it's gonna break. And
Yeah.
see, Trump takes shit like that literally. He's literal.
He
It's all
do.
literal, right?
He
No,
jump.
y'all said that
He
I
jump
won.
out.
Relax.
Relax. Can you
But they
imagine
said
being?
I won.
Can you imagine being in the room with this Bama man?
Hell no. Now when Pennsylvania showed up, and he was up 60 and down 40 when he woke up.
Oh, that was crazy work. He was just like, yeah, looking good. He ready to call it like.
Sir, they gotta count
like,
900,000 votes overnight.
Right.
You need to relax.
We gotta wait for Allegheny County and Montgomery County to come in. Man. We still got Philly to worry about. Like, we being good. Are we good? We in a good spot though. See, what you said is what happened. They told him that it was like 98 to 99% they were going to win. Yep. And I think it's going to even be worse now because if he's living in that world that we're talking about now, like I see it on X, I see it. I see what they're looking at. And I'm like, damn, like, hold on now. Somebody lied. Somebody tell the big lies. If this is what he's looking at and he's getting filtered, think about it. And this is what it's been since what? Since 2022 at least. Yeah. You would think there's going to be a landslide Trump way. No doubt about it, bro. So if it comes out anything other than that, then what? The election is stolen. I mean, that's the next logical thing. If that's your feed, if that's the information that you've been getting constantly, yeah, they stealing it. They gonna steal this. They stealing this, and you're gonna feel offended because why are you stealing this election from me? You know.
Could you imagine him being an owner of a football team?
Ooh, man.
He never loses the game, but he loses the games. He's like, no, we didn't lose them games. The rest keep.
Right.
That happened. We have been taught in this country to you win or you lose, and you move on. Doesn't matter why. You can complain. It was like Skip Bayless, where he would be making up things from out of thin air. It's like, bro, the game's over with. You can't go back and do this and
that's what I'm saying. That's the scenario, the what ifs.
But he's very Trump-like because he kept talking about that cash that Dez caught that. Dude, that game is over with from 5 years ago. That game is gone.
That's a long time ago. Golly, man.
It's 10 years ago, probably.
Yeah, come on now. It's over, bro.
Well, yeah, if he would have blocked here, if he would have done that, if the rest would have did this.
Yeah, I get it.
You elevate it to the presidential level. It's like, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the FBI was involved, the CIA, Russia. It doesn't matter. All things being equal, you lost. It's like in football, in the sense, like, yeah, if I would have made that play, you know how it is. I would have made this play. I can't blame it on the rest of it. We would have did this, this, and this. We wouldn't have to worry about that.
In the battlegrounds all across this country, but we begin here with our ABC News senior White House correspondent.
Because it's such an imperfect system, you know what I'm saying?
Howard University, along with ABC News' Jay O'Brien, outside Trump headquarters at Mar-a-Lago. A pleasure to have you both here with us. And Selena,
Mar-a-Lago, let's get it.
Harris wins. Certainly, history will be made in many ways. And talk about her choice there in Howard University.
Exactly, Kata. If Harris is elected president, she would be making history in more ways than one. Of course, the first woman, the first Black woman, South Asian woman. But what's interesting is that throughout her campaign, Kata, she has not really leaned into her race or her identity. When she's talked about her parents, it's really been to emphasize that she's the daughter of immigrants, a middle-class upbringing. She often talks about how she remembers how hard her mother worked to save to buy their first home. Instead, she's chosen to lean into her record, especially as a tough prosecutor who's gone after organized crime, transnational gangs, because her campaign believes that the best way to make the pitch to American voters is to lean into why she believes she's the best person to do the job and what her plan would be for the American people. But Kane, Kena, it is symbolic that she's choosing to be at Howard University tonight. She has talked about how her alma mater has shaped her most formative years. This is a historically Black college. And I just want to read to you what she said before about Howard. She said that her experience here taught her that while you will often find you're the only one in the room who looks like you must remember you are never alone. And Kena, while the vice president has rarely talked about her gender out on the campaign trail, the polls show a very stark gender divide, with far more women coming out to vote for Harris.
And Jay, on that note,
run me the numbers, man. I don't give a damn about all that. I really do. I don't give a damn about all that. Yeah, run me the numbers, man. Run me the numbers.
Messaging here in the final days was effective.
They feel that their messaging was effective, but their messaging, Kena, was really to the base. You saw Donald Trump in these last few days and hours of this campaign really reach out to his base, try to get out the vote that way, try to drive out what we call low propensity voters, particularly when it comes to the Trump campaign, young white men who might be ideologically aligned with Donald Trump.
Yeah, what website? What website would? Hold on, I think I have one. Let me possibly send it to you. Hold on for a second.
I got it. I just need to get. I'm just looking.
I want to go. I want to get it broke down by race and all that. If it can get down to county, that'd be bad. That'd be good too.
Just to give you a sense of how big of a chunk.
Pennsylvania right there.
Okay. You see how it bleeds into New Jersey. So that's Cherry Hill. Then you got Trenton, Newark. It's crazy how Philly is so kind of like connected to New Jersey.
Chester County, Bucks County.
Yeah, Bucks is important.
Lehigh.
Lehigh. Yeah, the ones that are like red that were right under.
And see, Biden took his county, right? He's in Harrisburg.
Scranton. Yeah, I think he made. I don't know if she. Yeah, I don't know if she'll be able to hold that one. That's the number I think that shifts Trump's way. Allegheny County, yeah, too. Yeah. Can you enlarge it a little bit?
Want to do what? Pennsylvania, Georgia, or what? Carolina.
Let's look at Georgia. Oh, you know what? I had a video that I wanted to show you too. I'll send it to you since you have everything there. Let me see something.
Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Wasted $6 on a melon. What do you call those melons? Honeydew melons. Not happy about that, boy. Take that thing back. Like, give me my money back. Might be like farmer's market. Can you see that screen? Atlanta, Augusta, Columbus.
Yeah, I see it. Good stuff right there.
2.4 million. Yeah, that number be probably higher. Oh, look how close that was. You're right about that. Unless he, like you said, they're gonna fight. I don't want to say that she's gonna lose Georgia, but man, it's gonna be close. And did he get enough? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? When you look at that number there.
Yeah.
Because we know she got new voters. So that's a given, right? So you don't have to argue that
Mm-hmm.
point. We know she got new voters.
Let me see. They had a real good thing about how she go about doing her registration thing. See.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good, man. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I need to see.
Okay. Tell you one thing, they were definitely more humble this campaign. I will give them that.
Say what now?
They did it smartly. They were humble on the left. Remember Hillary was arrogant coming off of Obama because everybody was so happy and excited and just was a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All the campaign people and just the jokes and it was just fun. and the other side was just seething. You know what I'm saying? Seething. And then Hillary comes out with that same energy, and you just didn't see it come. Because even the seethers thought that she was going to win.
Yeah.
Obama was a machine that you couldn't stop just because it was just too much happiness. Everybody was just the enthusiasm of voting was just like you said, you can't, nothing you can do about it. You just have to take it. And so Trump's enthusiasm is the exact same way, but he lost in 2020. So that's why I always find it strange to run a third term. It's weird. Because he had crazy excitement. Was it 2020? Yeah, I'll say 2020. But it was quiet in 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
You saw the Trump signs, you heard the noise, but they wasn't giving him no love.
Yeah, they ran up the bag for sure, and
me and you would be right if our argument is me and you would be right if our argument is it's three times in a row is just too much. That you just can't keep people excited in the number, in those little tiny little numbers that you need. That thousands, very difficult. Because Obama ran into it in 12, I think. In 12, people they were burnt out.
They're burnt out on them. Yeah, it start going negative. Even your supporters start to look at you, sideways a little bit. They don't.
Like you said, it's like a football coach. So it's just not. We can't hear you no more.
It runs its course. Yeah.
And when they ran Trump in the primary, they thought maybe it did run its course, but the base is all in. The base didn't leave.
Did you pull up the video? I got two of them that I wanted to kind of show you. It's kind of like give you an idea how she kind of like, because I want people to really understand like how she really looks at how she gets into the grind, because they haven't really showed it because she's been focused on working. She get to work, and I got to give her that.
No, they purposely done it.
Right. True.
Because if you see it and you make it, you give overconfidence, arrogance, and they're trying to keep that kind of temp down. I would argue
that's effective. I agree with that.
Where did you put the link at?
Let the work. Yeah, let the work speak for itself. I agree wholeheartedly. It doesn't matter if everybody knows what you're doing, but yeah, it has been kind of. She
could have ran that campaign.
And
it would have created more enthusiasm, but in 101 days, they picked their plays, right? Like in football, right? You pick your plays, you just win or lose. And so I won't hate on it, because a lot of the enthusiasm is fake.
Yeah,
you can't trust it.
And it's not about
Hillary. After Hillary, you can't trust it.
And it's not about her anyway. It's not about her per se. It's about the candidate that goes through. So they kept it about the main thing, in my opinion.
But if you remember 16, the enthusiasm was off the charts for Hillary Clinton.
I know.
But the votes weren't there.
The votes wasn't there.
Remember, if it was 271 to 260, you see what I'm saying? Like if it was a tight race, at least I would have some of an argument. But you don't get blown out 330, 325, whatever. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Like, where was all the votes at? All the enthusiasm, where were the votes?
313, 315, something like that. Somewhere around there. Yeah.
Joe Biden, what did he do? He ran a quiet campaign.
Yep. Clean.
He let Trump do all the work. We're gonna stay in the basement, and you can keep saying I'm in the basement, but they don't like you, boy.
Clean.
I don't gotta run.
Clean. I'm just gonna tighten whatever you call it, I'm gonna tighten it up. That's it. Within the lines, buddy.
And she didn't really start out that way, but it ultimately became that.
Right.
They shut Tim Walz down, all that Midwest bullshit that Americans pretended they love, but they actually hate. They like the shiny East Coast people, Democrat or Republican, in real life.
Yeah.
It's all fake in the It's all fake. Midwest, Northwest, they're all fake.
That glitz.
They want the shine.
And got to get that glamour. that guy. Look at nobody shine like you, man. Nobody shine like you, Danny boy. The Shining. That's what they call it, The Shining.
I'm still hearing some Democrats say, well, they should have ran Shapiro. They should have ran the guy in Canada. Like, but, and I'm not
if they lose, if they lose, they're gonna run that up. Oh, should have been Shapiro. I told you. I told it's gonna be this. I told you so. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this is the best. This is the best that they could have done in such a short time period with the candidate that they chose. I don't see it being the money that she raised, the coalitions that she kind of like inspired, the energy that she inspired in different bases that wasn't really leaning her way and kind of like got them energized too. The people that she spoke to, I mean, she did what she needed to do without making it about solely her either, even though she's the candidate. So you try to keep it as humble as possible. Be about people.
That's probably why she went with Tim Walz, though, is to kind of keep it sort of. You can't give the East Coast thing. She got the guy in California, Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
They can't do much with Tim Walz because he's from the Midwest and they love the Midwest. So he's caught up. Like we said it from day one. He kills that basically. That's just a pure strategy. That's all strategy.
Yeah, and he gives off that, like that kind of like that goody, that football coach.
And you got people, you got Joe Rogan and Elon Musk on the podcast trying to make it seem like Tim is weird. I'm like, y'all get out of here, bro.
Ain't no more weirder than you guys, man. Yeah, man.
If you don't think Joe and Elon is weird, then
that's what I'm saying.
Right, come on.
That's what I mean.
Hyper weird.
But I love that these realities or these multiple realities are going to clash and going to have to live in the same space for the hours that we have it. So that's what I like.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Elon says on the show, Joe said we're gonna have a civil war and after the Bush. I said, bro,
come on, man.
No, what I'm saying is that we had nuclear war, we've had world wars, we had civil wars, we've had land wars, we've had empire wars, we've had colonization wars. We're fine. Like all that shit they be talking about, you get out. I don't know, whatever, bro. I don't hear that shit. You talk to enough historians, and I'm gonna tell you something. All that talking from dummies it just fades away, bro.
Who said that though? Who said that?
Elon was on Joe Rogan last night.
And Elon Musk said that. Really? Wow, that's crazy work.
Yeah. Well, remember something. They're a part. That's why I hate all of them. They're all a part. I mean, I watch all of it, and I like certain parts. But they lose me because there's a huge internet group of people, millions, who believe in conspiracy theories. So that's where they lose me at.
Yeah.
So when you start talking about civil wars and you start talking about nuclear wars, like Trump will come out and say, well, I'm worried about the nuclear war, I'm not worried about the climate change stuff, like that type of stuff. He's speaking to the audience.
Right.
And what's so funny is that because white people on the left don't want to indict white people, they just saying that he's talking crazy. I'm like, no, he's not. There's millions and tens of millions of people in America who are on the internet who believes in all of those things that Trump talks about. And mainstream, they don't want to offend. They want to be more deceptive. They don't want to offend those people. They just put it on Trump. But I said, Trump is literally, he doesn't watch or he doesn't look at anything like that. They tell him and he they just repeats whatever they're into. You think Trump's into something? He's not into anything. He's a billionaire who plays golf all the time. Like, he's not into like flat earth.
They make sure that they keep him. They make sure that they keep his stream or his algorithm basically Trump friendly. Clearly,
well, he's on his own app, so they're not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly.
He's on True Social.
Exactly. X is just like a True Social Junior now. I mean, X
now it is.
That's cool. That shit is crazy. Yeah.
Well, it just shows you that when people are vying. I mean, I just saw Megyn Kelly speaking for Trump last night, bro. So
yeah.
I mean, the way he talked bad about her, Marco Rubio, I said, man, you guys, I tell you, power. Whew. Power is real, boy. I'm telling you, son. It will make you do anything. And I mean anything. You just want to be in the mix. And I don't know what making Kelly's angry at.
She's just.
I want her just to say what she's really thinking. It's like she's holding back.
It's like she's holding back.
So she's mad at everything, but she won't really say like, "What are you?" Just say it. Go
say
full, whatever you need to go.
Say what you got to say, Megan. Get it on out of
You're
there.
on your own channel, and you still like you're yelling about things. But what are you? What is it though?
Yeah. What are you so frustrated about?
That's all I want to know.
Yeah, you real.
Trump got you fired, ruined your entire career.
Word.
And you on stage with him, bro. Make it make sense. That's power.
Word.
If you don't understand power, pay attention.
And teasing, and you willing to crash out. I mean, crash out for this.
Trump is a rapist.
That's what I'm saying.
And you're standing next to him. It's insane. It's insane, bro.
Admittedly, rapist. Admits it like it's normal. You think this is normal behavior? Yeah, I mean, you know, for millions and millions, the man said for millions and millions of years. I mean, the one thing that I am going to miss is the sometimes I do watch him for strictly.
You won't miss it. He's running in 2 years if he loses.
Oh my God, he gonna run again. No, Paradox. Nah, I doubt. No, bruh. This man, I
bet you $100 right now on live.
No,
if he loses, he is running in 2 years.
Oh my goodness,
he will be in the primaries.
If he runs again, he'll have the election again, bruh. Who's going to take him out on that side?
The energy. The thing is that he has the people who are the Tea Party. These people have been primarying Republicans since 2004.
I know.
So I mean, that hasn't went anywhere. It has grown. So
they're in place.
So my point is that if he runs, how can he not win the primary?
But that's what I'm saying. Like he has to be talked out. He has to be talked out of running. Like, no, you don't need to run, sir. We'll get another candidate. You could be in the king's chair.
They can't do that. He don't care about that shit. The man doesn't care about tradition. He doesn't mean anything.
You're right. Shit. I thought this would end, you know, but I have to. We'll see how it turns out in a couple of more hours. But I think if it's really, really bad for him today, I think the momentum shifts a little bit.
To who? Just tell me to who. Who does it shift to? Is that what you're saying? Who is he? It doesn't go to anybody. There is no. Remember, historically, in politics, you set up people to go next, which would have been Ted Cruz or Mitt Romney or the governor of Jersey, Fat Boy, or
you wouldn't shift this to JD.
JD is going to run to the same issue that Ron DeSantis ran into. If you go against Trump, he's going to destroy you.
Yeah, he's going to destroy you.
So they're going to gaslight JD, and they're going to fund him, and they're going to make him run.
They're going to try, But he definitely ain't ready. It'll be like Luke Skywalker leaving training early, trying to go up against Darth Vader. Get your whole arm cut off, bruh.
because think about this: if the thing is this, JD is a nobody if they lose.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
He's a somebody for the rest of his life if he wins.
Right.
It's that tight. It's that she's already VP, so she's already something, regardless if she loses.
She's verified. Yeah, she's in the mix. She's in the mix for sure.
Yeah, she's fine. But if JD Vance loses, then he goes back to obscurity like everybody else goes back to obscurity.
Back to the Shadowlands.
And then you'll come back in 2 years, roughly 24 months ish, 30 months.
The Shadowlands,
and try it again.
Yeah, get your weight up.
Yeah, Vivek will maybe he's rich, So he can always come back and run if he wants to this time or in 32.
Right.
Because he's still young, so
He's
can come
still
back.
Young. Yeah, very young. Yeah.
If he still has the appetite for it, and the party is, because we don't know where the party is going to be in 8 years. Obviously, we don't know where any of this stuff's going to be in 8 years.
Vivek is not even 40 yet, is he?
Yeah,
Well,
he's right around
one of
there.
them. They both young. JD is too. JD
both just turned 40.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. JD is either 40
so
or
they had
just turned.
And JD will bend. So even if the party went away from MAGA,
yeah, JD
he'll be fine. He'll just transition to whatever he needs to transition to. Traditional conservative doesn't matter.
Right, he don't care. He could even be a compassionate conservative. He literally could be a Bush Republican. I mean, he is a guy's damn near a moderate. So it doesn't. He's not hard. He's not hard cast into it either way. So.
But I always find funny that everybody keeps saying, "Well, I had more money in my pocket when Trump was in office." I said, "Well, people who are broke was broke. It didn't matter who's in office. Clinton, Reagan, Ford, broke is broke." Last time I checked. So who are y'all talking about? Maybe the middle class they're talking. So I'm like, poor people is always broke. Doesn't matter who's the president or not. Last time I checked. Am I wrong, DC? I could be wrong.
Nah, man.
But broke people are broke people. It doesn't matter who's doing what and prices high, low. It doesn't matter.
They said like the poor people was living really well.
Yeah,
like they had a whole other tax bracket going on when Trump.
So I swear I've been trying to figure out who y'all can't be talking about.
All I know was that I was doing good when Trump was in office, man. My tax return came back pretty good, pretty juicy. I got a little tax break. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. You made a lot of money, huh? Yeah. Oh, okay. But as soon as January 20th, as soon as the 20th of January hit and the transfer of power, all of a sudden that's all just fall apart, man. I got you. Your job let you go, and everything just turned back to high taxes.
I tell you this too: if she wins, though, watch how fast she gets villainized by the left. Watch how fast that happens. Watch.
Oh no, it's gonna happen the next day. Paradox.
Watch how fast they villainize them, bro.
So, yeah. She will be. They will come out.
I thought we were all good. Nah, baby. Black folks gonna be with you, but the rest of these people, well, good luck.
Yeah. Your people are gonna have to be with you because we don't got we just didn't want him in there. Anybody but him. But you wasn't our first choice either. You was not our first choice either. So we're gonna go ham. We're gonna do what white people do. Period. We're gonna have fun with you. Yeah.
And I think if Kamala loses, I know she's running again too. Though if she loses,
you think so?
What's stopping her?
I mean,
Ben Shapiro.
There is more. Now there are more established Democrats that can test her if she doesn't make it. Some unforsaken reason.
Give me 5 names.
Shapiro, Gretchen. What's the other gentleman? Pete and Gavin Newsom, of course.
Gavin.
And I would say Bashir, but I think Bashir still wants to be like vice president because he's coming up on his second term out of Kentucky. I still like him to be a vice president or president nominee pretty soon. It depends on how bad this goes. Like if we really go to the right and white women really do what white women do, like what I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your voice, by the way. I really know
they're the most deceptive creatures on the planet.
I could, and you know what I don't like? They win either way. So if she gets it, it's gonna be like it was women that saved the day, and you know who women they're talking about. They ain't talking about black women because black women always vote Democrat, right? So they're talking about themselves.
That's
and
right.
it could have been 4 fucking percentage points. We're not even talking about anything serious, Paradox.
2%, 2%.
and they're gonna pat each other on the back. But with it, but if it loses, it's gonna be like, well, there was other things going
Trust and
on.
believe me. If Kamala wins this, white women, you won't see no more black women on TV no more.
They're gonna run laps, boy. Ooh, they're gonna do some bloviating. That is
black
the
women gonna be like,
what
happened to all our allies? Ain't no more allies. They got power.
We saved America. Crying and shit. It's either way. That's what makes it so crazy, because they win either way. That's the negative side of this, by the way. I'm not beyond acknowledging that. But this is about basically management for me. So, but I think that those slight percentages, even so slightly, I think that's going to be the difference. Still, that's why I'm ready to see what the numbers are, to kind of see, what the truth is going to be. Because you're right. Like I said, they're gonna still come out, and they're gonna still protest. They're gonna still protest them, and they're gonna say, "Ooh, big bad." What's going on with this country, and how did we do this, and why we're in this? Okay. all right. You know why we're here. Come on now. Don't do that. If they don't immediately come out and say, that white women, this is our fault, this is not on anybody, this is strictly what we want as a country, this is the kind of country we want, that's what they need to come out and accept that. They need to eat it all.
But instead, they're gonna say, "Well, we did see a little bit of a dip in the urban areas amongst the people of color."
Exactly right. Black men.
Dude, I watched them blame us for the housing crisis, bro.
If black men in Georgia, think about it. Black men in Georgia don't vote. If it's like 78, 79%. This is just one state. I'm just bringing up one state. Georgia, for instance, they vote
77,
at the margin, right? 77, something
77.
like that. So you got a defection of what, 30,000, 40,000 black men voting Trump, right? They're gonna, look at this. What happened here? Why did black? I mean, and that's gonna be
black men are chauvinist pigs.
That's the sole focus of the whole deal. Not the 150,000 so-called liberal. I'm talking about the liberal side, not the one on the right. The liberal side, the ones that normally vote Democratic, they vote that way or don't vote at all. Come on, man. Like, they get no smoke. Come on,
they would get no smoke, bro. We don't have the media apparatus to do it.
I know.
If Roland Martin says it has no weight. He's the only one, really.
And he'll pitch a fit, but it ain't gonna matter. And
well, he doesn't move culture. He's just a guy.
He responds to it. He doesn't move.
And I'm gonna tell you something. The moment you start shitting on white people, they will turn you off, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
And black people don't have the numbers to. We're not organized on that in that way because we're just individuals, obviously.
Yeah.
We don't have a bunch of they don't even have the money or time to really focus on these people like they can do it with us. It's very easy.
Yeah.
Because if we had our own propaganda machine, that's all we'd be talking about. Right now, matter of fact, we could be putting pressure on them actually, and saying, "Well, I hope y'all show up because we're not taking the blame for it. We don't have a media apparatus to say that right now." So that's what they should be saying. Roland ain't even saying it on his own little channel.
I'm willing to go out on a limb. I'm like 80%, 85%. I think that he doesn't get I think that Trump doesn't get North Carolina too. Like I was kind of like
jumping out
60, 65. But I yeah. I think there's another surprise somewhere. I think one of the states, it's a chance that Pennsylvania may swing back to Trump. PA,
Yeah, that's where I'm at with Trump.
PA is they got they're working. They got some people working the rural vote in PA for sure. They giving out snacks,
They say they
water.
got a great strategy.
They giving out
Elon.
Yeah, they giving out snacks and water. They're heavy. They're heavy, man. I can see it. They're
Elon
certain
offering
areas.
$1 million, bro.
They out there heavy in the white PA in the middle of PA, getting them out there like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Free Wawas for everybody, free sandwiches, water.
Now
Bring
because
your
her
son,
favorite
bring everybody.
because she doesn't her unfavorable rates aren't crazy. I don't know who's gonna see. No one's voting against her, and that's what helps her. By the way, you got a lot of folks voting against Trump.
Right.
Maybe 1% across the board, maybe a little bit more, a little bit
Yeah,
less.
yeah. But can
So
Philly and Pittsburgh carry it? That's the thing. Now the thing,
and those surrounding counties.
yeah, the thing about Philadelphia, which is helping out, they are getting the students out. So I know they closed the schools down early and allowing the children to vote at the schools. I did see that they were there doing that early today too. So
They was
there
doing,
are
yeah.
early voting for the students. They were allowing them to vote downtown Temple, and so that would help boost the numbers up.
Well, Kamala's campaign person said, and I don't know if what's true and what's not, but she said they're seeing a lot of college kids are actually excited. I don't believe her, but
Nah, it
she
was
said it.
no, they are. Yeah, it was a long ass line. They there early, but I think they're offering them something like they're gonna probably have like a little party or something like that too. They got going on Broad Street or some shit. So ain't no telling.
Mm-hmm.
But like there are two sides to PA. So the PA there's the rural like they have like the opposite side of Georgia. So they like the white Georgia to me because there's a lot of rural white people in Pennsylvania. You know that
Yeah,
nobody really speaks to
yeah.
directly.
There's an old thing that talks about Pittsburgh and Philly, and everything in between is Alabama.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's Pennsylvania.
For sure. You don't have black. You don't like outside the cities. You don't have black counties in PA. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like an old black town. Maybe I think maybe Coatesville is like that. Maybe, but
Mm-hmm.
outside of that, I
And I'm gonna keep tracking that Puerto Rican vote that you pulled that you've been claiming. So I'm gonna keep tracking that.
yeah. But I think the white people got activated in PA. From what I'm seeing, PA is pretty much because my thing is Georgia and North Carolina is going to save it for her. I think those are the two.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two that's going to pick her up.
Well, shit,
The
if she
PA
got
hard.
both, she's not gonna get North Carolina. But if she did,
I'm
then
trying to
yeah, I'll
tell you,
get
bro.
one. I
I'm
don't see
trying
it.
to tell you. All right. I'm
I
glad we
think it's I
needed
think
this
it's luck.
thing.
I think it's luck if she gets Georgia
Luck.
and she loses South
Why
Carolina.
would
No,
it?
she loses North Carolina. She loses PA,
Why would it be luck
and
if she
whatever
gets
those
Georgia
numbers are different.
when the ground game is so tough? Georgia's purple.
Yeah, I know.
Georgia's a fight. Period.
I'm just
Ain't
trying to give
nothing
you a little bit
easy.
of pushback.
Ain't nothing easy in Georgia. You making luck is North Carolina. That's the
Yeah.
Hail Mary. But like I said, it's turnout. It's the turnout there because North Carolina has a black hidden vote there that hasn't been activated in what 20 years since
Yeah,
Obama. You know,
that's true.
but there are plenty. We know this. There are plenty of little small black rural towns in North Carolina. Plenty of them. That's been
Hmm.
there. That's been there. We talk about go back 300, 400 years in Carolina.
Hmm.
Who tell you something, North Carolina? Who tell you
Hmm.
something? If you look at the map, they got more sparses of blue, more spaces, more counties in blue than Georgia do. Think about that.
Wow.
If you go back to your map and you look at it, they have more counties in blue for Georgia, sparsed out though, sparsed out, not as concentrated, of course, but sparsed out around the county. That means that they have the ability to carry it. They just, not
Hmm.
activated. And I'm telling you, Mark Robinson is the issue, bro. I'm gonna keep hammering that until tonight. If North Carolina flips, the black Republican that ran for governor that don't have the support of his party now, his party has abandoned. They have completely abandoned. Now you tell me, when has that ever happened? That's what I'm saying about the black thing. That's how you know. Like they don't have nothing to say about him. He's excommunicado. I mean, he's running a shell game. Like there's nobody around them.
Nope.
I mean, you don't get
They all dip. Money gone.
Excommunicado, bruh. Shit, he might as well be John Wick running through the hotel. Come on, man.
Yeah, everybody can't be Trump. Are you gonna play this video?
Oh, so you're right. Okay, let's play this video then. This is the one for Stacey Abrams. She's talking about the election cycle in Georgia. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Shocking turn of events. The site of some of the most contested, hard-fought, and fascinating elections of our time. Stacey Abrams, she knows. She knows all about it. She's been working to get out the vote all across Georgia, not just in the election for a while. She's, of course, the founder of the New Georgia Project and the founder of the Voter Mobilization Initiative Fair Fight Action. She's the host of Crooked Media's Assembly Required podcast, and she joins me now. Good to have you on, Stacey.
Thank you for having me.
How are things looking in Georgia to you, someone who, I don't know if there's a person in America who knows the politics of that state any better?
Well, we're very excited about where we are. As of today, a third of Georgia's voters have cast their ballots. And we know that right now it's neck and neck, which means we have to keep showing up. We've got to keep voting. But we also have to remember to reach out to our friends and our families who aren't sure, if not between voting for Vice President Harris and former President Trump, but whether they should vote or not. And this speech, this moment, is the reminder of why the affirmative of voting is so important, because it's not simply about who you like, it's about what they will do for you. And what Kamala Harris laid out means so much in the state of Georgia, a state where we have the sandwich generation taking care of kids and of parents, where we do not have Medicaid expansion. And so healthcare costs are so high, a state where we lost Amber Thurman and Candy Miller because of the arcane, horrific, and mean-spirited abortion ban that is killing women across this country, including right here in Georgia. And so this is no longer a hypothetical. This is not a contrast between two narrowly divided issues. This is a stark decision between someone who wants us to move forward and someone who only wants to exact revenge. Donald Trump does not care about Georgia. Kamala Harris does, and we need to get out and vote. And we believe we can get it done.
The Vice President speaking Amber Thurman's name today on stage, paying tribute to her, a woman who passed away after seeking reproductive care denied to her by the state's legal apparatus. In terms of the early vote, let's just take a look here. And I don't want to get too into like the weeds here, but in 2020, a huge percentage of the voters voted early. The vast bulk of Georgia voters voted early. Of course, that was in the midst of the pandemic. And this is what we have as of now, in terms of, I guess is this today's data? So enormous levels of voting happening. Are those numbers right? Can those numbers be right? Walk us through what's happening and the difference between now and 2020.
So in Georgia, we have roughly 7.5 million registered voters, depending on the numbers you look at. In 2020, we had roughly 5.2 million people who actually voted. And so what you're looking at is one of the highest levels of early voting. And it's for two reasons. One is that despite SB 202 and Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger attempt to limit access to voting by making it harder to vote by mail, those voters who were told it's harder now to vote by mail did not give up as they were hoping. They instead have shifted to show up in person. And luckily in Georgia, we have both in-person early voting and vote by mail. But let's not get confused. This is not because they've made it easier. It's because people refuse to let them take away the right to vote. In addition, what we are seeing, though, are Republicans who used to vote on Election Day, because Republicans finally realized that if you tell everyone to wait, they may believe you. And so Republicans have made a concerted effort to shift voters into early voting. Our mission then is to make certain that we outnumber them at the polls, that we not succumb to their attempts to block us. Luckily, the Georgia Supreme Court said that they will not suborn the new terrible chaos-laden rules that the state election board that Republicans try to put in place. And we have to think about this every day, that we have the chance to once again be the state that delivers 16 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris and to a future that we all deserve.
Yeah, that was a useful explanation of what's going on with the early voting. One of the things is making any kind of analysis of these early votes apples to apples impossible are those two things, right? You had the pandemic in 2020, which totally changed the landscape. And now you had this weird polarization happening around voting method driven by Donald Trump's delusional fantasies and lies. And now you have more and more people voting early, not in some ideologically sorted way, which of course never made any sense to begin with. I want to end on that question you were saying before. There's been so much attention, I would say, the last 2 or 4 weeks of the last undecided voters, people who are still making up their mind. And I think you're probably right that category has diminished to a point where it's not that statistically significant. And probably a larger bucket of voters are voters that would vote, but maybe something else is going to come up. What do you think is the most important thing for turning folks that might vote but may not into absolute sure vote?
So on our podcast this week on Assembly Required, we had Kavitha Sarana, who wrote the story of Amber Thurman for ProPublica. And she pointed out that this election is not just it is absolutely about Kamala Harris, but it's also about the judges. It's about the DAs. It's about who is interpreting these horrific laws and who can change the rules. The title that we've given this episode is Voting Can Save Women's Lives. And that, I think, is one of the most salient moments in her speech and in the decision-making of voters across Georgia and across the country. Do you want to save the lives of half of our population? Do you want women to be first-class citizens again in Georgia and around the country? Do you want to be able to take care of your family? And do you want the ability to choose what that family looks like? Those are the questions on people's minds. And that's the question that we're asking every Georgian to take into consideration and show up at the polls. The last day of early voting is November 1st. Election day is November 5th. And between now and then, go to iwillvote.com to find out where you can vote, how you can vote. And please, by God, go vote.
Yeah, so that was one of the videos. I had another one that I just can't find it though. PM
About what?
She goes more into detail about what she does as far as how she gets people out to vote. Like I thought it was very interesting, like how she does it. Like she starts from the rural areas into the cities. She doesn't start in the cities into the rural areas later. She begins the groundwork very, very early. She talks about how they have like coalitions build and like people that need to ride to the polls. She give them rides and stuff like that. Like that's already in place, like since 2016. So she's really putting in the groundwork. Yeah, she's been really putting in. Really, it's probably a way of like when you got the population like how they got it there, like because like I said, North Carolina's the same way. They just don't have her. They don't have somebody that's like her actively working because to get those people out to kind of do that, because that's what happened in those red states. That's exactly what they do. They make sure that voting is almost like what you said. It's almost like a holiday there. Most of them need to get off early. They find a way. Do you need a ride to the polls? You need me to drive you? You're gonna vote. That kind of stuff. They make sure that they get them out and they participate. It's a whole thing. You know what I mean? So she pretty much kind of copy and paste, what they do in the rural areas and just kind of like extrapolate it into getting people registered, because that's really what changed it. She just registered more people in Georgia over the last cycle. So that's crazy.
No, that changed it significantly.
I think they said she got over 1 million people registered this time, so close to it.
I was more than that.
So
I don't know about register, but likely vote is crazy.
Yeah, likely voting. Yeah. So that's where it's at, you know. Let's see. What's some more that I had here?
TikTok. Almost 7 o'clock.
So let me share this video with you real quick. This is about North Carolina. Hold on, make sure I got it here.
Yep, souls to the polls, man. They're gonna definitely get to the getting bussed in.
Yeah.
Busting them, carpooling.
Oh yeah. Hold on, I think this is it. He was really go ahead.
I was just saying that big hitters are going at 6, I think. For the big network, I think they kick off at 6.
Yeah, they already started on, I think, on CNN now. Yeah, I think they get started like in 5 o'clock. That lather starts to gather.
Yep. Every minute. TikTok.
They start winding me up, Chuck. They start winding me up. One more time. Wind me up, Chuck. Let's do it. Let me say, wind me up, Chuck. Oh, yeah. All right, so let me get my boy here real quick.
How long is it?
Wind me up, Chuck. Yeah.
You found it?
Yeah. I got the joke. Yeah. You ready?
Let's pull it up.
He didn't even know he was gonna become popular like that. He an asshole though. You're all right though. Allan is an asshole. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
I got the keys. I got the keys. I got the keys. I got the keys.
We've got the man with the keys here with us tonight. It's the one and only Professor Allan Lichtman. He has correctly predicted 9 of the last 10 elections. And the one he got wrong, 2000, he argues he actually got right since Al Gore beat George W.
Laura Coates looking real juicy right now. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Sensational. Like Future be saying, sensational.
Tantalizing.
Sit down, get you something to drink.
W. Bush in the popular vote. So exactly how does Lichtman make his predictions? Well, he says we should follow his 13 keys to the White House. They include things like incumbency and third-party candidates, state of the economy, and social unrest. If 6 or more go against the party in the White House, its candidate will lose. Fewer than 6, its candidate will win. So what are the keys saying today? Let's bring in Allan Lichtman to talk all about it. Professor Lichtman, look, your keys are pointing toward Kamala Harris. Has anything happened in the last few weeks that makes you feel more confident in your prediction?
Nothing has changed. And by the way, I didn't say I was right in 2000 because of the popular vote. I said I predicted the right president based on the intent of the voters in Florida, as I proved in my 2001 report to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. But historians will be debating 2000 forever. Nothing has changed. The biggest myth in American politics is the so-called October surprise. I've always issued my predictions before then and never changed them. In 2016, for example, we had the biggest October surprise. Donald Trump on tape bragging about sexually assaulting women, and a lot of women coming out and saying, yeah, he did that to me. Even Republicans were saying he was finished. I did not change my prediction of a Trump win, which, Laura, you can imagine, did not make me very popular in 90% plus Democratic DC, where I teach at American University.
Well, you usually have a lot of butterflies ahead of an election. And even if you are people getting backlash or otherwise, but you have said that this year, you say you feel like you have I think it was a flock of crows, not just butterflies, in your stomach. What makes you so anxious?
Why is it cutting out?
Well, 2 things. Number one,
it's my,
I have never experienced the kind of hate I've had heaped on
it shouldn't be like
me this time, which has made me very nervous. I've had hate that's.
Let me stop it real quick. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My am I delayed?
No.
So like when I'm not sharing it, it's smooth sailing, right? It's playing, but when I share it, it's like it's I'll send you the link. Let me send it to you. And you can play it, right? Can you play it, or you somewhere where you can play it?
Yeah,
that's what I'm about to do. That way. That work.
I got the keys.
Just had it. Come on, keys. That was crazy how they did that. Ain't that sweet though? How they did that right there. I got the keys. I like, yeah, got the keys, baby. Got the keys, man. I got the keys. Yeah, that's crazy right there. That's crazy work.
Notice how Taylor Swift didn't really back Kamala. I'm gonna leave that alone now. I'm gonna use it against you if she loses, but I hold that one.
Against who? Hold on. When did I sit up here and give her any kind of props for supporting Kamala. Nah, bro, you on that one. I don't care about no damn Taylor Swift. Hell, I mean, it is what it is. But
I'm gonna say it
yeah,
again. If
I'm not
Kamala
shocked.
wins, if Kamala
I
wins,
am not shocked.
she taking credit for it.
Of course, we already acknowledged that, bro.
I know. I want
Listen,
to get the details on
I
it.
already know.
I know we talking high level.
I sent it to you in the chat. I had keys.
Georgia early vote 4 million.
We've got
keys
with us tonight. It's the one and only Professor Allan Lichtman. He has correctly predicted 9 of the last 10 elections. And the one he got wrong, 2000, he argues he actually got right since Al Gore beat George W. Bush in the popular vote. So exactly how does Lichtman make his predictions? Well, he says we should follow his 13 keys to the White House. They include things like incumbency and third-party candidates, state of the economy, and social unrest. If 6 or more go against the party in the White House, its candidate will lose. Fewer than 6, its candidate will win. So what are the keys saying today? Let's bring in Allan Lichtman to talk all about it. Professor Lichtman, look, your keys are pointing toward Kamala Harris. Has anything happened in the last few weeks that makes you feel more confident in your prediction?
Nothing has changed. And by the way, I didn't say I was right in 2000 because of the popular vote. I said I predicted the right president based on the intent of the voters in Florida, as I proved in my 2001 report to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. But historians will be debating 2000 forever. Nothing has changed. The biggest myth in American politics is the so-called October surprise. I've always issued my predictions before then and never changed them. In 2016, for example, we had the biggest October surprise. Donald Trump on tape bragging about sexually assaulting women, and a lot of women coming out and saying, yeah, he did that to me. Even Republicans were saying he was finished. I did not change my prediction of a Trump win, which, Laura, you can imagine did not make me very popular in 90% plus Democratic DC, where I teach at American University.
Well, you usually have a lot of butterflies ahead of an election, even if you are people getting backlash or otherwise. But you have said that this year, you say you feel like you have I think it was a flock of crows, not just butterflies, in your stomach. What makes you so anxious this time?
Well, 2 things. Number one, I have never experienced the kind of hate I've had heaped on me this time, which has made me very nervous. I've had hate that's scurrilous, vulgar, threatening, violent. Security of my family's been compromised. We've had to notify the police. We've had to fortify our home. It's been terribly upsetting. The other thing is, I believe democracy is on the line in this election. If I'm wrong, so be it. I think being wrong once is not going to discredit my system, but I think if I'm wrong, then our democracy is in very serious peril. Democracy is precious, but it can be destroyed, and it's almost always destroyed from within. And unfortunately, the trend of this century has been the decline of democracy all over the world, and I'm worried about our country.
I'm so sorry to hear, in addition to what you've described, what you have personally had to go through in simply predicting and using your keys. The fact that you get all the vitriol and the hatred is mind-boggling to me, even though I'm not politically naive to where we are right now. I'm sorry for you and your family on that point. For other intellectuals, though, you and a polling legend, Nate Silver, you've been feuding over whose prediction methods are more accurate. The fights, frankly, have gotten pretty heated. And you just mentioned you're taking a break, taking incoming from all corners. Why do you think the climate, though, has gotten so nasty this time around?
It's Donald Trump, and I've never experienced this before Donald Trump. We've never had a candidate before who has dehumanized his political opposition, called them vermin, called them worse than the murderous dictator Kim Jong-un, who machine guns his political opponents, called for calling out the military against U.S. citizens. Not just criticizing Liz Cheney on her foreign policy, which would be fine, but talking about her facing 9 gun barrels shooting at her. We're saying he wouldn't mind if people shot at the so-called fake news, the press. This is what is different. This is what we have never seen before in American politics. He said he'd be a dictator on day one, to drill, drill, drill. Well, drilling doesn't take one day. It takes months and years. And no dictator in the history of the world has ever relinquished power after being a dictator on day one. And by the way, I didn't like Trump any better in 2016 when I predicted his win. My predictions are totally nonpartisan. I predicted the 2 most conservative presidents of our time. My first prediction was of Ronald Reagan in April 1982, when 60% of Americans said he was too old to run again.
And here we are at the 11th hour practically, and your predictions, you say stand, and you're not changing your mind on what you've got from these different keys. I'll be really intrigued to see what happens this coming Tuesday, as frankly the entire globe is as well. Allan Lichtman, always a pleasure to pick your brain. Thank you.
My pleasure. And the keys are the North Star of prediction. They don't change.
Donald Trump delivering a dark closing message. The former president casting doubt on an election where the results haven't even been tallied yet. He is already priming supporters.
I ain't gonna hold you. There's a lot of people that want to see him. They want to see him fall on his face, boy. You already know that, bro. They want him to. They want to crush Allen. That whole. He was on. What was the other one? Where it was kind of contentious. Oh yeah, he was on him and. Did you see when him and Shank kind of like went at it? Shank was trying to go try to like tell him about his keys. He like, you know, he like, do you know who the what did he ask him? He said, do you know who the 34th president? You know, he like a history professor, so you know he owed his ass. He just like, do you know what you're talking about? He's like, I don't have to know. I don't have to know. Oh, that was hilarious, man. You want to play it? You want to play it?
Was Donald Trump's closest win in 2020.
Yo,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I messed my phone up by accident.
Oh. It's kind of.
He's clearly worried about North Carolina because he knows if Kamala Harris wins our state, she is the next president of the United States. That's why that Donald Trump or J.D. Vance have been here almost every day, it seems, over the last couple.
Governor Roy Cooper, he is a National Advisory Board member for the Harris campaign. Mr. Governor, what do you think? When are we going to get results from North Carolina?
Yeah. I think we'll get them pretty early, but the thing is, this is going to be a razor's edge race. It always is in North Carolina. This was Donald Trump's closest win in 2020. He's clearly worried about North Carolina because he knows if Kamala Harris wins our state, she is the next president of the United States. That's why that Donald Trump or J.D. Vance have been here almost every day, it seems, over the last couple of weeks, because they're worried. I've been out at our places that are working on Get Out the Vote. We have a superior ground game with the Harris campaign. People are excited. I've said many times, I've got that 2008 feeling because North Carolina last voted for a Democratic presidential candidate in Barack Obama in 2008. We made history. I believe we're going to make history again. Our early vote returns were our early voting was very high. People are turning out today. There's a lot of excitement here in North Carolina because we know that we can turn the tide of this race.
Well, Governor, let me ask you about you know, the issue of the storm and how much do you think that was a factor? I know that as a governor, you had to deal with a lot of, moving polling places, tracking people who were evacuated. People still aren't in their homes. You lost power for weeks. What's going on there?
Helene was the deadliest and most devastating storm North Carolina has ever faced. We estimate now about $53 billion in damages, and you compare that to Hurricane, and we passed a bipartisan bill to give Willoughby, North Carolina, wanted to rebuild stronger.
In your state, as across the nation, this is a deadlocked race. So as you look at those early voting numbers, as I'm assuming you're getting some reports already back for what's being seen on the ground this morning, what are the early indications you're feeling, and what are you going to be watching for tonight?
Well, we know that women's reproductive freedom is going to be a significant issue in this race. In North Carolina, the supermajority Republican legislature overrode my veto of a 12-week abortion ban by 1 vote. The people of North Carolina know that Donald Trump is responsible for that, and many people are mad about it. I'm not a political pundit, but one thing that has caught my eye is that in early vote in North Carolina, 55.5% of the electorate was women. That's a record. I think women are coming to the polls in greater numbers. I think our suburban vote.
I will say this, DC. I just wish they had a year or 10 months. I just be curious. Those messages that like Tim Walz and her have been pushing out, I wonder what they have really truly soaked in. I mean, 101 days, it's hard to get a message to kind of soak in. That's why it's really unfair to them, to be totally honest with you, win or lose. It takes time for messages to sink into people.
True.
And it's a lot more easier to run propaganda because they're unknown. You know what I mean? So people don't have a counter to people who are going at them, basically. Definitely unfair, but we're here. Life's not fair.
Is up significantly. As you know, North Carolina is the 3rd fastest growing state in the country. So our demographics are changing. We have a lot more college educated people. Our bluer, larger counties are even larger. So we feel very positive that North Carolina can hold a key here. Kamala Harris presents the kind of future that the Gen Zers, the people who have come here to open a business, want to see. She's been to North Carolina 21 times since she has been vice president. She cares about this state. I'll tell you, I want a president who wakes up every morning thinking about the American people rather than a president who wakes up every morning thinking about himself. That's the choice that we have.
Lieutenant governor right now is impacting the way voters might be turning out for Democrats at the top of the ballot with Kamala Harris and all the way back down.
North Carolina Republicans have nominated the most extreme slate of right-wing candidates in the history of our state, led by Mark Robinson, which many people know about his history. But they've also nominated extreme candidates for Attorney General, Superintendent of Public Instruction, and other of the wing of the party. Don Davis, much better, represents rural.
Boring.
You don't have to play up, man. You could
shit like my head hurt. Master.
I'm going to play. I'm gonna give you some good bait. I know you already seen this already, so I'm gonna send it to you.
I watch too much social media. Everybody talks super fast. And I didn't speed it up. That's my fault.
All right, I got you. I got you, sir. That should be a good one. It's all for you.
Well, can you give me something from the right? Is this going to be another left-wing propaganda video?
I just said it. I said it's pretty good. It's just for you. That's for you. Nice little.
We get
Scooby snack. That nice little Scooby snack. Yeah.
Finally getting something fair here. Fairness. Fair. Fairness.
Oh, yeah, that's what they said.
Common question that we get: when are we going to know? So let's turn to the wall to understand why the results could take a little bit longer, and some say it'll be quicker than in 2020. Remember, so let's take a look at past clashes. I mean, this is what we remember. Took 4 days.
2020, this is when Kamala gets the call. We did it, Joe. This is a big moment, but it was 4 days out.
Right. The problem was there was a red mirage to start. What was that mirage? Voting day usually belongs to Republicans. A lot of states, and we'll get to this later, count late. Now, let's look back. Remember this, the biggest upset maybe in political history.
This was huge. This is where you saw all the tears from anchors as well as people in the crowd. She was supposed to crash that glass ceiling. It didn't happen, but we got the results at 2:29 a.m.
But guess why she did give in? Barack Obama had to call her up and say, Hillary, you lost.
You got to
Remember,
concede.
This was quick.
You got 2012, Mitt Romney against Barack Obama. Incumbent, obviously, got the election results that night to 11:38.
Right. Again, Brett was able to go to bed early here. McCain conceded around 11:06, made a really historic speech, and cited Booker T. Washington was once not invited to the White House controversy to be at the White House because there's a black man eating with the president's family, and then he, of course, would be a black president.
That's exactly right. You got Kerry conceded very early, 11:02 a.m. the next day.
He's had a little problem.
This is the craziness.
He's the conceded, and then he unconceded, but he eventually would lose when they recounted Florida. All right, so let's talk about why there might be a little bit of a delay.
This is critical right here. So this is new for a lot of people. The in-person votes, obviously, a lot of people talk about that, but you got the mail-in ballots as well as the early voting as well.
All right, key states may have results delayed because of laws requiring mail-in ballots be counted Election Day. Some go early. So let's take a look at this map. In the 7 battleground states, in the green, you allow counting to begin before Election Day. This way, when the Election Day results are counted, you know the answer. But some have to wait by state constitution for the Election Day to happen to start opening up the envelopes.
Yeah, Brian, so it's interesting. When you look at Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, so they're getting all these mail-in ballots. They cannot start counting them until Election Day, so about 7 a.m. And then if you're going to submit mail-in ballot, it has to be submitted by the time the poll closes.
Expect Georgia to come out quick. Expect Pennsylvania. They'll have some troublesome counties. They always seem to do it. But they're allowed to count ahead of time. That is key. So are they. Florida did it right. So you get it really quick from Florida after having trouble in the past. All right, and
the legal challenges.
The legal challenges are already happening. And the thing is, what the Trump team says is, yeah, we challenged, we got heard in court, but they basically ruled not to hear the challenge. That's why so many challenges are happening before Election Day.
So most of these challenges, although you hear them on a national level, they're going to be done on the state level. There's going to be some back and forth right there, bro.
Right. I mean, this is where a lot of the campaign money went to lawyers to be ready to go. Each state has its own set of rules and recount challenges and certification of results. Now, each party has to understand those rules to be able to act quickly and decisively to get quick answers back. Because if you wait too long, this whole thing gets ratified and all your challenges become.
I'm pushing hard, baby. I'm coming through.
So today is Election Day, and right now we're looking at the different paths to 270 and what viewers can expect tonight as the polls close and the results roll in. So, of course, we're going to bring in the best. Joining us right now, Fox News contributor, former White House counselor, and the host of Here's the Deal on Fox Nation, Kellyanne Conway. All right, let's look at the path because there are several of them. First, we got 6 of the 7 toss-ups, so we're going to break them down. Okay, this is Kamala Harris' path. And this is the blue wall. What do you see here?
That's really her only path tonight. They've all but given up on North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, the other 7 swing states.
They're giving up, D.C.
The wall has voted as a block since 1992. And it has voted as a block for the Democratic nominee with the exception of 2016, when all 3 states went to Donald Trump. He swept them and he became president by 77,000 votes. This is important because Biden got them back, but Biden added a couple of other states. Kamala Harris is doing worse in those states than Biden did. And Nevada, I'm looking at Nevada for Trump as a different path. We'll get to him. This is her only path because Nevada
that gets her to 270.
That just gets her right to 270 because of this new Nebraska 2 thing that the Republican leadership in Nebraska should have taken care of. Frankly, it's silly. But she's got to go and win back from Trump those 3 states that he swept in 2016. Trump's got many more paths. By the way, this is the first time, Lawrence, this is the first time that Donald Trump has a public polling path to 270 in his 10-year presidential
Let's
career.
talk about that because if Donald Trump sweeps the East,
you go, DC.
North Carolina, in
He's
Georgia,
the president, and it's an early night.
that gets him to 270 as well,
That's
right?
That's an early night. And then he's just tacking on Arizona Nevada. Nevada has not gone presidentially since 2004, but that is the only state that went from a Democrat to Republican governor in 2022. They're really suffering with foreclosures, defaults, unemployment in Nevada.
But Kellyanne, this doesn't include Arizona.
No, I said you can add Arizona. I got him at 297 on a good day, in the best scenario. And I can even add on to that. I think Michigan is one she may be able to get. That's the last one for Trump. But he's got Pennsylvania.
You sound like her, DC.
Difficult to poll. It showed Hillary
Yeah, the
Clinton
opposite way.
by almost double
Well,
digits.
we'll see which reality is the real thing.
Before we move on,
I like her
election
logic.
results coming in. So it's going to take a while. So we could be waiting, though, right?
It'll take a while, but here's what we're not waiting for. The early vote and the voter registration returns. What the RNC has been able to do, America First Works, Sentinel, Turning Point USA, and of course, Trump himself and the Trump campaign has been nothing short of remarkable. Cutting those voter registration gains by the Democrats more than in half and getting folks out early to the polls. They won that lawsuit in Bucks County.
See, the reason why she said he has the most passes is that she automatically gives him North Carolina and Georgia.
Automatically.
So
they're very confident. They're very confident that Georgia and Carolina is automatic.
That's the problem. You see what I'm saying?
Which means that it's not a swing state then, right? These are not swing states then. Which one is it? Make your mind up. Is it a swing state or is it not a swing state?
So that's what I'm saying. So either she's right or I'm wrong on that. Because here's the thing, because the multiple paths come through those two. That's the thing. It comes through those two. See, but see, the thing is, when she's saying multiple, he still has to win those two to make the multiple paths work. She doesn't. Especially if she holds the blue wall. There's no way. Like if she holds the blue wall, that gives her the open path.
Well, it's the same logic. It's the same.
That's what I'm saying. It's just the same logic. It's just in reverse.
If she holds the blue wall, or if he holds the Sun Belt, not the Sun Belt, but the
exactly. He holds the Southern Sun Belt, which is North Carolina and Georgia. But he has to get both of them, because without both of them, none of those other ones on the West Coast even works, because they don't need those other ones, because they will be overwhelmed by the blue wall and these two. And she doesn't need two; she just need one. That's the multiple. That's the multiplicity of it. For anybody that's watching this that don't think that it works the opposite way, it does. She's just automatically giving them North Carolina and Georgia.
She ain't even talking about Georgia, North Carolina.
She got it beat red. Look at that. Oh, that's automatic. We got automatic. That. You know, but that's not the reality. That's not what's happening.
Trust and believe me. I remember Carl Wolf. I remember Carl Wolf on Fox News when Biden was it?
Yeah.
When Biden was it Biden?
Yeah,
Biden won. Yeah, it was crushed.
They were crushed because Georgia flipped on them, because their whole understanding was that no way did Georgia flip.
But they don't believe in her. That's the difference.
Right.
It's specifically her. They don't believe she's going to turn them out, basically.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's energy.
And I don't believe it either, but we're going to find out.
But that's the energy behind the Georgia vote. The Georgia vote, because to me that is the path to the multiple ways.
Yeah, me and you are not on PA. We're on Georgia. Georgia is our horse.
Right. Even more so than PA, because if PA drops to it still opens up the different pathways, because if all she needs now is just either Arizona or Nevada to flip to get to like 270. You're just trying to get to 270 at that point.
Right.
But if she's talking about opening them out, she's at 297. Nah, he ain't gonna get no 297, sister. That's not gonna happen.
One of them gonna get 297.
That's a little. But I'm saying that's a little rich right there.
No one's getting 270. Somebody's getting 300.
But I'm saying hold on. Like if it's going to be, if Trump wins, it's going to be like 270, 280 at the max. At the max.
Nah, you crazy.
If he wins. And that's a small if. If he wins, it would be like
you get a little too confident.
I'm a little ahead of my skis.
Let's see. Show me what you're talking about.
I'm out in the Aspens. Okay, so let's work it out.
You're saying that he's
hold on. Let's work it her way. Now, automatically, she gives them Georgia and North Carolina. Now do that. No, forget Pennsylvania, because she said Pennsylvania. She gave him the blue wall. Now see that right there. No, I'm saying she gave them a blue wall by saying that normally they hold the blue wall. That's the only. that means that he has to win, or not he. She has to win. She has to win PA for it to work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what she's trying to. She's trying to tell them like everything is cool as long as we hold up these two states. If we automatically got them in the bag, because Georgia and North Carolina, yeah, that still gives him an option. But see, the thing is that if she holds the blue wall, which is Wisconsin, this and that other, that still doesn't do enough. She still gets it. Like if you click on the blue wall, just click the blue wall real quick. You could leave everything the same, I think, and I think that still gets it to 270. If I'm not mistaken.
It's not gonna be 270.
Yeah, that's what I see. What it says up there. So Nevada can still go. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's where she's gonna be if she does what you're talking about, in my opinion.
No, but I'm saying, but you can make Nevada, but
this.
you can make Nevada red though. Is what I'm saying, bro.
But what I'm saying is that what I'm telling you is that it's either gonna go what you saying right now. I'm just telling you, it's gonna either go this way.
Okay.
Right. Remember something. Yeah. You're mirroring every state. All these states, everything that's set up outside of Nevada. These other states here, Georgia, North Carolina, sort of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. All these states here,
right,
are set up the same way.
Right.
In my opinion.
Right.
And so
there you are.
It's either going to be 308, 230, roughly ish, or 292 for her. If he wins,
those are the multiple
Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. Those are the multiple pathways. PA. Which is a great night, by the way. Yeah. That's it. That's all he needs. Yeah.
Nevada.
Yeah.
He's going to take Michigan.
Come on, man.
And there's his 302.
No, that's you little ahead your skis. You
so that's Trump.
You little ahead your skis. You little ahead. See you wanted to jump. You wanted to jump out.
He had the 297 or 306.
You was tantalizing. You got that tantalizing. No, it will be at 2. At the most, it will be at the 292. Let's go. Let's take Michigan away. She's not losing Michigan, bro. No, that's not happening.
I already took it off.
Okay, so what it comes
out? What I'm saying is that if he wins, he's 297.
So that's her 297. That's her 297, I would imagine. That's her map. Okay.
No, that's his 297. No, that's his 297.
But that's her map too. That's what she said. I think he can get up to
297. Oh yeah. It's her map.
That's her map. So I'm trying to look at it. So
I agree with her. If he wins, it's gonna look like this when it's all said and done.
Right, Georgia flips back red. They break the wall, but they have to take. Hold on, so you still got to take Wisconsin too, though, right? So take Wisconsin away. It's still 270 though. If you give,
no one's going to be at 270. No one's going to be at 270. That's not real.
I don't think it's going to be exactly at 270. It's still over 270. Is what I'm saying.
It's not going to be 270, 275.
Can you take Wisconsin? Can you take Wisconsin away from me, my friend? Okay, so it's 287. It's still 287. It's still good. So that's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be more than that though.
Come on, bro. You live ahead of your skis. with the
whoever wins. Whoever wins is gonna be in the 290s or the 3s.
Okay.
Either side.
Now, hold on.
When it breaks, it's gonna break.
I got you. But the first one that you pulled up, I think that's what it's going to be. I really think that's really what it's going to be. The one that you pulled up, the original one. So let's go back to the original one that we just pulled up where we had the map up at first with North Carolina and Georgia. You scroll down real quick. Let's take a look at it one more time. Let's scroll down and look at it one more time with the original map where we talked about where Georgia and North Carolina both flipped. You could lead that. You could just make PA blue too. This is the dangerous scenario. And then North Carolina and then Georgia.
270.
Yeah, I know, but
so you already got it.
But that's what I'm saying. But the pathways open up with North Carolina and Georgia. If you add North Carolina, you said that's not going to be 270, right? So if you add Georgia.
It's either going to be 308. It's either going to be 308.
308 or 292, right?
Or it's going to be 292. Yep.
Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, because Yeah, North Carolina, like I said, it can still break red, of course.
It's not going to be sporadic. It's not going to be this state and then this. And this. It don't work like that.
292.
Yeah.
292 or 308 for Harris is probably the pathway, and then for Donald is
if people show up in Georgia, if she takes Georgia,
281 and 297. That's what it was. So that's what I'm rolling with. 281, 297 for Donald, for the Don.
Got you.
At the cap. All right, I give you that. So she had the pathway right, but it's just the she a little ahead of the skis. The little ahead of the skis. You got a little ahead of your skis. Ahead of your skis.
Want to go early? Go and do that. Make a plan. People listen to that, and we have historic turnout. Democrats used to own that space in 2020 and 2022. So we like what we're seeing in early returns in states that register by party. Wisconsin and Michigan do not, so a little tougher to understand.
So, Killian, let's say all the polling has been wrong, and Harris has a good night, and she sweeps the Sun Belt. How does that look?
If she sweeps the Sun Belt, well, then she still has to. Let's see. She'd still have to. Well, are you adding one of those for her?
Yeah. This will get her to 289.
If you're saying that you're giving her these.
Yeah, if she sweeps the Sun Belt and gets that.
It's a big if, and I'll tell you why. It's a big if, and I'll tell you why. President Trump has been dotting this map ubiquitously. He's gone the most, I believe, to Pennsylvania, but he's gone to all the states. In Georgia,
she's his best
he is
asset.
tapping into Brian Kemp's ground game,
and she has not been included
in
this campaign.
That's
a plus.
North Carolina, you have a Republican gubernatorial candidate who's going to lose today, probably by double digits. Yet it doesn't affect Trump because
I think her and her husband got divorced too, by the way.
Early after those hurricanes too. Kamala Harris is at a fundraiser in San Francisco. It's just like East Palestine, Ohio. When you show up and people are in pain, they remember that and they show up for you.
So Donald Trump, if he has a really good night tonight, he builds the red wall.
That's Wisconsin, baby.
Michigan, PA, Arizona. And let's just say they win Georgia.
Rewind that one more time.
He
said that was some juice. He said that was some juice.
They remember that and they show up for you.
That's your boy.
So Donald Trump, if he has a really good night tonight, he builds the red wall. That's Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, Arizona. And let's just say they win Georgia without the alliance of Kemp. He still has a great night.
He has a phenomenal night. That's why I'm saying Donald Trump has more past to
270. He acknowledging North Carolina and Georgia on this map. That's hilarious.
In a good analysis, and generous analysis.
Now pause it real quick. Pause it real quick. See, he sees it. He sees it. He knows.
Because he knows Trump ain't gonna get all. No one's gonna get all of it. That'll be an amazing night.
You can't get it all. You're not getting both, bro. You're not getting both Georgia and North Carolina. Not today. Not doing this electorate. It has to break. It has to break so well for him. If he does, I will say this. I really don't see a way. I'm gonna hold it. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm kidding. I was gonna go full Bruno Mars. I'm gonna hold it. I got a special one though. I'm gonna hold that nugget though. I ain't gonna leave it. Yeah, you got.
Yeah,
I thought you would like that. I gave you a little lather. Get some good lather right there. You like that? Hey. Yeah.
Is Georgia, Carolina, and then you add on Pennsylvania. I expect that where the pollsters leave off, the lawyers will pick up. Both teams are ready with their lawyers, with their lawsuits, trying to make sure that all the votes are counted and make sure that we don't see any of these shenanigans where people are accepting postmarks too late, where they're saying, oh, gee, it was COVID 5 years ago, so we're worried about how people are voting. But I think all eyes are on that as well. Donald Trump told us.
Vermont and Virginia. At 7:30, polls close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And 8 p.m. is huge with 171 electoral votes at stake. The polls close in Alabama, Connecticut, D.C., Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, if you're keeping up with me, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. And at 8:30, one state, Arkansas, closes its polls. 9 p.m. is the other key poll closing time with 163 electoral votes at stake. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota,
New Mexico, New York,
Hey,
Well, it's
Dakota,
8 o'clock
South
there
got
though.
it
Dakota, Texas,
all day.
and Wyoming,
You
all
got to remember,
closing up shop.
it's like
And
8
at
o'clock.
10
Early
o'clock,
here.
polls close
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Nevada,
yeah, yeah.
Montana, and Utah. Also at 11 p.m., California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, all their polls close at that time. And take a look at this. Hawaii also wraps up at midnight tonight.
Yeah, they
And
had a
last
different
but not
time
least,
zone.
Alaska wraps
Yeah.
up at 1 a.m. And we will be there with live coverage throughout the night. Wall Street Journal senior political reporter Molly Ball joins us now for more insight on this historic election. The Harris campaign says voters are tired of the Trump message. Do you think that this is a race? That's a referendum on the former president, Molly?
I do. I think you hear that from both sides of the aisle, whether you're speaking with Trump and his supporters.
And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you?
Yeah, his wife is so out of place. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, she was just.
I am not American. I am not like you. I am not like y'all.
Very nice. Thank you. It's very nice.
As soon as this is all over, I'm heading out of here.
Social
Gonna
media.
get my divorce settlement. I'm ready to get hell up out of here.
Yeah, like
For
Joe
real.
Rogan has been just he's a
Her
great
ass ain't
guy.
going nowhere.
And that was big. That was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need it. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it.
The whole country's red.
And it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us. She's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband.
Yo, look at the little mutt to the left. You got a fucking supermodel next to you. That's just hilarious. I just laugh at that stuff, man. It just makes me laugh. It just makes me laugh.
Ain't they sound like 6'8", 6'9", or some shit? Motherfucker, tall
Yeah,
as
he's
hell.
6'10", yeah.
Damn, 6'10". God.
Big German, baby. Or half German.
Yeah. She probably got some tall
nonstop.
relatives.
So but thank you for all your support. Great job.
Yesterday and the day before, the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever going to, auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that
Just
without
chill.
being president.
Chill, Don. Chill.
Did you know
Chill.
Amazon has a $50 million
Chill.
fund that they
He got
have
to
to
get
pay
ahead of
out
his
every
skis.
month? And
That's the word of the day.
But I
Don't
think
get ahead of your
Michigan's gonna be good.
skis,
They're all
baby. Don't
looking
get ahead of
really
your
good.
skis.
Susie, I can't think of anything. You hearing any weaknesses, right?
Not
What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that. So we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed. And we'll do it. And we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? It doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
So the former president going by the headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Not even going to say it. I'm gonna let it ride. The campaign is over.
Get ahead of your skis. Get ahead of your skis, man. Ha.
I thought I seen a live. I think they're live streaming on NBC right now.
I used to love. You remember that commercial back in the day when they used to show like ABC Sports, and then you like, dun, 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 and then you got the
You rather do AP or would you rather do let me see, where's NBC at?
I really want to do John King, Skanecki, man, on the board to give that energy.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think they probably clip it. They're not gonna be.
Would they knock us? Would they knock us down? Did they knock us down last time? What about Rolly Roll? You know, Rolly gonna be Rolly Poland. He's gonna be talking big. He's gonna be talking big shit, big stuff. Everybody knows me, like I'm a movie star. He's gonna be Rolling. Gonna be trying to play bully ball today.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta feel the time.
He's gonna be talking crazy. This is the blackest show on you will never catch no commentary like this nowhere. Not on CNN, not on MSNBC, not Fox News. All them idiots over there. They don't know what they're talking about. He gonna go in. You already. What do you say? Rub my shirt. Go on, get my shirt. Hey. Shalanda.
You see the number right there. She gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, Pennsylvania wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. Hallie, you see the number right there. She gets to 270. But
trying to figure out how to get this volume right.
She has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia.
That should be low
North
enough to talk over.
She gets there at
what they
275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path?
Yeah, see how they trying to keep him at that 270 window?
Yeah,
that's not going to be 270. It's stupid. They did it in 2016. They did it in 2012. They did it in 2020. They've been doing it. It's like, yo, get the number up there.
He were to lose
It's the fun part.
He has to win somewhere
Of
else.
what? Them playing an even game. Everything is even.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be worth watching if everybody knew who was going
Nevada,
to
even with
win.
just 6 gives it to him. But if he can't win Michigan, if it's only Wisconsin, he has to win in Arizona. This is where the GOP
that's what I
really
was
has to
talking
fight
about.
hard to get
You see
those
what I'm
votes.
saying?
272, he gets
Yep.
there.
And depending on the spread,
Yeah.
Tom, in other words, depending on how close or not this race is,
more
if we're
back
waiting
to
on
you.
Arizona or Nevada, everybody wants to know when might we know the results. That could be the scenario in which you and I are sitting for the next 4 days.
Well, 4 days, maybe even the weekend. You'll remember 2020, we were waiting a long time for certain states. Arizona, look, everyone is telling us this time around, and again, take this with a grain of salt, that the states have improved, that the reporting has improved. We should get things sooner. We're hearing about states that took a long time in 2020. We may get them earlier tonight, which is going to make for a very exciting election night. It might make for an earlier election night, but you never know what can happen.
Something else that would potentially be exciting and rare would be if this was a 269 to 269 tie. If nobody got to 270.
minds of their political fans, their
You
minds
see
would
what I'm
explode. So
saying?
here's how it happens.
They're
The
gonna
easiest
do it,
way.
bro.
She wins the blue wall.
Told
Wisconsin,
you.
Michigan,
It's
Pennsylvania.
nonsense.
You'll say, Tom, 270. She goes to the
It's
White House.
nonsense,
I
bro.
say,
They're gonna
hold
take
on,
Maine
Bernie
away.
Jackson.
They gotta
Hold
take
on.
Maine
And
away.
I give Trump the
Nebraska or
Sun Belt,
Maine.
Nevada,
What if it's
Arizona,
what if it's
Georgia, North
269 or
Carolina. He's at
269?
268, and you're like, Tom, did you
Still
go to
not
school?
there, dude.
Yeah, did you get that? No. Okay, so Nebraska, it's got that
Yep,
Where's Waldo
Nebraska.
status.
Yeah.
And the reason why it has that Where's Waldo status is because it gives away electoral votes.
Yeah,
For
what
the
if it's
popular vote, the whole state, if you
269?
wanted to get two, each congressional district, though, you each get one. If Trump were to win
What
that,
race
like
has
you
been
said,
269?
he wins it.
You had I think
269,
Reagan won all 50
269,
states. I think
269,
Nixon won almost all. I mean, what are we talking about right
It'd be
Yeah,
now?
very
Nixon
hard. If
won
this happened,
everything,
the
bro.
new
But
Congress, the House
he
would pick
won
the
damn near
president, the
everything,
Senate
bro.
would pick the vice president. It's kind of a
Oh
complicated process.
man.
Chuck
To
Todd
say
would be
the
on
least,
talking
kind
for
of
like 50
complicated.
hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One of the things we were talking about
That's
too, the
crazy.
favorability, unfavorability for both Vice President Harris and for former President Trump here. We now see those unfaves for the former president. And again, underwater, 54% unfavorable, 44% favorable.
And we were talking about him all night. Garrett Haake, he's finally up and ready to go. Garrett, so look, the unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump slightly ahead when it comes to unfavorable, so you wouldn't be ahead. I guess you'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People were watching former President Trump today when he was voting in West Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He sounded a little tired. He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop for the last 4 or 5 days on the campaign trail. Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some sort of Monday morning quarterbacking saying, oh, he's tired. He doesn't look positive. Maybe it's the body language. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
Look, Tom, the former older than me. I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach. Landed about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours of this campaign with Donald Trump trying to do something not about those unfavorability numbers, which the Trump campaign has long understood are kind of baked in. There's not a person in this country who doesn't have sort of an already pretty well-established opinion of Donald Trump. They were trying to attack Kamala Harris on the issue sets rather than make him more popular, except I would say on the edges with some of these podcast interviews that they were trying to do, where they thought they might be able to introduce him to young men in particular who didn't already have fully formed opinions of Donald Trump, convince them that maybe he was a more normal guy, sort of a more laid-back guy than the public perception would be. They wanted to win on some specific issues, including immigration, which, as I dig through this poll data, I'm not convinced that they've done. In the early exits that we have seen on the question about what should happen with undocumented immigrants in this country, a significant majority of Americans saying they think they should be offered a pathway to citizenship, not deported back to the countries that they came from. Tom, this is a staple of every single Donald Trump rally, interview, press conference, appearance for the last 2 years, his idea of the world's largest mass deportation program. The voters are telling us in those exit polls they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're hearing from the Trump campaign that gives them hope tonight.
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one tiny county at a time across the country tonight.
It'll be a rural-urban divide tonight, all those battleground states pretty much. Garrett Haake, great reporting, as always. Great work on the campaign trail. All right, Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour away now from the thing that everybody has been waiting for, actual vote counts in the battleground states. 7 o'clock, watch for Georgia. That's when polls close there. 7:30, it's going to be North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then 8 o'clock Eastern, this is the big one because that is when polls close in battleground Pennsylvania. You see it there. As Tom has laid out, that could potentially be ball game for these candidates. We know that that is so critical here, Tom.
Yeah, coming up right here on NBC. The night is just getting started. New data out on these exit polls on how you, the American public, feel about issues like abortion and the border.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
Of American adults were considered illiterate. It was ultimately Thomas Nast who attached donkeys to Democrats and elephants to Republicans. Like the colors red and blue have stuck around today, these political parties.
How are you feeling? You got an hour to go.
The Associated Press. I'm
Well, I already told you how I feel about it. You know, I'm thinking pretty solid on that.
Oh, where's she at in Howard? What building is that?
I would imagine that she's probably in the Blackburn Center. You know, they hold all the events there, I would imagine. Or now maybe the main auditorium. She may be in a bigger venue. Or they could be outside, bro, and on the lawn. Where they do the
Yeah, I
graduation.
think so.
Yeah. That way they can have extra people out there to come see her, stuff like that. You want to drop the link just in case anybody want to come up and talk about the
Oh, really? I don't like these Negroes. They fuck up the rhythm. I don't like them, man.
It's just, they may not even come up, man. You know, I want people on the record though, just in case. I do want to. I just like last time. I want to get some people on the record, just in case. Just in case. Ooh. Yeah, man. So we can get you on the line. Just in case. But yeah, I think that the thing is, it's just getting that first. Let me just get that first. That, you know, it's almost like in a football game. Let me get that first hit. The first leg. Let's see what's up. You know what I mean? Like, let's see what's good. Let's see the lay of the land. You know, let's. Is it going to be a fight, or is it going to be like, you know, you laying down? Like, what's good? You know. So.
Yeah. I'm trying to think now. Do I want to wait? I might wait till the first poll close and then head down to the city and just hang out.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
So you thinking about maybe like leaving around 8:00?
First poll close, I think it's in an hour, right?
We should at least get some kind of
You won't see no numbers until probably 8:00.
No, they're gonna start doing it at 6, bro. Like 8 minutes.
6.
Yeah, preliminaries, because they're gonna close. Polls start closing.
The exit, you can know the exit polls. They're already getting them.
Yeah.
Actually, they're already getting them now.
Yeah.
Abortion is high though. I saw that on one of those states.
Abortion is high. They got democracy up there.
Yeah, that was high. Yeah.
Yeah, the economy has kind of fell back a little bit. I'm kind of surprised by that, but you know, we'll see.
Surprised.
We'll see. I thought it was the economy, stupid. I thought that's what it was.
I'm sticking to it.
That's
I'm
what
sticking
they
to
told
Carmel.
me.
I'm sticking with Carmel on that one.
Yeah.
I think your pockets matter. And it's not how much money you got in your pocket, it's how you feel.
That's always how you feel.
Do you feel rich? Or do you feel poor?
I felt good 8 years ago. Had money in my pocket. Felt good. Until COVID destroyed everything. COVID kind of gets this overwhelming blame for the last year of his presidency, but it did derail it. It's kind of hard to really give it a good analysis. He just didn't handle it well. That's the thing that I acknowledge. He didn't handle the crisis that came his way well.
And he needed a true 8 years. And then really a few years after his 8 years to really see the things that he put in place. What the sad part about a lot of these people though, is they don't understand something. Presidents are like relay races, but it's an eternity, right? Hundreds of years of relays. Is that the job is just to pass along. It's not about you.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just to pass the country along. You be there for 4 years or 8 years, and then you just pass it along.
It's literally
in good condition. That's it. Hard stop. Maybe a war, maybe no war. Who cares, right? Everything is so overly sensitive because it's all personal in his language. Instead of making this about what we do as a nation,
right?
And he doesn't know any other way to obviously speak, of course. But
yeah, they have made some inways with the economy. I'm looking at it right now. It's like 28%.
You go to the grocery store and the prices are 5 times the price.
I'm talking about the percentages on. They got numbers
on the other side.
On what other side are you talking about?
On the left.
Side? Hold on now. CNN is the left. The CNN the left.
Oh hell yeah! Fox is the left. You just put the right people online.
Oh man.
There's perhaps more
information than ever this year on security around voting. Across the country, there are many new measures in place related to the election, thanks in part to some issues.
Come out and actually exercise their civic duty and be able to vote. As far as the misinformation component of this is concerned, though, I did have a conversation recently with a young couple that just voted for the first time. They are in many ways emblematic of how a lot of us feel. It's not necessarily that they think that FEMA was only giving out $750, as was that first lie, frankly, that was out there for a couple of weeks, where the FEMA was redirecting funding from, disaster relief to the border, or any of the other things that were out there. They said that they didn't think that the community was doing a good job of disseminating water and food supplies to the people that need it. And that was a real tangible impact that affected their votes. And I'm hearing that not just from that young couple, but people who are voting across the county, guys.
The state where you are, Sam, there's also another race that a lot of people in North Carolina and well beyond are watching, and that is NC1, the state's first congressional district, which could not only be a factor for the balance of power in the House of Representatives, but could also give us an early look at some of the trend lines as far as who is turning out and where, right?
Man, we're going to know who's president in about 3 hours.
Don Davis right now, who actually won
Whew.
that previous congressional election by about 5 percentage points. But there was a mid-cycle redistricting, Hallie, and the reality is that there are fewer black voters in his district now. More right-leaning parts of, say, the Outer Banks area of North Carolina were added, and suddenly he's in a dogfight with Lori Buckout, who's a businesswoman. And the question becomes, how does this speak reflectively to what's going on across the country? Well, certainly in terms of younger voters turning out, that's part of it. But also, North Carolina is a state where there are more registered Democrats by about 100,000 than Republicans, and yet redistricting, especially when you're talking about the House, matters a whole lot because there is a supermajority of Republicans in the state legislature. This, in some respects, is a reflection of that.
Sam Brock live for us there in North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
North Carolina is going to be such a big story. We are tracking the latest exit polls as they come in, and the first polls in battleground Georgia are set to close soon.
Stay with us for our NBC News special coverage of Election Night 2024 tonight, even into tomorrow morning. Savannah and Lester are going to take you all the way through right here on NBC News. Stay with us.
Georgia.
I can't believe we're going to have a new president.
In my home.
In a few hours. I'm trying to visualize who's going to be on that stage giving a concession speech.
In Georgia earlier
Trying to visualize it. And no shenanigans. That's what I'm hoping for, though. Just clean.
delays, they were able
And
to
I'm going home to Georgia.
Our agencies kind of putting out periodic information.
Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day, bro.
I often
Man.
think, if I were
Are you live streaming tomorrow or are you good? You burnt out today?
addressing information.
It depends, man. It depends on how ahead of my skis. I got the keys. If me and Allan gonna fall on our face, me and Allan. It's me and you, baby. Me and Allan, man. Me and Allan till the wheels fall off. Can I ride shotgun with you? No, you can't ride shotgun with me. It's all about the keys. The keys are everything. You don't know about the keys? You can call the keys what you want to call it. He told that dude. He said, you have your own method. I got mine. Don't be trying to ride with me.
And the AP is wonderful.
It was like, I kind of use your keys. He's like, nah. If you don't use the keys exactly the way I implement my keys, then you can't be talking about you using the keys. The keys are very particular. They're very precise.
Right.
You
know what I was thinking?
He carried the shit out of that dude.
You know what I was thinking?
Yeah, what's up?
We can. Are we able to get to the school? Because if she becomes president tonight,
that's what I'm saying. They're gonna
they
close
don't let
that joint
anybody
off.
on campus, right?
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna close it off. I'm gonna ask my cousin though. I'm gonna ask him to see if he knows, because that's their yard. So I'll be like, hey, because he's gonna probably have the AKAs. But you know that McDonald's gonna be there. You be down the block. You still there. You just not on campus.
But when Obama won in Chicago, there was everybody was there though, right? I wasn't on.
Yeah, it's more open though. That was a more open kind of area though, because that's like kind of like it's kind of like going to the monument to a degree. That where they were at. You know what I mean? The university is kind of more locked. It's more locked down at the university, of course. You know what I mean? They can have Georgia closed off on all ends. Georgia, then where the university,
right?
Howard Hospital, they can have that joint closed off where we can't get there.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You can lock down the university real easy. I mean, I imagine right now you can still get there though. You know what I'm saying? I think they'll still allow you to go if you're going there to enjoy it, you know. They're gonna probably start to shut it down, like especially if it looks like she's about to win, because you know people are gonna start driving around because it's gonna be like to us, it's almost like her coming back to her school, homecoming for her. So it's gonna be like everybody gonna be here to celebrate it with her. You know what I mean? If it happens tonight.
They've got election night closures already.
Yeah, if it happens tonight.
Kamala Harris will spend election night in Washington, D.C. at the college she graduated from, Howard University. Fox
See what I'm
5's
saying?
Nanasini Bonsu shows us the preparations underway on campus as the school gets ready for her arrival.
Sierra, good evening. Howard University campus is transforming for the arrival of Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday. Now, the Harris and Walz campaign
we just talked about it.
confirmed last Thursday that they will be here for their election night event, and it's been nonstop preps ever since. Crews are working around the clock, placing these Jersey barriers on the bottom of these 10-foot fences on Georgia Avenue that can also be seen all throughout Howard University's campus.
This makes me feel a lot better because, you know, we are HBCU and we get so much hate.
The yard of Howard University is where Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor
It's literally we literally just talked about it. That's crazy. We literally just talked about this.
Even enjoying a meal.
It's really like magical to see what they've done here with it. It's very, you know, exciting to see this get changed into like
So
this
it's on the yard,
gigantic
yeah.
spectacle with lights and
Yeah.
stadiums and stands and all this other things.
In a letter to the Howard Community
Stadium
University
status.
President Ben Vinson III says the Department of Public Safety is working in collaboration with local and national law enforcement agencies on safety measures for our students, faculty, and staff, and an unprecedented number of visitors to our community.
Just having those outside people come here and just having the students protected by these gates and stuff in our living facilities, I think it's important.
In addition to the increased security
Oh, yeah, they
measures
got
on
it locked
campus,
down.
streets
Yeah,
nearby
they
are
got it
blocked
locked
off,
down.
as well as a number
Yeah.
of parking restrictions through Sunday, November 10th. Neighbors and businesses nearby tell us they aren't bothered with the disruption.
I'm extremely excited about it and to be in the heat of it. That's why I
Oh,
live
the
in
DC. That's what DC look like now.
We don't have the problem.
He says business may be slow due to the closures, but understands why it needs to be done. Students who will be on campus on Tuesday tell me they're looking
Yeah, we
forward
can't get up
to
in there.
this
We gotta have press
historic
pass, bro.
event.
Anything happens
They got
regardless
that
of
thing
the
locked
outcome. I just
down.
want there to be peace on this campus.
And now
The
when
students
it
can
comes
be
to
there, of course,
in-person
but you know,
classes, those
outside
are
of that, they
canceled
probably ain't
for
allowing
the
nobody in
upcoming
there.
week, but on
You see what I'm
Tuesday,
saying?
election day,
Yeah.
the entire
They got them out of school,
campus
so
will be closed, but we're told
see?
residence
Entire
halls
campus
are
is-
still open
Yeah.
for students. Now, when it comes to the
So
road
the students
closures
can
and
go.
parking restrictions
You probably got
here,
to show
we
your
have a
ID, you
full
know what I
list
mean, to
of
get
those
up
on our
in there.
website at fox5dc.com.
They're
Sierra?
not just allowed because
We're going to
if
start
you
with the
like from
presidential
Georgia,
race,
if they
and
if
our
they got it
Sean
blocked off
Yancey,
like
who
that,
is
so they got it
standing by
circled
live
up.
at Howard
So they got
University, where
news,
Vice
they got
President
news
Harris is
trucks
going
and
to be
everything
spending
up. You
election
already
night.
know, you know what I mean?
Hey there, Sean. Give us a sense of the atmosphere out there. I'm
So, yeah,
guessing there's
we're
a lot
not-
of electricity in the air, huh?
Yeah.
Leon, you guessed it right. There is plenty
Pause
of
it real quick
electricity on
though.
what is expected
I
to
want
be
people to kind of understand, like, people don't really understand like how much of HU is kind of like the heartbeat of the city. Like the students are kind of like become a part of the city, the fabric, especially people that go there that are not like really connected to whatever their hometown is. This kind of becomes their kind of like hometown in a sense. So like her going to school here, HU, the only cities that she primarily lived in her whole life outside of Canada has been what, Oakland and DC, right? Being a senator now, so she's back and forth. So where she stays here now primarily, and then you know Oakland, California, back home. So I mean, you can look at it like that. So it's almost like, you know, for her, yeah, they got it all kind of built up. So yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they got something going on. Maybe at the Busboy and Ports that's right down the block on 7th. Yeah, I imagine they probably got like a little watching party there too. You know what I mean? Because that's the last time when we saw like John Lewis and all them there rolling, everybody there.
Yeah.
At that time. Yeah. During the time.
Of course, Kamala Harris's alma mater. Let me set the scene for you.
I'm just trying to find the rules.
We've seen a few students, we've seen staffers that work here, and they've been upbeat. But we are surrounded right now by a throng of media, from local media to national media to international media, here to capture history in the making. You're taking a live look right now at the stage where the vice president is expected to speak later tonight. It is a massive stage. They're laying down blue carpet. They're putting up the flags. They're making sure everything is set for when she is expected to come out and speak to her throng of supporters later on this evening. Now, the building that you see right there behind her that will serve as her backdrop is the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. It's a National Historic Landmark designed by a renowned Black architect for abolitionist Frederick Douglass. Inside that building, you'll find the history, political science, sociology departments. It is also the building where Kamala Harris studied when she was a student there. Meantime, in the area right outside of that, this is the yard where we all are right now. In that area you see right there in the middle,
We've
that
been
is
there too many times.
the
Yes,
vice
sir.
president, her friends, families.
Yes,
will
sir.
They come out later tonight. And if you look in the area off
See
Look at
our
that media.
mentor.
Crazy.
We went
behind the
we went to see
beautiful,
our
olive tree
mentor
right
there all
that is
every
where a crowd of about
Tuesday.
20,000
Dr. Francis
supporters
Cress
are
Wellesley.
expected to
Yes,
gather.
sir.
The DNC sent out an invite this morning. 20,000 plus people are expected to gather right there as they watch history tonight on the campus of Howard University. Now, certainly they will be gathering here. Howard is one of the leading historically Black colleges and universities in our country. It was founded in 1867 and is often referred to as the Mecca for its legacy of producing Black community leaders like Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, civil rights leader Stokely Carmichael, late Maryland Congressman Elijah Cummings, and many, many others, including 3 former D.C. mayors and a former Virginia governor. And of course, Kamala Harris graduated from Howard herself in 1986. She says the university helped shape her and is where she spent some of her most formative years as a member of the student government, the debate team, and Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She is the daughter of immigrants who rose through California's political and legal ranks to become the first woman vice president in U.S. history and is now the first woman of color and an HBCU graduate to lead a major party ticket. And we should let you know, she cast her vote by mail earlier just because she wanted to let people know there were different ways that they can vote. She also
moments covering all things economy for us, and you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy and you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion, far and away from number one. The younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good. You know, more than 7 out of 10 votors, more than that, think that things are not going in the right direction.
Carver will come out and say it. I told y'all, it's the economy, stupid.
He gonna say that too. He gonna love that. The economy, the economy, the
I hear a
economy.
lot about the cost of living. I hear a lot about how expensive like a pound of burger meat is, or
How much of that Big Mac? That Big Mac. I want that chicken Big Mac.
Of course, gas prices coming down, inflation coming down.
That
But that is a
chicken
question
Mac.
that we asked
That's
on these
crazy, by
exit
the way.
polls, Proceed, and you're getting into that as well.
Yeah,
Have you
and there's
seen that? They
housing
got
and
like
there's
a chicken
childcare
Mac
and there's
now.
wages, depending on where you
Nope.
are in the country, there are different
Yeah,
sort
they
of
got like
pain
a
points
chicken Mac
in
or
terms
whatever
of
it's
how
called.
people are feeling. We asked in the
It's
last
just a
year,
Big
has
Mac with
inflation
chicken.
caused your family a severe hardship? 21%, a moderate hardship, 53%. That is a
Hardship, not at all.
huge proportion of the electorate
right.
that thinks that
That's the
inflation
real
has been a
America right
hardship.
there.
No hardship at all. Surprising, only 24%. Some might say they can't believe it's that high, considering how many people have been complaining about inflation. And by the way, this is a question we didn't even have to ask 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were asking about the pandemic. Now so it's a reminder. I want to show you this one really quickly. Family finances, worse today, 45%. That is the
She shouldn't
highest,
win, bro.
worst family finances compared to 4
But see,
years ago.
Biden's
in 5
not running.
presidential cycles.
Biden
That's
gets
even a little bit higher
Biden
than the
loses
great
all 50
financial
states.
crisis, guys.
That's so
if he
interesting.
wins.
New Orleans, thank you
It
very
would have
much.
been beat
Appreciate
red, huh?
that. You know that
It would've been
campaigns
beat
and
red, man.
candidates are
I
looking at
don't
this
know
data
about
too.
that one.
Peter Alexander and
I don't know
Dasha
about that one.
Burns are covering both the Harris
Maybe
and Trump
California.
campaigns. As we're just getting our
I
look
hear
now at favorability
Maybe the
ratings
West
for each
Coast
of the
and the East
candidates. I
Coast.
want to show you here.
Okay.
Donald Trump will start here. 54% of voters view him unfavorably, 44% favorably. But Dasha, as you well know, part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote. It's about supercharging the people who already back him, Dasha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a large focus for that base is men. You heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. I, from being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor for this election. And you can see that in just the closing messages that we watched from those candidates. Former President Trump last night.
Pause it real quick. Just real quick. Can you pause it or you just can turn it down?
Joe Rogan.
Can turn it down a little bit.
Yeah. My thing is,
men, especially young.
why can't they just say it's up to white women to vote their interest? Like, you're already saying there's a chasm, there's a difference. White men should vote the way that they vote. I understand it. Actually, it makes sense. It's logical all the way across the board. Fuck your feelings. I'm voting for me and mine and our way of life and what we structured here in America. We run this. Ain't no excuses. White supremacy all day. I can understand that. There's no. It could be 99 to. I mean, literally, that's understandable. Okay, whatever you're getting from them is what you're getting. But the women thing, when it comes down to whatever
Did you see your truthy?
Whatsoever with.
Did you see it?
No, what happened? I didn't see it.
There you go. Watch this. Boom. There you go. 4:39 p.m.
Damn, already, bro.
Already.
You think that's him doing it, or you think somebody got his phone? What? It's 4:30. Come on, man. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. What did you It's almost like he has split personality. I don't know. Like, maybe that's not him. Maybe it's somebody else. I don't know. It gotta be somebody running his account. Shit. So she made moves on the favorability tip. That's crazy.
She just needs more time. Then we can get a better number, but it's too late for that.
Yeah. You can turn it
100
back
days. 100 days.
Yeah, she sprinted though. She took it 100 miles and running though, for sure. Surprise, niggas.
I'm speaking is the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president's favorability is at 48%. Joe Biden's is at 41%. She's well outperforming him right now. Of course, there have been real concerns that the sense that Americans thought the country was headed in the wrong direction. They had largely been dissatisfied.
Oh, you see the bottom? You see the bottom?
The office could.
Be ready. It's happening.
In part, what
happened? Let me see.
Get out of this race, but she is not only outperforming Biden, she's also outperforming former President Donald Trump at 44% right now. And what's also striking to me is in the NBC News poll,
starting to come in.
Not only a matter of days.
Oh yeah, I see the numbers. I see the numbers now. I see the numbers. Yeah.
Where's your view of Donald Trump's time in office now than they did at the time itself? 48% saying that they like the way he handled his time in office, which is notable because his favorability right now, according to these exit polls, early exit polls, is at 44%. So that number has come down a little bit as well. So those are some of the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of this evening. A couple other things that we're watching, and campaign advisors are flagging to reporters like myself, reaching out and speaking to them. They are seeing large numbers among young voters, particularly on college campuses. We were told specifically about Lehigh with a 7-hour line.
That's your spot.
More voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign's
Lehigh County.
Form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former
So that means, I was telling you that the lines were long in Philly.
Yeah.
So that means they're gonna probably mark off the line like at a certain time and just keep them in line and say y'all can stay if you want. If you want to leave, you can leave.
So let's get a look at some of the
But you can
results here. And I
vote,
want to
but
start
it's going to
with
probably
the
take
blue
you
wall.
longer
So
to get
remember, that's
inside.
Pennsylvania, that's
Do
Michigan,
your
that's
thing.
Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia. And you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for as well. 30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so...
If Kamala wins Georgia tonight, or she's ahead,
twice,
he's going to tweet
very close race.
non-stop.
And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along with a slew of other states, including some with
He's
key
going to
Senate
tweet
races, for
nonstop.
example, like in Maryland.
Yeah,
Ohio also
whatever
has
Truth
one
Social
closed by
is
8
on.
p.m.
Social gonna be on fire.
7:30. We've got a
Is
lot
it
to
true
get
that
to
is it
tonight,
true that
and we're going to
is
continue
it
our
true that
rolling
True
coverage. We're
Social
going to
is
take you
making more
live
money
to
than
3 of these
X
critical swing states in just a
or
couple
Twitter?
minutes.
I
Checking in
I
with our
haven't heard
teams
anything.
in
I haven't heard anything
Georgia,
about that.
Wisconsin, as our
I know
special coverage
the number of the stock
decisions.
did started to go up though. It was in a tank, but it started to climb up. I do know that. So no, but I mean, X is private anyway. It's a big protest in Israel right now because they fired the Secretary of Defense, I think, or whoever he is. He's been running everything. He been running the whole war. I don't know why he got fired though.
Closer to the Gaza border.
That's the hope.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
We are back now with our Decision 2024 election night coverage right here on NBC News. The country is still voting. Somebody you know may be out at the polls even now, but we are getting some data in from our exit polls here, like how voters feel about the way things are going in the country today. You see 72% of those polled say that they feel dissatisfied or angry. It's a negative view of where we are in America right now. 6% say they feel enthusiastic or satisfied. We've also been talking about what early exit polls, and again, these numbers could change throughout the course of the night and the course of the next couple of weeks as we get information in. But with the state of democracy as the top issue, 25% feel that it is secure, 73% feel that it is threatened. I want to bring in our political editor, Chuck Todd, to talk us through some of these numbers. Chuck, your takeaways.
Look, this is a macro election. This is not one that's being decided by a single issue. Voters coming in here, they're nervous. They're not happy with the way things are going. When you have 70+%, there's going to be both Harris and Trump voters in there.
That's right.
Right. I mean, so this is not about they're not happy with a specific party in Washington. This is bigger than that. This is about who's an American. So I do think that you see, this is why I think you've seen what feels like, people feeling not as good about how things are going about the country, but also uncertain. They're not even certain that either president is going to make them feel great. Yeah. They're just clearly nervous about what the other side might do. Look, the other takeaway I have here is the fact that I think the makeup of this electorate, fewer people identifying with either major party. Now, if you think about it, if you're dissatisfied with the way things are going, you're not happy with how if you think democracy is threatened, then it actually makes a lot of sense that you don't want to identify with either major party.
That's right. That you're not.
Well, I think that's a big deal. I think we're in a moment here. We've been in the middle of a realignment. This feels like we're in the middle of another one here. The fact that there are going to be more people identifying as independent, more people identifying as moderate that have ever voted in the last two times that Donald Trump was on the ballot. I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I'd be very careful reading too much in it right now.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway is let's be careful then, thinking we know anything based on some of these.
It's pretty clear, right, that whoever wins independence is going to win this election because it's the only way you can win, because so fewer, literally only fewer than 3 in 4 voters are picking one of the two major parties to identify with.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get on that road to 270. So I want to head to one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The city of Milwaukee now says it will recount all of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain
And the shenanigans have started.
Yeah, Hallie, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather all of that early vote, people who voted early in person and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one location. And what they found is that the 13 high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of an abundance of caution and to eliminate any doubt, and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state, and we'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there in just about 40 minutes from now. Remember, this was a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss, and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support that. We're asking voters there, how confident are you that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%, say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there. Blaine, give us a gut check on where things stand.
Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the Fulton County Elections Hub. You talked about polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those many claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Hallie, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening happening around the state, you know about those record early voting numbers. More than 4 million people cast a ballot. That led to very short lines today. In fact, I got a story. Me and my amazing producer, Charlie Guile, we went around to about 15 or so different polling locations throughout a couple of counties. Every single place we saw almost no line. I talked to some people. They told me most of them said that their wait was as short as about 5 minutes or so. Some people in the 15-minute range earlier in the morning. But that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock, because that's an hour after polls close. That's state law. So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly, Hallie.
As you're talking with voters who have been in line, Blaine, as you've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course of not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, what stands out to you?
I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say, Metro Atlanta for both candidates is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part, on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come in and take them across the finish line, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Battleground, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now, where Shaq, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes. Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be recounted. Nothing nefarious happening, but because of an agreement between Republicans and Democrats, they just want to make sure that there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those ballots. That might mean a later night here in Milwaukee. But outside of that, everything has been going smooth. I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you, here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning stretched out of the door, that it went an hour long or so. And they actually have a small college in the area. So they said that they've been having a lot of people take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that you were just looking at and actually register in person on this election day. I'll tell you, my favorite story, Hallie, is that someone said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park, hit a long walk, and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. Yeah. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats. Saw a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them. So we're going to be watching these results very closely. Unfortunately, those results might take a little bit longer to come and to be produced because of that little snafu downtown.
Shaq Brewster talking with who may be the latest late decider in the polling place where you are now. Shaq, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are just about now 35 minutes away from polls closing in Battleground, Georgia. Not too long from now, you can see the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch. You've also got 7:30 poll closings in North Carolina. Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race there. And you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one, as our special coverage here of Decision 2024 continues tonight. Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt will pick up right after a break. They are going to take you all the way to 2 a.m. Eastern and potentially beyond. I'll be there too with exit poll data, joined by Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker, and Tom Yamas. See you in a minute.
Can you go to the CNN feed, or I think they have the numbers. They have the numbers up a little bit more up there.
Is CNN live streaming on YouTube?
Oh no, not on YouTube. My bad. No. I don't think so.
Yeah, MSNBC, they don't live stream on YouTube.
No, they don't. No, you're right.
This is NBC. Yeah, it's NBC. This is their little streaming, their streaming channel. What numbers are they at?
They got like a little bit of Indiana. Indiana's up. They have and that's like 70-30 Trump right now. It's like 5 to 6% in. I just went to commercial.
Yeah, they were showing it on here earlier though, about 15 minutes ago, and it was at 1% and 2% in Indiana and Ohio.
Yeah.
The NAS at 5. You see that it's starting to happen.
What's that? What happened?
Them test drone. Amazon just got to do some testing on the drones to drop your stuff off. That's gonna be crazy.
Let's see. Let's see. We have so key race alert. So Kentucky is 65-32.
Top story live from Paris.
They have
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist.
so yeah, those are the main two, Indiana and Kentucky. Those are the two I see right now that they're talking about.
Good evening from our NBC News.
And of course, all the rural areas are closing out first.
Maybe the closest
They haven't done
election
Frankfurt and
has
Lexington
seen,
yet.
We are going to cover
Kentucky.
Coverage of election night begins right now.
So we'll see.
Tonight, it all comes down to this.
That ain't no number.
One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election rocked by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150 million Americans who headed to the polls to have their voices heard.
Our correspondents live at campaign headquarters and with real-time updates from across the battleground states. Our decision desk ready to call the races. And our expert team here to break down all of it.
We have brand new
See, this is the janky one. We don't have MSNBC with all the flash.
Yeah,
with
no.
Kornacki. We got the B group.
We got the D team.
We got the D team.
The D team, bro. Not even the B team. The D team. Yeah, that's
They
crazy.
still be shitting on the internet. It's crazy to me with these big corporations.
Democracy Plaza at Rockefeller Center. Here now, Lester Holt and
Do you
So overproduced too.
do you want to take a look at the video where Roland was talking to some Gen Z people that's kind of giving them a little pushback? It's pretty good discussion. It's not live. I don't think he'll clip it if it's not live.
Election night with the polls so close.
We can skip through it while we wait for them to come with some more numbers.
I think they're about to do it right now.
Because this is a good set right here. They're like the A team, but they're different. We can just
Oh
keep it
yeah.
here.
Yeah, this is NBC people.
Yeah, they good.
lines across the country as Americans carry out their civic duty.
Well, I figured they were about to give us the numbers.
The
Yeah,
billion
they're about to
dollars
get
in
into it.
TV ads. Have you seen some of those? The first polls are finally set to close in less than a half hour. And
Yeah, that was a pretty good discussion that Roland had with some Gen Zers, though.
47th president of the
I
United
think it was one of the guys that you were talking about. He said he was thinking that it was going to be a civil war. You were saying that earlier, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying that
A reminder of what
his
will be
friends are
decided
revolutionary minded.
presidency on the line, but
Well, they do. Y'all don't know what revolution is. I mean, hell, we barely knew what it was because, I mean, by the time we came along, that was pretty much dead. Huey Newton and them were like shadows of themselves.
New York, we see the key number tonight. You'll see it a lot. 270. That is the number.
Most of the revolutionaries that we grew up reading about were in jail or dead. They were not here no more. Not around anyway.
Much of our focus tonight will be right
Yeah,
here.
revolutionary minded. Roller like revolutionary minded about what? Well, what are you talking about exactly? Revolutionary minded.
But we're going to begin right here in the studio as we stand by.
I think people think that when you get like you work for yourself and you make a good, some good money, you're able to take care of yourself without working for someone, that's revolutionary.
As they voted right after they left, who they wanted to vote for and how they voted.
Because you technically don't have a boss.
About 600 of them across the country in the 7
Definitely not
battleground
revolutionary.
Texas, Florida, and Ohio. So here is our preliminary data. And again, this could change. We want to tell you that. So when we asked voters the most important issue, 34%, the top issue was state of democracy. Right under that,
See, that's what I was seeing. You see what I'm saying? Remember I was telling you state of democracy? That's kind of funny though. How did that take over the economy though? That doesn't make any sense
I
to
have
me.
no idea where that came from.
Why is the state of democracy there?
To handle the economy. 47% for the vice president, 51% for Trump. Remember,
That gap was larger than that.
Wow.
Yeah, that gap
I
was.
thought it was
This gap
26.
been closed.
Abortion.
Right.
Vice President Harris chose to close out her campaign on this message as well. 51% for the vice president,
That's it?
44% for Trump. Savannah?
Well, these are early.
That should have
exit
been
polls,
more
and we
too,
should
I would
mention
imagine.
that, we don't have full
So
information.
both of the
and people
larger
are
points
still
should have been
voting.
like
But let's
double
go back
digits,
to
we
this
thought,
most
right?
important issue. I think some
Initially.
Yeah,
eyebrows were
but
raised when
they don't have the
state
full.
of
They don't
democracy
have all the
becomes
numbers
the
yet.
top issue. Some people think, oh, does that favor the
So why they
Democrats?
not showing
Yeah, I
percentages?
think those are just snapshots too. That's not really like a real deal.
Yeah, and we're going to be
So you
completely
got to take some of
transparent
these
tonight.
numbers with a
It
grain
was
of salt
surprising to
too.
us as well because you think maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration, state of democracy. But we have to understand here, we can't dig too deep into the data just yet because people are still voting.
You just
We'll have
said
more
that
that we can
too.
break down in the hours ahead. But state of democracy, essentially, that was the question. So who doesn't like democracy? All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice President Kamala Harris, that might be your top issue. It doesn't tell us a whole lot, but what it does tell us is that the electorate is motivated and they came out to vote today.
Yeah, it may mean what's the state of the country and how important do you think this election is? And many, many people feel there are very high stakes, Lester. Let's get right to it. Peter Alexander at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Lester getting old. Shit, I see Lester. You could be a slick player back in the day. Now you looking like the Crypt Keeper. Now you looking like the Crypt Keeper, right? Slow down. Get some rest,
Yeah, that's exactly
Lester.
right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive here,
Lester,
later
old
this
school
evening,
black
this is her
name too,
alma
Lester.
mater at Howard University. The early indications, at least in the eyes of the Harris campaign, are good ones, specifically as it relates to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly
just gotta-
at schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. At the campus of Lehigh University, they note at
Yeah, we
times
were talking
today, the
about
line
it,
was
yeah.
up to 7 hours long. The campaign
Look at that,
saying
bro.
it's sending
You see what I'm saying, Paradox? That's madness, bro. What kids you know going to be out there waiting that long, not unless they're going to be offering them something? That is ridiculous, bro. 7 hours, dude. Nigga, I ain't waiting no 7 hours to vote, man. That's crazy, bro. I'm not doing
Catch
it.
you
I'm
on the next
sorry.
one.
I have to catch me too. I'm young too. 2028, I got y'all, man. Shit. That's crazy, man. That's crazy work. Y'all got to do better than that. Did he say 7 hours? 7 hours, right? He did say 7 hours, correct? Didn't he just say 7 hours?
7 hours.
That's madness, bro.
Compare that to 44%
That's
for former
madness.
President Trump. But notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some real concerns that that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans had indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Haake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
You're right, damn. That's crazy.
right, Lester. And his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, and that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence he is projecting. Just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously, places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high. And ironically, places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, and especially in its closing days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight.
He just take it like a man on the chin one time, man. Jeez, come on, bro.
Added 2 extra voting machines.
Like, can he just one time just be like, "You got it"? You know, I lost. I mean, you know, it was a good run. You know what I mean?
Good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, it used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was
When you understand the mind of a psychopath, being a billionaire, rich, spoiled kid, this is how they live in their world.
Here at Temple University,
All vindictive, all this. This is what it looks like in that world. Nasty. It's a nasty world at the top.
Look at that line, bro. At the school.
About 500,000 people were expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who had been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day. After they added those 2 machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
Yeah, PA is not gonna be. They're not gonna be in today, bro. It's already 6:41. Them kids ain't gonna be done until that's if they don't throw out their votes. They're not gonna be done until damn near 10, 11 o'clock,
Here's
bro.
the map, the gray areas of the battleground states.
You feel
and
me?
there are
So
various
PA,
ways to
I
get
don't
to that magic
see.
number.
I don't
this
see
is how
PA
we ended up
going.
at the end of election week.
Yeah.
Tonight.
As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't coded them in yet.
It may be at 50%, but it'll still
battleground
probably be too
states,
close
the
to
easiest
call
path
for
the
them.
vice president
You know,
is to hold the
that's
blue
probably
wall
how
in
they'll have it.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270. She's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses. She has an emergency route.
She
to the Sun
loses.
Belt. If she can win Nevada and Arizona, remember Biden won those. Keep Georgia and flip North Carolina. She gets to 275. But if this is the path of the Democrats,
But that's
they're gonna have to
crazy,
do
bro.
hard facts.
Well, I was going to say
That
it's
is
a much
crazy.
tougher path,
You
and so
cannot.
there's
That's
that.
what I'm saying. So I don't like doing
down
when they do hypotheticals that way. There's no way she loses the blue
easiest way
wall
to
like
understand
that.
Trump's path
You see what I'm saying? So
is
don't bring that up as a scenario.
North
Make it more
Carolina,
realistic
and
with
then
Wisconsin
turns
and PA.
Pennsylvania red. He's
You know,
going to the White
that's
House
why I don't
again.
like.
But if he
I
can't
hate
win
when they do
Pennsylvania,
this, man.
he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he
True.
wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia. He can do it
Right.
with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes.
Right.
But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11
To
electoral
get the
votes.
numbers.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight,
yeah.
counting up electoral votes.
Tonight,
Yeah.
maybe tomorrow,
Maybe
maybe the
tomorrow,
days ahead.
maybe next week.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
shall see. Lester, let's go.
That's the logic. He came through at the end. That was the logic that I was on. As far as, but he has to keep Georgia and North Carolina, though. That's imperative
More of
too.
those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the
Who is this?
historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states.
Since everybody know
that
how
will be notable,
black
but
women vote, why
potentially
won't they
drive
just
up
say
turnout.
white women
Early
and
bellwethers
others?
Lester, Virginia in particular.
I wonder
there's a
why they won't
key
just
race
pinpoint
for
them. Like,
Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This
I don't know.
was a Democratic held seat.
because everybody know
Do
that
Democrats
black women are going to
continue
vote,
hold on
what,
to
90
this
to
lead, or do they lose
95%?
it to Republicans? If they lose
98.
to Republicans, that could spell
You know what I'm
trouble
saying? I
for
mean,
Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really
they're going to be in the
fascinating one,
90s.
Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to one state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Oh,
Let's go
wow.
over to Savannah now.
See, that's why North Carolina's in play then. You know what that means, right? Like split ticket where
Eastern time,
you
including
vote
in the battleground
differently
of
with the
Georgia.
president, then you go
And
down
people
ballot something
wondered
else.
how we're able to call some of these races so quickly. Stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you how we do it right after the break.
Okay. They got your girl Abby on CNN right now. Let's see if I can play a little bit of it. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it.
Where this is happening in the parts of the state where the Harris campaign and Democrats need to drive up turnout among Democratic-leaning voters. So when you have polling places that are closed temporarily, that's a problem for them, and they want to make sure that those voters end up coming back, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip with Harris campaign. Let's go now to Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. What are Trump campaign aides, the top aides, going to be looking for when these polls close at the top of the hour, especially in the battleground state of Georgia?
Well, Jake, that's what they're going to be keeping their eyes on the closest, Georgia and North Carolina. That is really going to serve as basically a gut check for the Trump campaign as to maybe what kind of night they are going to have going into this. Obviously, Georgia, you know, a lot of Republicans think should be a given for Donald Trump, and he is someone who is feuded with their popular Republican governor there, Brian Kemp, who held a series of Get Out the Vote events recently and said he will be supporting Donald Trump, but never was really explicitly endorsing him and out on the campaign trail, campaigning with him. They appeared together once at a storm briefing, but that was really it, Jake, especially after Donald Trump trashed his wife. So that is going to be something Trump allies are watching to see if it has any kind of an impact, because he's a popular Republican governor. He is a very sophisticated political machine in Georgia, very impressive fundraising there. And that is all something the Trump campaign was hoping to have on their side going into tonight. So they'll be watching the vote share there very closely, as well as North Carolina, because obviously.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we lost Caitlin Collins. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit poll information from Georgia to share. David, what issues are driving Georgia voters?
Yeah, this is our first state exit poll that we're looking at of the week, Jake, in anticipation that the polls are about to close in Georgia. And the number one issue there doesn't match where it is nationally. It's the economy, far and away. 40% of Georgia voters in this election say that the economy is the most important issue. That's got to be welcome news to the Trump campaign there. 28% say democracy, 14% say abortion, immigration at 11%, 3% say foreign policy. We asked about hurricane aid, and if it's getting to the people who need it. Look how evenly divided Georgia voters are on this question. 47% say yes, hurricane aid, federal hurricane aid, is getting to the people who need it. 50% say no, it's not. Who do you trust to handle a crisis? Georgia voters, slim majority, 51%, say Trump, 47% say Harris. And then Biden's job approval in Georgia stands at 41%. Approve of the way President Biden is doing his job. Disapprove 58%. That matches exactly what our national exit poll says of Joe Biden's approval rating as well.
All right, fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Let's go big picture for a second, Chris. How important is Georgia for the Harris campaign, for the Trump campaign?
I think it's more important for the Trump campaign than it is for the Harris campaign, just because there are other ways. There are other ways for both of them to get to 270. But Georgia as a state, it was kind of a shock when Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980 that a Democrat had taken the state of Georgia. So
Shout out to Donald Trump too.
yeah. And so the idea
Can you hear it though?
that Georgia was even in play.
Okay.
Made. It was a swing state. So I think were Harris to repeat Biden's victory, that would be a big problem for Trump. Not as big a problem for Harris and Trump.
Although we should note, Dana Bash, I mean, if you look at this exit poll information from Georgia, it does suggest an electorate in that one state that seems inclined to hear what Donald Trump has to say. You look at that number about who would you rather trust. More voters in Georgia say that hurricane aid is not going to people who need it the most. That was a message that Donald Trump was putting out there after the hurricane, that too many migrants were getting that aid from FEMA instead of the people who need it. I mean, FEMA pushed back, said that was not true, that was a lie, and still that was a Trump message.
It was, I'll just add to that, the numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge issue for people in Georgia as they go to the polls, as it has been across the board. And Georgia is really interesting to me because, first of all, you were just hearing from our reporters. Right now, there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling stations. Threats in Georgia. That on top of the fact that residents of Georgia lived through the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump put into the sort of information stream, like almost nobody else, maybe other than Arizona in this country, and it was Republican versus Republican on that. And yet,
we are told by the Secretary of State that 95% of the absentee votes have been pre-processed already. And so that will potentially accelerate the timeline compared to 2020, where there was a vacuum of time that led to issues and misinformation and a lot of concern. And so that's something that we're going to be watching for, how that plays out. I got off the phone a short time ago with Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the Detroit area. She tells me, she's a Democrat. She tells me that if we see over 50% turnout in Detroit, that will be something that gives Democrats reason to smile. But there are multiple shifts potentially in the electorate we're watching for in this state. The war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East, something that the substantial Arab American community in this state will be paying close attention to. We have a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, who has made a concerted effort to appeal to that community. That's one of several things we'll be watching for tonight. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Jesse, we waited till Wednesday afternoon in 2020 to get Michigan's results. We'll see if they improve on that record. In about 10 minutes, the first polls will close, and our decision desk here at NBC will make the first projections of the night. We've got Tom Mamas here to pull back the curtain. I think a lot of people wonder.
So what projection you think they're going to make early?
Are we? And you're going to.
They're going to probably do the ones that we already know, like Alabama, Louisiana,
sometimes within minutes of polls
Oklahoma.
closing, other times, as Savannah mentioned, days later. So tonight we wanted to give you an inside look to show you how our team makes those calls.
Yeah, they're about to start flowing in 9 minutes.
Tonight, election officials across the country on a mission to count millions of ballots. They then report out their tallies, where our decision desk pulls them in and gets to work. John Lipinski runs the decision desk.
We have zero tolerance for errors.
His job, project the winner in each race, often before all the votes are counted.
Election night 2020.
Polls like this one in 2020 came just seconds after the polls closed at 7 p.m.
The president will easily carry Indiana.
So when viewers tuned in 4 years ago, they saw we called Indiana with only 7% of the vote in. How's that possible?
We leveraged exit poll data and actual real vote returns.
That exit poll data comes from workers spread out across the country, asking in-person and mail-in voters who they voted for. But that real-time vote count is also put through advanced computer models, which are then analyzed by data experts and political scientists at the decision desk.
The only thing we care about is getting it right.
The main factors: how big is the difference between the two candidates, and how much vote has yet to be counted. Think of it like a basketball game. If a team is up by 20 points at halftime, they're favored to win, but there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch up in the next half. But if a team is up by 20 points with only 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough time to close the gap. That's how it is with the outstanding vote count.
We're trying to figure out, are there enough votes for the second place candidate to overtake the first place candidate? And sometimes it's mathematically impossible.
Lipinski and his team will also know where that outstanding vote is coming from. Is it from a very blue area or a red area, which adds to their formula? And if a race is really close, that could take days.
you really need all of the vote in to be able to make a call, to be able to sort of be absolutely certain of who the winner will be.
And the mantra of our decision desk is that they want to be right. They do not want to be first. And Savannah and Lester have had a lot of time to spend with the decision desk, getting me ready for the big board and for tonight's election night. I can tell you, they take their job so seriously. They're mathematicians, they're scientists, they're journalists. Thank God they do the math. We don't have to do it. And they're getting so much information from around the country. Sometimes the information is changing within the second. It's incredible. But again, they want to make sure they're right before they give that information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're ready to make a call, not the other way around.
We are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up with the first poll is about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer the question, who will be the next president of the United States? Stay with us for our live election night coverage on NBC.
So which one you think they're gonna call? Huh? Say what now?
They're gonna call all the standard states.
Yeah,
Most likely,
I think they
right?
just
And
the
then
ones that are the ones that already could be called, like the ones that like Kentucky, Indiana, South
we'll be very
Carolina.
lucky to get Georgia. We'll be very
Yeah,
lucky.
I think those numbers are going to start being competitive, but they're not going to show. They're not going to close it, of course.
We'll see if there's a surge. Again, another voter there. You see that Trump voter you're talking about the economy, as we have heard from other Trump voters. Brian, thank you. And let's go over to Pamela around the voting desk now. So Pamela, first round of statewide poll closings coming. Georgia's going to be in that list here in just a few moments.
Gonna get Georgia.
Right, this is huge. Polls are closing there in just a minute, most of the polls, and then an hour after that, we're going to get those first results from this key battleground state. Georgia's Secretary of State is telling us that turnout could exceed 5 million. That's more than 70% of all active voters in the state.
Wow.
So clearly high interest there from voters. We're going to find out that total number sometime after the polls close. So we also know from Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling, who I've just been speaking with, that tonight's first results account counts for 75% of the overall votes. And the Secretary
They'll
of
be able to
State
call it if 75% of it is there already, so they'll know
who clinched Georgia
pretty much
by the end of tonight.
by the county and
Now,
how it's set up, you know.
County, Georgia's most populated
So
county,
we'll
Atlanta.
see.
saw
We'll see
several
what we got.
bomb threats earlier today.
We got about.
Victor Blackwell, 5 polling locations.
I guess they'll be doing it over the next hour or so.
45 minutes past 7 p.m. Eastern. Once polls close, the county will have up to an hour to report early vote results, though the expectation is that most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be keeping a close eye on this key battleground state that Biden narrowly flipped in 2020 as results start to roll in, Aaron.
That's right. It looked one way, then it looked the other way. It was so close.
11,779.
But who was counting?
Donald Trump was when he called Rob Raffensperger.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. And I hear John right next to me. Right.
That's right.
You
Donald
chuckled?
Trump was counting. I was chuckling because Georgia, little PTSD.
Yeah.
Over Georgia and all that. But if you see the big clock there, as Pam just said, votes will be coming in soon. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We get some big polls closing. We'll get to those in a second. We'll look quickly at one thing we have already. The polls are not completely closed. They finished in Indiana. I just want to show you again. We're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris in the first election post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms, struggled mightily in the suburbs in losing in 2020, is this a sign? I point it out this way. Harris at the moment at 50, Joe Biden was at 46 in this county in 2020, and Hillary Clinton was at 37% in this county in 2016. So the suburbs are critical in key races. Indiana is most likely to stay red. Let's be very clear about that. But if you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to see, is it possible we could look at some other places, look in some of the battleground states and the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go. A quick look at Kentucky. This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any match to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will look, Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier, Fayette County is Lexington in the suburbs. The vice president is a big early lead there. Frankfort is Franklin County. It's Frankfort in the suburbs. You see it there. So let's just compare. So 54%, if you round that up, 2024, at about 42%. 48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas.
See, that's why I like John King, by the way. That's why I like him. He always goes back in the map. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He always does
Virginia
that.
has been blue for a while. Purple not all that long ago. So here's the question in Virginia tonight, which is going to report results to us very quickly. Do we get a 10-point race as we had in 2020? You get Democrats winning by 10. That tells you the vice president is holding the Biden map in a state that will go blue, or do you get a 5-point race as we had in 2016? That would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs a little bit. You know, in here it's Northern Virginia and down around the Richmond area there. So we'll get some key clues. And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin. But Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time it got Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So as Audie noted, is it a state of transition or is it a tug-of-war state? Jake, that's what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. The results in battleground Georgia to come in just about any second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs, and you see all that red? It's Donald Trump's base coming out the vote.
All right, and we are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes. Instead, keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump,
you hear that?
Commonwealth of Kentucky, with its 8 electoral votes.
Yeah.
CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert now. Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead there with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.1% of the vote. Donald Trump is an 86,829 vote lead. That's with an estimated 13% of the votes in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
So, Jake, now we wait, right? You have the states that we projected, Kentucky and Vermont. Those are the ones you expect. But so what are you going to get here? You see some first votes in Florida. Look at that. Let's just take it out. Okay, it's just south here. It's in Osceola County, just south of Orlando. We like to look at votes when they come in, right? Florida tends to be a reliably red state. Again, though, be a test of whether Harris can improve their standing in the suburbs, or put it this way, whether Trump can improve his standings in the suburbs, whether Trump's collapse in the suburbs continues. First votes in Florida, always interesting to take a look. But what we're waiting for is the battleground just north of Florida, which will be essential in this race. Again, Vice President's easiest path is those blue wall states, but Georgia is a competitive state. What are we looking for? All right, number one, we're looking for the Democratic Foundation, which is Fulton County. Sarah Murray noted Victor Black votes in the suburbs here. Some polling places will stay open, but we should get votes pretty quickly. And when you're looking at Fulton County, Atlanta is here. You see how it stretches, a lot of suburbs around it, right? We're at 0 right now. What are you looking for? You're trying to see if she can not only match the president's percentage, get 73% of the vote, but by the end of the night, sometimes this count could last into tomorrow, is the math margin, right? Because if you look here and you come out here, there are 159 counties. 159 counties in Georgia. A lot of them are like this. I'm just picking one randomly. They're small, they're rural, but Trump runs it up. So we're going to watch that. Is the Trump base in rural America coming out in battleground Georgia? It is absolutely essential to his math that he run it up big in places like that. But if that is the case, and that's what we expect to be the case, the Trump base comes out then the key will be, does the Harris base come out in Fulton County, Atlanta, and then what happens here? Clayton County, just below, predominantly African-American, strong Democratic suburb. You need to run up the number, but it's not just the percentage. What's the raw math? Are Democrats coming out to vote? Democrats need high turnout to offset the Trump rural number. So that's one test. And then, for me, once you get further out here, let's go out where Victor Blackwell is, out here in Gwinnett County. But look at that. Joe Biden got 58% of the vote, Jake, right? You don't have to go back too far in history. It was just in 2012. Mitt Romney won this county. 4 years before that, John McCain won this county. This is the change in the American suburbs. Georgia was a red state then. But look at Romney's number. The Republican share in 2012 in the suburban area is 54%, right? That's what we're looking at tonight. How does Donald Trump fare in the suburbs, right? It goes down to 45% under Trump. In 2016, he still won Georgia then at 45%, but then you come to 2020 and Trump's share drops to 40%. You cannot win in a competitive state if you are getting trounced like that in the suburbs. So can Trump get that number back up to 42, 43, 44? If he can, he's in play. If he can't, then this is the tug of war of the state. As long as Harris gets out her base, there's a flip side responsibility for her. But this, we talked a bit earlier about this. This to me, Georgia and North Carolina, demographically, they are just evenly split. They're tug of war. So we're going to see. And it does. It's cliche.
Right in some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere.
Take me to Florida. Sure. We got to come back to 2024. You want to see results?
You can turn that up. The one you on?
That's coming into us, but that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited. Donald Trump, 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris. I mean, we cover it every night, them in this state and that state, but when you see it laid out, it's quite amazing.
It really is.
Yeah, Georgia and North Carolina are the states that are really
Atlanta suburbs
seem to be the ones that people are really paying attention to today.
President Biden wound up eking out a victory, and then the excerpt.
What's your thought on it? You think he can steal both of those?
Margins there. If he's going to win
You think he can steal both, or you think he splits?
For sure, he can get both. Absolutely, he can bring the table.
Okay.
Kamala Harris has to get the
Yeah,
turnout
that's
up.
fine. I mean, it's done.
She has to get her margins even higher in the suburbs than why she has to make up for the rural.
Like you
vote.
said, the woman ran a 100-day campaign, DC. If she wins this race, it's unheard of.
These voters who aren't traditional
It
voters.
takes a long time for the messaging to really to truly penetrate.
game is so significant.
You know what I'm saying? So it'll be, like I told you, I'm going to be impressed.
But of the ground games, was the
Like,
Trump
highly
able
impressed.
to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote. One note about Pennsylvania.
But you're able to get a candidate who ran a 100-day presidency,
not just by running up the margin,
and they're unknown virtually.
but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference.
Even as VP,
Bucks County in the
even as senator,
people,
the whole country's not looking at you because you're not in charge of anything.
But what John King said, he said that Florida is not good signs of Florida. That's what he said. I mean, it just
Not good signs for who? Which group?
for Trump.
What?
Yeah, because it's like a
What does that
suburb,
mean?
that voted in early.
Man, shoot,
Hey,
we
man.
ran.
In the state of
Saying,
Georgia.
Man.
that's it.
Caveat, these are early
That's it,
numbers.
man.
They may shift a little
Man,
bit.
shoot.
This is really interesting.
Man, she went in Florida, son. Man, you crazy.
Let me pull that up here.
That's impossible.
Overperforming. Donald Trump is
You right.
She take Florida, bro. Come on.
You right. You right.
You know John tripping.
than he did
I'm just saying,
He just
John,
having some fun. He just having some fun getting them ratings on the show.
John looked at the suburb above. It's above Tampa. That was like around. I think it was like around 60%. That's what I was just on it. He said like that's interesting.
Winning with women.
If people show up
down Florida right now,
the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants.
Chris won Barrett.
Chris von Broward, sorry. Stanton won Miami-Dade.
See.
Miami-Dade, yes.
And that was, it was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans have done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people wonder about the vulnerabilities that Harris might have in the
Absolutely, although I would say in Florida, you have the most complicated, diverse Hispanic vote than any state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places, which what makes it more complicated and fascinating. But it has become, you're absolutely right that it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote, and now it's become more of a fight in some of the other battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll save that conversation for another day. because this is what we're worried about.
Oh, they doing Florida here.
David Chang has more exit
Oh,
polling,
okay.
from North.
Right. And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we come into Osceola, I wanted to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats. 56 for Joe Biden in 2020, 51 for Harris right now with 71% of the vote in. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote in. He's now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida. 30 electoral votes. The map gets very, very hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida. Without Florida...
Bro, shut up. If you don't win Florida...
Yeah, that's over. Yeah,
I will say this though. I will say this: if she loses this, I will say that if she loses, that means that those polls about her underperforming was real, and the polls about him overperforming, what he just said is what they have been saying in all the swing states. They've been saying that for probably a few weeks now, really, Democrats and Republicans. So we're gonna find out if that information was real.
Yeah.
Cause like I said, I have to believe it to see it. Cause like I said, logically, like I told you, logically it should be. It takes a certain amount of time to get the message to truly penetrate, and to do it in 101 days is like I said, it would be an amazing thing, bro. That's all I can say. It will be an amazing thing.
All right, so.
And by the way, the media did their job too. They gave Trump probably $500 million in ad space, just like they did 8 years ago.
Florida's coming in pretty quick though.
It's a complete flip.
Yeah, well, you know, Florida's been like this since the hanging chads.
Yeah,
Then
that's
Kamala
true.
Harris and Joe Biden kind of ran.
We shouldn't be talking about her winning Florida though.
Won the state.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
But I would like to see her overperforming in some of those counties though.
Dramatic flip.
And not underperforming.
In independence, and
Well, John just showed another county that showed her overperforming, so I don't know. Like,
all right, good.
Independence would have gone so much more for
yeah, because it's gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be all over the place. I mean, she needs to be overperforming in some counties though.
yeah, because now they're like at 1 million. Now it's like it's 47-53 Trump and her in Florida, but like I think it's like 19% in right now.
What they just project? Indiana?
Yeah, Indiana. Yeah.
What did she get in Indiana? They're not finished.
Harris has 3 electoral votes. They both still have a lot of electoral votes to get up to 270. Let's do a key race alert for you now. In Florida, Donald Trump is in the lead with 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 138,912 vote lead.
51 to 47.
224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with
how much are the votes in? 7%?
Of the estimated vote.
35. 35.
Big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of
You
Virginia.
know what's so funny?
More competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right
Say what?
now with 58.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40.6% of the vote. That's only with a handful of votes in as of right now. About 1,500 votes.
They're looking for storylines. You know that, right?
I know.
That's why I'm probably about to stop watching. Actually, they look at. They want storylines.
Stay with us.
We don't have no
They
votes
won't.
in yet.
They want the drama. They want the drama to be kicked up. I mean, Indiana. Everybody knew Indiana was going red.
He said, "Well, Trump's in the lead now." I'm like, bro, stop it, man. Stop it, bro.
15. Yeah.
I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I cannot believe we're here, man. We are here.
We are here, man.
North Carolina's coming in, son. 15 minutes, boy. We're gonna see what you saying is true or not.
North Carolina. Let's go, North Carolina. North Carolina.
I need to be out there. I need to be out there ice skating, not watching this stressful stuff.
North Carolina. What you talking about? What you know about your life? What you gonna do with your life? Kanye.
Trump's blowing her out. 19. Why is Georgia blue? What?
What happened? What happened? What's Georgia? What are you looking at?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
What were you looking at? What were you talking about?
Look at what I just put. Look what I just posted.
Oh, I see. Well, what is that about?
Nothing. They're just leading. She's leading in Georgia. He's leading in Virginia. That Georgia thing is interesting.
Yeah, it's a back and forth. It's a turnout thing. That's strictly what it's going to be.
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? They're calling states and people are in line voting in Arizona. That's so funny.
That is crazy.
I don't know what's going on. They're already calling states.
That's crazy. And there's probably I think they closed down. Indiana will be still Eastern.
Nah, Indiana.
Yeah, because I mean,
Indiana's both. Actually,
technically, we're still open. You know, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So technically, we're still open to vote until like 8:30. Some places. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure they'll call once they get like 50% of the electorate in. They'll call the state. But this is when realities collide, though. That's what I like about it. It's almost like watching the multiverse. You know, you could be in your own pocket, and then these things got to kind of come to the fruition about. Okay, I heard what you said. I heard the stories. I heard the storylines about who this, and that, other, who gonna win, who not gonna win. Let's get to it. You know what I mean? Let's get it on. Let's see what's what. And that be it.
Get back over here.
Yeah, it's commercial on this side too. But I think it's I think North Carolina, people are really, really, really interested in North Carolina, man. They haven't even shown a number yet. They haven't even shown a projection. So I'm kind of curious to see what North Carolina got to show. They didn't show Georgia already, but they haven't shown North Carolina. North Carolina, what you gonna do with your life? What you gonna do with your life? Carolina. I ain't offer you anything.
Damn, Prince's sister died.
Damn, what's going on, man? It's been a hard week.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other. Welcome back. We're going to be taking you to this view and these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump out to the early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far. We will start with Virginia, 13 electoral votes, just 1% in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course, the first big prize in the among the swing states right now. Donald Trump with 90,000 votes. Kamala Harris, 86,000, but that's too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll
It's only
closings
3% in.
late
Damn, that's a
Arizona
lot
in
of people
couple
voted in
hours from
Georgia.
now. 11
That's only
electoral
3%
votes.
in.
We've
That's
got
crazy.
Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 77 minutes long if you're looking at the app. The line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU, many of them wearing organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because
I don't know, bro. I think he might get North Carolina and Georgia. I'm starting to bend to the right.
Okay.
That gut's feeling. That gut's coming in.
Okay.
And Joe Rogan,
I told you, my gut says him, my head says her. My gut, man, never fails me.
Stand on it.
But when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that
10 minutes, man.
So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that Harris was not.
Like you said, people don't realize those rural counties come in early.
And so that's why they decided.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that last time. I don't know if people remember.
It's like that every time.
Yeah. The rural area rules early.
Yeah, they small counts.
City gets it late. So you got to run up. You got to run up the score.
But that's what he got confused about, though. He doesn't realize that it's so many more votes that when they start, they're gonna be rolling in at 20,000 clip, 40,000, 50,000.
Especially PA.
Those counties are dried out.
Yeah,
them little counties are done.
Yeah.
That's why he said, "Can you find me 11,000 votes?" Like, no, they've all, it's done. There is no more votes, motherfucker.
That's crazy work.
They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague.
Yeah, they already starting to blame black folks and colored people.
So polls closed in North Carolina. Okay.
On behalf of the Trump
in
campaign.
8 minutes.
It's never been about can we win the Latino vote.
9 minutes.
Can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino. But we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, but 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight in the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
and what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see.
That's fine. Pick who you know.
Will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight.
We're about to find out.
Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing.
You I do know what you like.
In North Carolina,
I still haven't seen North Carolina yet, man.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
You can't say he didn't run a hard campaign, though. He did his job.
Yeah, he
worked
definitely did his job.
He didn't take it for granted.
In North Carolina, for sure. I'll give him that.
Because you know why he talked like he ain't really doing. He doing everything to win. It's so funny how he's able to split people's brains like that. I'm like, yo, the man is working his ass off. He just saying crazy shit. But look at how he's look at how his behavior is. He working to the last day. He making phone calls right now.
To make new calls on the road to 270.
But I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying that means that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump.
If he was truly about what he says he's about, he would have stopped running 2 weeks ago. Oh, we got it. Don't worry about it.
Who are dissatisfied with the fact that women don't have the ability to control their reproductive rights in America.
I don't think women care.
I mean, the right track, wrong track, we've known for some period of time, and the fact is the race, despite the fact that people are very unhappy for whatever reason with the way the country is going, is still supposedly as tight as
6 minutes. 6 minutes to go.
It's clearly going to be able to overcome that. Incidentally, may I just? In the last segment, I said I don't know why the independents.
If she takes Georgia, son, I'm going to DC.
No, I mean he still got a path. Even if he take Georgia, he still got the blue wall. Got the blue wall.
Nah. She get Georgia, it's over.
She got the blue wall.
If he gets Georgia, we have a race. But if she takes Georgia in an hour, you understand what I'm saying? Like if they actually call Georgia for her, I'm going to DC.
Yeah, which is things are it's broken.
No doubt about it.
I don't want to drop the ball on what Dana said though about what people mean when they are dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not entirely clear until we're closer to the final tallies.
No, absolutely. But the battleground states are.
Where are the watch parties at in the area? Do you know?
They are, of course, we're just moments away.
Where are the watch parties at? Where are the watch parties at in DC? Let me see.
You already know they had bus boys.
I know that.
People still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls, concerns about the economy, the dissatisfaction that people have. What have voters been telling?
1% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting.
See, the movie theater should take advantage of stuff like this.
Everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020.
They got watch parties everywhere in DC.
Very important result here to see how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was going on my phone, telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
That's bad. Hold on, bro. You saw this, man. This Latino brother in North Carolina said that his girlfriend basically that's just bad optics. His girlfriend threatened to break up with him, so he went to vote. So she won't break up with him. That's silly, man.
That's funny. I believe it too.
You see how North Carolina? You see all the breakdown of blues in North Carolina? You see that?
That thing blue.
That's crazy, right? But I'm saying they got multiple counties, black counties in there. That's
right. But like this lady said about 2 months ago, she said, this guy, he said that he lives in North Carolina. He said so many people have moved down here. We don't know how they're going to vote.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah.
So that's why I kind of gave you. That's why I'm not really killing you in North Carolina because we literally do not know. I mean, it's not us, but you know what I'm saying. Like people who I was listening to who actually live there, who are saying we have a lot of people who have been moving here in the last 4 or 5 years, and we have to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, North Carolina is a funny state, man. The electorate.
The Tar Heel State. That's where we came. That's where many of us came in at though.
Yeah.
That's many of us came in, man, a couple hundred years ago. That's really our home in a twisted fucking psycho way.
Yeah.
Our first touch of this land, many of us.
Yes, South Carolina and North Carolina for sure.
All right. Well, it was just one area, right? It wasn't chopped up yet.
Yeah.
We came to those shores, man.
Yes, sir.
Came to those shores, man. Shout out to our ancestors and our family, man.
So she asked you.
Listen to this.
For Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing: how long did it? Most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours.
I don't know, bro. Should I sell my crypto or not? I don't know.
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much.
Selling
Aaron,
crypto
back to
for
you.
what are you selling crypto for, bro?
I might gotta make a move, man. Anybody in the chat, let me know. My crypto is up right now, but you know, if Trump loses, it might crash. I don't know. I want to time it.
Yesterday or the day
Oh,
before.
check the back. I think there may be somebody waiting in the
Right, so what do we have so far?
waiting to get
No, ain't
pulled
nobody
up.
back. Ain't nobody back there.
Ain't nobody up? Oh, my bad. All right.
No. Mike would just gave us a little shout out
Oh, okay.
and drop the link in there for us.
All right, cool.
Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now, and you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump. Well, that's it. I guess better than that. Lead for Donald Trump, 54,000 votes now. I say narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see
They
that
dropped the link in there for New Hampshire.
very early in the race. We have 7% estimated reporting. So you're looking at the map. You see the red filling in the small rural counties. That is the bedrock.
New Hampshire results.
He wins big in rural America. The challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. Subject to Blackwell.
Oh, nothing from Fulton County, nothing from
very early on.
Gwinnett.
A little more 1,000, 1,100 votes there. If you add
Where's
that up.
Georgia?
Long way to go. Just for comparison purposes, Joe Biden gets 58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there. But that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe
Better
Biden.
hurry up, DC. You better hurry up, DC. You see,
What happened?
That's what
Georgia, boy.
All it tells us. We have
Yeah, you're just talking about it right now.
No, I'm on your screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, but how? What's the
Look through right here. Only 2% of the vote.
I'm not worried about that. The county is not even, the big county ain't even hit it yet.
8%.
Oh, come on, man. Get out of here, bro. Holla at me at 25, 50, 25, 30.
We 8%, baby.
35.
Estimated remaining. Look, we got 4.9 million to go. What do you think's in that 4.9 million? My goodness. Almost 5 million, basically. Right? What was it? What was it in 2020?
Get to that good lather. That lather is good and juicy. Shoot, you remember back in they were like 60-40. That shit was, he ran it up. I remember that early in Georgia, by the way.
Let me go look up what's the Georgia numbers in 2020.
Early, I think he ran it up. Yeah, it was like at least 60. It was double digits, man. Clearly.
The capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south, suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the voting. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is match it up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early. Way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to
Joe
Virginia,
Biden, 2.4 million.
Those numbers, forget about it.
So it's gonna be about the same then, right? Okay,
Here's
so
the
it's
number you
not
want to
more.
look at.
2.4.
This was a 10-point race.
8.
10-point race 4 years ago.
4.8 million. Okay, it's gonna be more, right? So it was 4.8 million. You
We
listening?
still blew it. That's Obama. Sorry, we're
Yeah.
all the way back to Obama
DC?
there. Let's go.
So what?
Run the clock. There we go.
In
What happened?
Georgia, it was
6-point race there.
2.73633.
Virginia might still stay blue. The question is Donald Trump tighter in the blue states? Because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And Jake, that's what you
In
watch.
Georgia, you had 4.9 million who voted.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidential race.
Yeah.
Moments now.
Yeah, got
That's
you.
when voting ends in the battleground state of North Carolina, as well as in Ohio and West
Uh-oh.
Virginia. A total of 37 electoral votes are up for grabs.
He won Georgia, that's right, 11,000 votes.
Projection that Donald Trump will win.
The Don got West Virginia, baby.
4 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Too early to call. Too early to make a projection in battleground North Carolina.
They playing with us, huh?
Electoral votes.
Yeah, come
Or
on now.
In Ohio, with its 17 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map.
4.9 million.
Let's
So what's that? 5 million?
3 electoral
What is it
votes.
going to be at?
In the lead of Kamala
That's
Harris.
not right. So they're going to be over 5 million. So What is that? 4.1. So another. Oh, it's gonna be a couple 100,000, maybe 300,000 or 400,000 more in Georgia.
Yeah.
So they need to be closer to 5.4 million versus 4.9 million, which was last year, 4 years ago.
86 votes ahead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote in the state of Georgia. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 948 vote lead. Only 2% of the vote has come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have two more states to show you now. Florida, Donald Trump.
Florida's almost finished, so he gonna get Florida though, clearly. At least by. It just depends on how much you're gonna run it up in Florida.
How bad is Florida?
Yeah, Florida in there. It's quick too. They keep updating that thing. The number keep changing. Bam, bam, bam. They getting that thing out. We're gonna be good by 8. We're gonna be at 90% by 8 o'clock.
He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, two things.
This is showing 65%. He's up by 8. Yeah. They got 4 million to go. 3.5.
Kamala Harris at 39%.
She's down by 600,000.
She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those two things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina.
What happened there? Yeah, Florida is. Yeah, he got Florida. So Florida's
up by 9,
almost 9. Yeah.
600,000.
And he won it only by I think he won Florida only by 5 points last year. I mean, not last year, 4 years ago. What was it? 40, maybe like maybe 52, 47, 46 for Biden, something like that. None of Georgia's came in. Like none of the cities that came in yet. So that's the thing about Georgia. So they're gonna do those last.
So Trump
it's
won,
all rural areas
Trump
right
won,
now for them.
Trump won Georgia by 5.6 to 5.2. So 3, 4, 5, 6, about 400,000 roughly. 51-47 or 51-48.
Yeah.
So almost let me see, 52, 3, 4, 5, 6, so about 400,000.
Right.
Are we meeting our targets, or are we exceeding the Biden coalition? Still supposed to be counted there, but that's an encouraging number for the vice president when you compare it to 2020. Well, let's come back out and take another look. And you come up here, Victor Blackwell is here, keeping an eye on Gwinnett for us. It is a larger, more populous suburb to the northeast of Atlanta. Again, 15, 20 years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012. The vice president at 57 right now. It's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs?
Where the house seats at? They just got the Senate up.
You made that a 46.
Yeah, they got the Senate up right now.
That makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County.
He's the brother that got that polling company.
This brother right here?
In Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for
Yeah, I think he's the guy that has his own. He has his own polling. I don't know if he's still doing it though.
I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida.
Yep, Florida should have been there, man. There's 400,000 votes in Florida for sure.
Well,
it has to be.
Country is really big.
Of course it is.
State. I think we've taken those.
Miami, Tampa, Orlando.
You should not be getting smoked like that in Florida when Florida was basically a purple state.
They're not turning them out. That's the problem. They're not turning them out.
Crazy.
No money.
Did not run a lot of advertising in.
He just said that too.
And it shows.
Let me bring in
just
Mark
said
Lauder,
that.
Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about
Yeah,
turnout.
it's
Do
turnout.
you get your
I
voters
agree.
out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally
We've
from some of my
been saying that for
colleagues
2 months
on the
now.
campaign
It's
Yeah.
all
that
turnout.
turnout is
Of
not where
course,
it needs
duh.
to be in
Yeah.
the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including
You see that number in North
I
Carolina?
told you they're gonna blame those
I
areas.
think that's a good sign.
You see that
for
number in North
President
Carolina,
Trump.
though?
We're going
You
to
see
have
that?
to see how that plays out. Another thing
Yeah.
I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of
They don't
Pennsylvania.
sound confident on the left,
Ready
son.
to close
They
the
got my man, you know the left fraidy cats, man. They fraidy cats. They fraidy cats, man. They anything that's showing, they get nervous. Dude, calm down. It's all good, man. Like, listen, you should be encouraged by what she's picking up, and instead of like what's putting down. Like if once you get the cities in, then you get nervous.
Right.
That's when you get shook a little bit. But you don't get shook about states that already
But like you
knew.
said, DC, even if the cities are down, they still giving you 90, 80, 90%. So you need to be focusing on the rural areas
closing
and the suburban areas. Stop trying to, because they're already doing it. They're already starting to blame inner city people.
I know.
They're already doing it.
And it ain't us.
Look at how the talking points
That's
are.
the bad part about it. Yeah, I know.
You're gonna get 90% of the electorate in the inner cities. Why are you bringing that up if it's down 1% or up 1% when the real numbers is in the suburbs and in the rural area? That's the real numbers.
Yeah, that's who wins the like that. So do those breakdowns. Talk about the white women. Don't act like don't just concede it because it's just
they're already doing it.
The white areas, but they talk
They're
about the
already
white
conceding.
areas like it's automatically like, yeah, they're going to just vote this way. That's just how it is. No, you need to say, okay, in the margins, you got to get those people that are energized. So this number here is down because, or it's up because more white women voted this way, and they didn't really care about the
Right. That's how you set the narratives, right? But they already. That's what I'm saying. They control everything.
You say something like they don't really control their reproduction rights.
Again,
check this out.
Right. Why aren't white women showing up? You need to be talking about that shit.
Yep.
200,000, right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Trump at 40% there 4 years ago.
And I'm, by the way, and I'm not trying to be fair either. Oh well, we really counting the inner city vote. Well, why? Why?
Small.
They shouldn't be voting for y'all anyway, in my opinion. I mean, shit.
Try to do the comparison as you go back and forth. And Jake, I just want to pull out quickly to the map and look at it here. Everything else is filling in as expected.
And I wish I can get CNN on here real quick.
We do have some first votes in, and it is blue at the moment. An 1,820 vote lead. There you go. It just moved again. More votes came in. 8,732 vote lead.
Let me see this Brian Cohen. Let me see what Brian Cohen is streaming. He might be streaming it. Let me go.
Yeah, Brian Cohen. Oh, of course he is. Yeah, Brian is definitely streaming.
Let me see who he's playing. He's gonna be playing one of them, I think.
He's gonna be, but he extremely left with it though. You sure you can tolerate that?
Yeah. I follow him. I watch all this stuff.
Oh, okay.
I told you, I watch all of it.
I know, but I mean, your tolerance get a little shaky sometimes. You get a little.
Well, Brian be running so much propaganda though. He's not as bad as
what I'm saying. Yeah, he do.
But trust me,
I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, he does, no doubt.
But trust me, he's not even close to being bad as
Yeah, that's worse. It's way worse.
As Dave Packman.
Woo, Trump smoking her in Georgia, boy. You got her in Georgia. I don't know, man. Georgia. He may sneak out of Georgia. I don't know. I ain't worried about Georgia, bro. Like I said, man, only time I'm gonna worry about Georgia is when Cobb County come in. You know what I'm saying? Decatur.
I think he found some kind of Twitter feed that got CNN on it though. Who has that feed? Who's playing that? I can't see the name of it. Man, can I make this bigger?
All you have to do is go to his channel. Hold on. I was just looking at his channel a little bit. On the
He
side
had,
here.
I think he had. Oh no, he played a video clip. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
To take the upper chamber. Now that number is down to 1, and they are currently leading in one race where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race now.
Yeah, he 98,000 now. He live, so he got it going. Yeah, he live. You don't see it? You want me to?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I was just looking at it. No. I thought he was playing a CNN, somebody that snatched CNN, but that's not it. He was just showing a video clip.
If you're a Democrat, you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities to pick up a Republican seat, one of their best opportunities in the Sunshine State of Florida. Rick Scott got elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin.
Maybe we could do, you know what, News Nation might be entertaining with Chris Cuomo.
715,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Burgess-Powell. Still a lot of votes to count, but this has been 60% of the.
You want to talk about, Chris Cuomo good for the extra sauce. You're gonna get that extra sauce in there.
They're not streaming live anything. Interesting. Yeah, they got their stuff on the TV then.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN key race alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote.
Oh, son, I thought he called. I was like, whoa.
Get in your skis.
Whoa, son.
Only an estimated 2.
She take North Carolina, bro. It's over. This race is over with.
Not necessarily. If everything else goes Trump, how it's going to be over with? You still got Georgia in play.
It's like the Iowa thing, though. He should be plus 10, not minus, not her up, not him. Basically minus 14.
Yeah, especially in the rural
because
areas.
he's
That's
plus 4.
Good.
So North Carolina should be a lock. North Carolina should be a lock for Trump.
He should be up early in North Carolina. He should be up, but
and he should be up early.
Yeah.
38.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, she went North Carolina. It's over, bro. I'll call it for you.
11% of the vote in from the.
It ain't gonna be called.
She should not be winning North Carolina. Period.
Well, I told you about that North Carolina situation, man. That's a suppression vote too. That's not even a real number. If she wins it like that, it's not a real number because Mark Robinson was such a horrible candidate for them out there. It's not even really their fault, really. Because a lot of people probably just stayed home. You know what I mean? Like the normal people that normally do vote, they just like, yeah, I'm good on it. They ain't really feeling Trump.
Exactly.
They're probably not really feeling Trump either. It's just like, all right, man, whatever, and let it go. You know what I mean? They didn't energize it. But see, Georgia is a fight because Georgia likes their governor. So they want to at least try to keep it. And then, they got like white people that energized didn't want it to be red in the first place. So, they're embarrassed about that. So they running up the score right now. Yeah, North Carolina. If you ain't winning early, man, it's tough when you ain't got to the cities yet. I mean, not unless the cities is gonna go towards. I mean, they're gonna break even. I mean, what are we talking about? 50-50 in North Carolina. I mean, if she get in the rural, but we talked about that. It's a lot of black rural. It's a lot of black rural counties.
How she up that much this early though?
It's a lot of rural counties in North Carolina that are black. We talked about it. Wilmington.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Wilmington, Raleigh. What's the other place? I mean, there's so many places in North Carolina, man, that are pockets.
Yeah,
if you activate them,
we got 5.6 million to go, roughly.
If you activate them, then I guess they'll come out. But it's still early. Ooh, she's getting smoked in Georgia. 310 to 197. Okay. I feel you, Trump.
If they split and he takes Georgia, she takes North Carolina, then I don't know what to do at that point.
Well, I mean, it's still the same difference. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't think he'll get both. That's what I was adamant about that. He's not getting both. Not both Georgia and North Carolina. No, sir.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. See, that 400,000 is going to be your rule.
Huh?
It's going to be a huge dump from the cities, but that's the
Yeah, that's the problem.
Georgia
Yeah.
ain't really saying that. That ain't no. That's not real. That's nothing there yet.
987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71.
Yeah,
all those rural
and
counties
you remember
voting
that's
for
because that's what happened. Savannah started to come in late. It was just
Right,
like,
and it was
damn,
like
it's just-
huge, 100,000,
and it was
200,000,
just like, it was like 50%, 56%. That's what I said. Yeah, it was 55, 54, and all of a sudden,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
But remember, at the same time, though, he only won by 11,771.
Yeah, only won by
Now,
that.
based off your logic, she should win Georgia. Based off of what happened in 2020, no matter how many folks come out to vote for him, because she is a black person alone. Forget anything else. She should get a little bit of. That should give her at least an extra 50,000, 100,000. Just on her race.
I will say this: the rural areas are doing their job. They're kicking ass right now. They stomping. They stomping like Compton. You know what I mean? They in there. They put in boots. They putting boots to face right now.
Yeah, I don't think Stacey Abrams. I don't think Stacey Abrams is sweating at all.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. That's one thing. Yeah, I don't think she's sweating at all either. Yeah, you're right about that, bro. Because they don't even get to the black rural areas until late too. That's the bad part about Georgia. They count all of their rural areas early, very early, white ones.
And then that's it. No, that's what we were talking about before.
It's almost like they try to overwhelm me with the news. Like, yeah, look at Georgia, yeah.
But you still got Cobb County.
I mean, yeah. If they call Georgia and North Carolina, then yeah, we need to head down. Like, yeah, we need to get on out of here. Like around 9 o'clock if it gets that way. But I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna be able to call both of them. I think Georgia is going to probably still be in play, but North Carolina is going to probably be a fight too. I don't know.
Young men or senior women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump
campaign
tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. And they brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true. Right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Got a big old dump coming.
Yeah, but where's the numbers at, though? Where's the numbers at? I thought we had numbers. That's 8 o'clock. Time just going by. I thought we'd already be with some much bigger numbers, and we're not.
Thank you for that, Jake. Obviously, the Trump campaign working very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
It's all right, Caitlin. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian, who has some new exit polling. David, what are you learning about voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, democracy is the #1 issue for voters. Take a look, 33% of
That's
Pennsylvania
crazy.
voters say democracy is the most important issue.
That's not good.
30%, then abortion at 15%, immigration at 12%. Speaking of abortion, we asked, do you think it should be mostly legal?
Immigration is ain't even top 5 for them there in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
That's not good.
It's gonna be economy, isn't it?
last review on
Huh?
in Pennsylvania.
What's number
Want to
one?
understand why Kamala Harris changed her position?
Number one was on democracy for them in PA.
What the hell
And
is
then
democracy?
the economy at number 2. And then abortion at number 3.
A tick higher than we saw nationally. 43% of Pennsylvania voters in this election tell us they approve of Biden's job performance. 56%.
Well, that's his home area. Delaware and PA is his. That's his people.
At least it's based
You
on
know.
the exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the number one issue, 33% as opposed to economy at 30%, a strong majority supporting legal abortion, and Joe Biden's rhetoric is bad, but not as bad.
I think it's night and day. I mean, as compared to Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania said either abortion or democracy was the most important issue. Seems like a very different climate than North Carolina and Georgia. And that's the point.
He's won his district.
To win all of the states that Joe Biden won. She just needs to win enough to get to 270.
Round one pool, right? You see that?
And Nebraska is enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at
Yeah,
Pennsylvania,
North Carolina. North Carolina's a problem for
pretty
Trump,
good
man.
for
That's
Kamala
not good.
Harris.
But if it's that early and she's up by that much, man, I'm shocked with that one.
Yeah.
Not shocked with Georgia, but the North Carolina number, that doesn't really make sense to me.
What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested to see, is what Caitlin and Kristen were just reporting on, and that is whether or not that very large, not only Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population in places like Allentown and Reading, whether or not those are going to flip or maybe come out in a more robust way after Madison Square
Because
Garden.
one of the thing about those comments is that it draws attention to the campaign in not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe, she had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez campaigning in Puerto Rican areas of Pennsylvania. It's not just about the mistake, it's about being able to draw attention to it and then use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah, Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida.
Dog, look at North
and New York.
Carolina,
In fact,
bro.
Aaron Burnett following the action in the ballot.
Dog, it's 107, 51,000 paradox with 3% in right now. That's crazy work. That is, they got to talk about that. That is crazy work in North Carolina, bro. That doesn't make any sense to me. Something ain't right about that number. I know Donald Trump is going to flip a wig if that even comes out to even being close to being the case.
The Philly official also tells me while they don't have
You see Mark, you see the share. You see both too, right? You see her numbers? With 5.6 million to go. That's a long way to go.
Tell me ballots had to be replenished today in several polling
Look at the
places.
governor's race.
Democratic stronghold.
Yeah.
Overall,
You remember I was telling you?
speaking
Look
to
at that,
elected
man.
officials in Philly,
And you see how it's matching? Look how close it's matching. Go back up.
and seems
You see what I mean?
Let's look at the Swing County.
You see how much they gotta deviate the vote, how they gotta
Cummings
split
already run
themselves.
Deborah Ross. She's already run District 2. They already called for her.
It's crazy, bro. They already have a Democratic governor.
Races already.
I'm saying, but they already have a Democratic governor. They just haven't voted for the president lately. That's it.
I'm told right now, as it stands across the Commonwealth, there are 600,000.
They were like a hidden blue. They were like a hidden purple state.
Maybe.
And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots.
What I'm saying is, it's more competitive than what people thought it would be. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they thought it would be like Kentucky.
Right. A solid, likely red state. You know what I mean? Presidential wise.
So we're gonna find out did Mark Robinson blow this or not, basically.
Hopefully everyone's turning out. I just want to say quickly, see Cape Falls with a net spot in Philadelphia. You want to trigger from Johnny 2020.
Let's say that's real PTSD.
Yeah, that is the spot. I remember that spot.
Well, Florida. I gotta give. Let me give DeSantis his credit, man. The way he's transformed Florida, I got to give it to him, bro. He did a fantastic job transforming Florida. Fantastic job.
right? Kate was just right here.
The former
in
Secretary of the
Philadelphia.
Commonwealth,
It's the biggest
talking about the
path to vote
challenges they
3
faced
minutes.
back then.
run it up in
2.6
Philadelphia. So she just said we're getting
million
about 100,000
mail-in ballots. That was
So
what
let's just go back
slowed
to
the
2020.
process
Projections
down.
coming
It was a
soon.
new process for people in this state.
81% of the vote.
4 years
and
later,
over
they haven't
over
changed the
600,000
laws,
So the
but
first
things are
100,000
a
will give
bit
us a
better.
clue.
There are
It's a
fewer
building block.
mail-in
We're gonna have to
ballots,
wait
just
to see
under
what
2
things
million.
coming
They
after that,
have new
especially
machines
for
to
the early
process
ballots.
them
But we'll see on
and
the early
more
ballots
people.
this
But
year.
the
Is
optimistic
disproportionately
outlook
Democratic as they
from
were in
election
2020.
officials we've
That's one of the
spoken
things we'll
to
see.
is
But
that
this is
the
the building block
majority
for
of
any
the mail-in
Democratic
ballots
victory
won't be
in
fully
Pennsylvania. It
processed
has to be
until
not
Wednesday
only a
night
high percentage
into
that
Thursday
you want
morning.
a high
And if
turnout.
this
You want to do
race
some
is
raw
as
math
tight
there
as it
to
was
run up
4
your
years
mark.
ago,
Then we
with
get
Joe
into the
Biden won
suburbs
by
around
about
Philadelphia, the
80,000
Collar County
votes, those
and
mail-in
Montgomery
ballots
and
will be
Delaware.
crucial
And you start
to
moving
make
out
the
to the
call
exit
here. So
of
we're
South
still
Philly.
talking
Now,
days
Pam
here.
just noted
Yeah,
two
and in
places
some of
where
these big
people have to
jurisdictions
vote.
like
And I
Philadelphia,
said this at
Stephanie,
the
now they
beginning of
have
the
election
program. Maybe
workers
you
who
want to
are
look at
prepared
the
to
25
work
counties
all
in
night
America.
and
Only
count all night.
25
So
counties in
it goes
America.
a
We
little
voted
bit
twice for
quicker.
Barack
We'll check
Obama,
back
then
with
for
you
Donald
a
Trump,
bunch.
and
We've
then
got
switched
Tom
back to
Yamas
Joe
over at the
Biden.
big board, and you're
Right?
still
So
getting
those are
vote
your
in
Delaware
from
counties.
Georgia and North Carolina,
If
two
you
big
want to
pieces of the
Pennsylvania.
puzzle.
Only
Yeah, and I
in
want to talk about
Northwest
Georgia right now because North Carolina,
Pennsylvania.
there's still only about
Here's the year.
2%,
Look how close it
2% of votes
in
in.
2020.
Let's look
But
at
the
Georgia
winner
because
was
I think
with
what is
Whitehouse,
happening
right?
here
Then
when
you
we
come
talk
over
about
here.
Kamala Harris
Pam
and her
just mentioned
chances,
Northampton
she's
County, which
overperforming
is right
Biden
along
in
the
some of
Jersey
these counties
border,
around the
right
Atlanta
here.
metro area. I'm going to move the
Been there a
map
few
over
times.
this way. So I'm
Campaign
going to
part of
bounce
all of the
around.
map
Here on this side, the
project,
right
great
side, this
group
is
of
where
voters
Biden
there.
was in
And again, look how
2020.
close it was
Here's where
in
Harris
Northampton
is
County.
today,
She mentioned on
76%.
voting line
You
there.
can
I
see
talked
she's
to one of our voters
overperforming
already
there.
today
You
by
come to
text.
Southern County,
She said
Clinton
she was
County, again,
confident
these are the
that Harris
suburbs
could
of
pull it
Atlanta,
out, but
those
that's
ring
Delaware
counties
there.
around Atlanta.
That's Pennsylvania. Now
84%
let's come
for
back to
Biden,
2024
85
and see what we
that
have
high
on the map.
watermark.
At the
Move
moment,
over to
closer this
Rockdale.
time
Look at
around,
this.
the vice president is
69% for
leading
Biden,
Ohio. Not
75%
much of a
tonight
battleground
for
anymore.
Harris.
Ohio,
They're
we
looking
read
at these
today.
numbers tonight.
So
Again, there's
the state
still a
that's
lot
a
of vote out,
20%
but they're
estimate
looking
in
at these
reporting
numbers
would
tonight and
rather
they're
be
telling
ahead than
themselves
behind. But
this is
remember,
the
we
kind of
told you
rhythm
some
they want
states
for
you're
the
going to see a
rest of
lot of
Georgia
early
throughout
votes
the night.
first,
Only
and then you get
25% of
election
the
day
vote is
voting.
in. Trump
So
is way on top,
always
but
seems to
again,
be ahead, but
25%
it's
of the
only
vote is
20%.
in. Remember, we
And the
can show you guys
expectation by the
where
end
the
of the
vote
night
is
is
out. These
Ohio takes
giant
back the red,
bubbles.
but we want
The
to look at
bigger
the
the
vote.
bubble, that's
To
how
be
many
fair to the
votes still
former
have to be
president,
counted.
we're
So
here
you can see
tonight.
a lot
I
of the
was
rural
talking about
counties.
Hamilton County,
A lot of
Indiana.
them are coming in.
Suburban
There's
county,
still
just
some of the
north of
rural counties that are
Indianapolis,
out,
where
but
the
this
vice
big
president
area,
was
remember,
leading, where we
50%
were
of
in
the
the
vote is going
50%.
to
We're
come
about
around the Atlanta
62% now.
metro
Still very
region.
competitive.
Let's
Still
also
could
talk
be a
about
sign.
Pennsylvania, guys,
But
because
she's
race
competitive
is
for
What you think,
big in
Paradox?
this
What you
metropolitan
got?
Pennsylvania.
Holla at
Look
me.
at 2020. Joe
which of
Biden
course
wins the
is the red
state. It
state
is going to be
already
the
in the
keystone
electoral
state and
map
the key to the
call.
election
Let's
tonight.
just check in on the
Trump won it
Commonwealth of
in
Virginia, and then we'll
2016. The
move
I'm
difference
south.
still
about
waiting. 8
40,000
o'clock. I'm
votes.
waiting for the
In
numbers to drop.
2020, he wins by
All
about
right,
80
all
votes
right,
with
all
eight
right, all
parameters.
right, all
The
right,
other
all
thing that
right,
has
all right.
happened, and we've learned a lot about
The polls are
Philadelphia, the
closed,
counties
right?
around
1 minute.
Philadelphia,
I mean, my
places
clock
like
got 8. I
Chester,
think this is a little bit
places like
delayed, right?
Montgomery County.
Am I
Those
behind on
people
this?
may
I
know
think I'm a little bit behind.
Munco. We'll
You're a
talk
little
to
bit
Allie about that
behind,
as
bro. Yeah.
well as
Other states that the poll closings are about to occur
There we go. I'm caught
in
up.
about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some
Let's
characterizations for
let's
you
see
here
what the dump
in
is,
just a
and then
moment
we'll get
with
to
those 8
CNN.
o'clock
I
poll
paused the
closings. Here's an
CNN
NBC
joint,
News
so
projection.
we'll get get that one in after this. Projected winner. Hold on. What's going on?
You got Florida. She got Massachusetts.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Hold on.
Tennessee.
What's projected? Yeah, projected, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So did he get Florida? Oh, they're doing all of them.
Yeah, they dumping. They're doing a big dump.
They dump right now.
Yeah, big dump.
Missouri.
Okay.
So he got Florida.
Oh, they already called it for Florida already? Okay. Alabama.
I think.
Yeah,
I think that's what
he's
I
going to get Florida's his. Oklahoma.
DC.
District of Columbia. DC. Ooh, 90
she
to
got
20.
Florida.
Ooh, you whipping ass, bro. Ooh, you whipping tail. You whipping feet. Man. That Florida came in. It came through. You came through with the Florida one. I got to give you that. Got to give that one.
Well, we knew he was going. They spent zero money in Florida, so nobody spent any money there. He was going to win by 5 points. They gave up. They didn't even fight. They didn't even run on it. Neither one of them ran in Florida at all. Actually,
that's true.
They conceded Florida.
Oh, she says she's making up ground in Georgia now. But how many is it left? They dumped.
We got we got 1, 2, Florida, 77.
Yeah, Florida's done. Yeah, Florida don't play. They get they work in. They get them votes in quick. Boop, 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 boop. They get it in. It's gonna be like 10 million people voted in 12 million people, close to 12 million people voted in Florida. It's a good haul. It's a good haul.
They just gave Alabama. Alabama ain't got no numbers. See where the numbers at. Good thing you got the numbers.
You know that's cold when they just and it was so crazy about Alabama. Alabama can be competitive too because Alabama 30% black, 25% black at least.
Yeah, they ain't
At
spending
least.
money. They ain't going to states.
Yeah, that's true.
They ain't spending no money in Florida. And still got 44%.
You're right.
And that's going to get tighter.
You're right.
Yeah, no Maryland numbers. This hasn't updated our system yet.
Run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade. And every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf.
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously
going?
border
Where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some
it's the
older whites, and we could really
Chuck searching, boy. You searching, Chuck. Yeah, you do a little searching, brother. I got you though. I feel you.
Well, the point is that they want to keep eyes on the show, right? If you start saying hard things, he'll just turn off the TV, right? They gotta they're watching the ratings by the minute, of course. They don't want no dips.
Yeah, that's true. You want to put on Brian Cohen? I think he got some interesting commentary probably going right now. Before I go back to CNN, or you want to leave it there? What you want to do? Could Brian be entertaining though? Let me see how nervous he is. If he
was focusing on like one district for some reason. So he on some other shit.
Yeah. PA, they still voting though. They still in line at the schools though, right? And the colleges. Yeah.
On abortion are really worked up in suburbs around Detroit, around
Macon. He got our boy on here.
Right.
Yeah, Mateo.
And of course, there's been a heavy focus even among the Republicans for Harris and that contingent of people to give something of a permission structure for these white voters, white female voters, even previously former Republican voters to come on board with the Harris campaign. I think they've done like a multi-pronged approach where they have had these surrogates reaching out to these folks. I do want to point out one thing, and that is that Donald Trump has already begun spreading a lot of these lies, to call it what it is, about this idea of there being a fraud or danger happening in Detroit and Philadelphia. What do you make of that?
He must know
what on
Philadelphia is going
earth
to be
do
a
Detroit
problem
and
for him.
Philadelphia have in common, Brian, that
course.
Donald Trump
They're
would want to
black.
pick on these two cities? I can't imagine what about the
Can't
racial
possibly
makeup.
put my finger on it. Yeah.
I can't put my finger on what about the racial makeup of those two cities might attract Donald Trump's attention. We also know he's not a fan of
Hassan-
Milwaukee and
Hassan a
Wisconsin.
troll.
Shit,
or a
you
fan
don't want
for
to lose
Georgia.
Pennsylvania. It's
Tell me
over.
what these cities have in common.
Yeah,
Just
Hassan a
put
troll.
your finger on
You
it.
better say
He
one.
is a man who is a race baiter. He is a man who's an election denier. He's a man who's never going to. I just did a British radio hit earlier, and I said, I'll come back here on this show and I'll eat whatever you want me to eat if Donald Trump concedes tonight. If he loses, he may win. God help us all.
He's not
But if he
gonna
loses,
concede.
the idea that he will concede
You
to a
can
black
forget
woman
about
happily is absurd. He's not going to do it. He has a problem with a black woman opponent. He has a problem with black voters in places like Detroit and Philly. We've had Larry Krasner, the Democratic DA in Philadelphia, come out very strongly tonight and say this is all BS. There's no evidence of anything that Trump is claiming. He even claimed there was law enforcement in Detroit out by the ballot. Detroit mayor and government told Daniel Dale of CNN that's just not true. They don't have any idea what he's talking about. But Brian, we know this is the playbook, right? You just throw as much mud against the wall, see what sticks with your followers, create enough doubt, make people have no faith in the electoral process. I mean, this is a man who shouldn't be allowed to run for president. Number one, because he incited insurrection, but number two, because he wants to undermine the entire American democratic system.
Mehdi, what do you make of Donald Trump's closing message here? I believe it was just last night at his final pitch, closing message at his last rally, where he decided to call Nancy Pelosi an expletive. And that, of course, comes in the immediate heels of him bringing one of his comedians on stage to decide to call Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. He has, that's just one of a raft of things that he's decided to do in this closing week. Do you think that's going to have some impact here?
Well, if you're looking at some of the polling and some of the anecdotal reporting and people on the ground talking to Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, where there's, I believe, 500,000 Puerto Rican American voters. Remember, these are Americans, despite what some MAGA people might think. I think it could hurt. Wouldn't it be hilarious?
Remember what I said about the margins, though.
A racist comedian
Paradox. Remember what I said,
in New York of all places. I mean, it's finally cutting through to some communities how racist this man is.
Yeah, those
Talk
will be the
about closing
margins.
message. This is a closing message which was supposed to be about the economy and immigration. In fact, Donald Trump can't stick to any kind of message discipline, so we revert.
I don't include us in those margins,
and that means
by the way.
misogyny, racism, fascism. So we've had him saying, "I wish I hadn't left the White House." We've had him, trying to use the B word for Nancy Pelosi, calling Kamala Harris low IQ, lazy as hell, stupid person. All the tropes that you have about black people from this white supremacist candidate. You've had him muse on the size of Arnold Palmer's genitalia. You've had him talk about the UFC setting up a league for migrants to fight for survival in. This kind of insane, fascistic, dystopian worldview that he adopts. This is his closing message, right? It's fascism, it's racism, it's misogyny. And that we've normalized.
Democrats have a vivid imagination.
Let me say this, Brian, to you and your viewers. Donald Trump might lose tonight. He may win. God help us all. But even if he loses, we can celebrate for a day or two. But the reality is, tens of millions of people will have
Hassan does understand that Trump was born and bred in
we have a real
America.
problem.
Bro. He do understand
Tens
that,
of
right?
millions of Americans have signed on for MAGA fascism. They've made that very clear, and it's not going away even if Donald Trump loses tonight.
I think that's a great point. And something that has been upsetting for me is we are now seeing different jurisdictions around the country come out and say that they're now treating our elections as high security events. They're closing down streets in Green Bay around City Hall. We're seeing that kind of thing replicated across the country. And look, we're supposed to be this beacon of democracy in the entire world. And if we saw this kind of stuff in other countries, we would happily call it
all right,
the stuff of banana
send it back.
republics.
I
And
ain't
yet the
gonna
fact that
torture
it's
you,
happening
bro.
here
It's all good.
is a test.
We can move. We can go put You cannot stand 11. Why are your tolerance so low, man? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's crazy, bro. Crazy work. I thought you said he wasn't that bad. You just said that now. You said that.
Well,
not me.
He tripping.
Running about.
All right, man.
But Hassan is on a mission now, so he's
in
just
North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in.
But that 90%
He's
in,
running
79%
1 point ahead
in.
in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in
that Georgia number.
2020.
Did you just see the Georgia number? What the
That to me,
I didn't see it. What's the
Hold
Georgia
on.
number? He should still be up by crazy. Yeah. Did they call Georgia?
Oh,
already?
he's up. No. Good. He's up.
Oh, okay.
He's at 1.1
Still,
million.
yeah. You're getting up. They're running up. They're running up the score.
Yeah, the 1.7 has came in already. And
Mhm.
3.2 to go. She's down by.
So they got so it's 1,715,253 reported. 3,000,002. I like the way that number breaks down. 3,217,345 remaining. So
And he's up by
that's the crucial thing.
200. What, 300,000?
Yeah.
Get my
I mean, it's very similar to last time. It's going to be close in Georgia.
11,779 votes decided Georgia.
Yeah.
And she's down by 270. So
Yeah.
she got some time.
with more than they already have already. Like
Oh, they
really,
got it right at the bottom now.
yeah.
I ain't gonna do the math.
Yeah.
270.
In North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV.
She's tight too. You could tell she's like, God damn, you traitors. That white woman looking like you. She's like they did it in North Carolina. I don't know what happened in North Carolina, but she knows it's not good when it's that early like that. She knows it when it's that early, and you got
Right,
that kind of
because that's not the city vote.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's the rural vote. Yeah.
People actually go to the
Yeah.
polls and vote. And
Not good.
Just bouncing off something that
Not
Trump said
good
earlier,
for North Carolina for sure.
To zoom out for a moment, remember that one of
It's
the
going to be
biggest
crazy
issues
if North
with this
Carolina
campaign
votes
was
gets more of a win or
really want is change.
the
And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments,
the number is larger in North Carolina than it is in Georgia.
candidate. And so what we are seeing
That's
for
going to blow
example, with
people's minds,
independents, I
man.
think is notable because I think
She up in Pennsylvania though.
You think he has?
100,000?
ultimately voters say
Yeah,
that's
I
120,000?
wasn't worried about PA. Do you think he has a path if he loses Georgia or North Carolina?
there's something baked into
What's
Donald
No,
left?
he got to win both of those states.
for a change here because he was already in the White House for 4
He
years.
cannot lose either one of those
President
states.
Harris, as you're looking at the popularity or
I
favorability.
think if he loses one of those states, he probably loses Pennsylvania.
The question is that going to be a drag on how
He got to
she-
win both.
Your point on the get out the vote effort. This is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever?
True.
Get those votes in
Emergencies,
now and get
yeah.
them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner, 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104.
Oh, what?
Republican for president and a Democrat for
Look
governor.
at that. You see what I'm saying? That is the
Ticket splitting piece.
problem.
This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
They have a
people look at
Democratic
this
governor
and
right now.
That's
Like,
exactly right. So if somebody's looking at this,
you
well, the
cannot
Democratic
run.
governor
Pause
won
it
in
real
North
quick.
Carolina,
Pause it real
doesn't
quick.
mean maybe the
I don't
vice
think
president
people
here is
understand.
not. It
Pause
does
it right
not.
there. Pause it
We'll
right
just
there.
throw that out.
I want people to understand that's not normal. That's not normal. You can't expect people to make up that difference like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is insane. You know what I'm
You
saying?
called
Like,
that. You called that early too.
dude, like when you're trying to get people to just because it's hard enough. You already suppressed the vote. You already got people that ain't came out to vote today because of this guy. Because of him. And I know Trump he's gonna blame him heavy for North Carolina. I know he's going to do that. You know, if it continues to go this way, the fact that you can't even, because you want it to be a respectable number, you want it to at least be like 45 or something like that,
You want to be
to where the split can happen. Okay, I'm gonna still, you know what I'm saying? You know, we'll split it, but you asking a lot for a 21, 22, 18, 19, 16%, you know, separation between your candidate and the other person. That's a lot, bro. That's a lot to ask of a person to split the vote. You asking what, hundreds to 200 something thousand people to do that? Maybe a million folks. We're probably talking about million people because it's 5 million left. We're talking about millions of people. We haven't even got to the cities yet, Paradox. In North Carolina, clearly.
It's crazy. But I will say this though, because Robinson messed up so bad, it might turn North Carolina into an anomaly though, and then I can't count it anymore.
You can't
That's
count
the
this
problem.
one.
Because this is the only dumbass in the entire country that ruined his race at this level, at least.
Yeah, this is bad.
He's the only one, so he's gonna skew it because, like, well, if she wins North Carolina, I think I'm gonna have to wash out North Carolina.
Yeah,
and just say, you know what, he calls it, like you said, suppression. So I'm gonna go back to Georgia.
It will be close. It will be close. Maybe at the end, maybe. But I would be definitely shocked if he comes back and take North Carolina from her because of this guy. By the way, it is his fault.
Yeah,
it is his fault. This is him.
Out there, this is a state that Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf.
You know, the man got an appetite.
Set by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump?
It happens,
we don't
though.
know the answer.
It doesn't always happen, but it does happen.
President Biden
Not always.
was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate.
That's right.
And that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
But the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also, a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up there.
Absolutely.
Well, North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is and it's a good reminder
I mean,
that
the whole race is a narrow margin. We know that. That's what makes it so exciting. Yeah.
These margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters.
We was right about North Carolina and Georgia, bro.
We
We said this earlier too. I'm just saying about the fight part. I did not know that it was going to be. We haven't been to the cities yet. Paradox. Like I said, now unless the cities are
crazy, though.
No, like I mean that you got to. It's 5 million left out. It's 5 million out. That's not good, dude. That is not good. Normally, the Democrat is down at least 6 to 7 points.
See, they keep saying that she's overperforming with white voters. That's interesting.
Here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm.
You hear that part, right? They keep saying that. I don't know if that's true or not, though. I need to see more information on that. Is she really overperforming for white voters?
I think they mean percentage points, brother. Just percentage points.
That is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right?
Here we go.
It's a reminder here. We're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are over. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000
But see, the thing about Trump is that normally, though, I'm thinking about 16 and 20. Normally, he's not impacted by down ballot people, though.
Story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented.
He did real good in the rural
areas.
areas.
Look how Democrats were able to run up the score from Romney in 2012.
Damn, he
Clinton
kept it the
flips
same,
it, and look
though.
how
Look
they're
at
growing
that.
the margins. And
He's the
tonight,
same.
that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's
Ben, you already talked about that, though.
Let's go around. Let's see what we have.
He's not moved. It's going to be on her
Let's see how,
And people
how that
showing
compares
up.
to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about.
Yeah,
you know,
he's
1% in. I don't know how much we're
He's in
going to be able to
trouble.
say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta
trouble,
suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's
Yeah,
overperforming
see,
there.
there you
Okay,
go.
that's
That's
Harris.
what
That's
you
the
were talking
Democrats.
about, right?
Let's go to these
He's in
rural
trouble,
regions.
yeah.
Raven, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020.
That's what you was talking
He's
about.
at 78 right now. You can
He
see
still
he's
did a
holding
good
his
job
marks.
holding the rural
Union
vote. He
County,
kept them
a little
solid,
bit
but
lower, but again, he's around the
He not moving the number though.
yeah, he did not move.
and
He did not
overperforming
move
a
the
white
Can he
numbers
move
like
the
he needed
number?
rural
to.
counties. Let's go
Not
to
like he
Georgia's
needed
Black
to.
Belt, where they have counties with lots of
Because you got to remember, she
African-American
got
voters.
new. She
Here
got
in
new
Doherty,
numbers. She got new
this is about
people.
70%
You know.
African-American.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
the problem.
Slightly
She got new
overperforming
folks.
Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties, in
Yeah.
those
He
African-American
didn't
counties
grow
and around
though.
the Atlanta
That's the
region.
problem.
Yeah, man,
Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to
we
be very
need
close.
to get out.
It's one of the reasons why
We need to
when
go
we
ahead
click
and
on Georgia right
outsource our
here,
shit,
it is
man. 'cause
literally just
we
too
were
close
talking
to call,
about this
guys.
way
All right,
early,
Tom, we
man.
got a lot
Like,
ahead
you know,
here. We're going
they
to take a
giving
break,
commentary.
and
We
then
just
another
if
state
we could work
closing
with
its
these
polls.
numbers, we'd be giving
Which
way better.
candidate will it bring
You know,
closer to those
this
crucial
is crazy.
270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
I think we
I
need
know.
to really, yeah, this is crazy, man. Maybe we need to focus on that a little bit. We got connections out here anyway too. We know people like this is.
That's what we're saying though, is that if because he's gonna, cause we knew one thing, he's gonna hold position because young folks, all those young dudes who they not voting, the same old, right? He's hitting the same number. That means they're not voting. So he's getting his standards.
And it looked
which
like
we
those
knew that was
kids,
gonna happen.
And it looked like those kids gonna stay in line in PA. He's in trouble, bro.
So the thing is,
I mean, that almost they ain't even talked about. They haven't even discussed the blue wall yet. Like they're not even discussing it. She is doing better than I thought she was, to be honest with you. I mean, like it looked kind of shaky early, but it's just like how she's been.
I thought Trump was gonna at least find some votes to grow his rural area vote. And that's a little concerning to me.
Yeah.
Because I would expect the rural vote to be maybe. I remember we were only talking about a point or two, so I figured even though the young folks may not come out, he was still some of them will still come out and bump him to maybe 1 or 2 from what he did in 2020.
That North Carolina, it is way too much blue in North Carolina to suppress the vote the way that they did with the Republican candidate. It was way too.
And you know,
that is
crazy. You know what I forgot too is that Mark Robinson is actually going to activate the blue vote because of
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. You're right. Yeah,
exactly. Suppress his party, activate their party to vote.
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh no, we are not like this guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no sir.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Right. So you're going to get more blue vote just to get him out of there. They're going to vote for her for president.
And what your people told you, that was the truth. We have so many people that have moved here. There it is right there. You don't even know that fucking shit. That shit is like, that should be like Maryland almost. Like it's like you don't even know it yet. You don't even know what you don't even know what it is. It's like you got people down there that vote blue all the time, like all the time.
Yeah.
Like it ain't nothing. Like they're not even thinking about it. They don't even pay attention to politics. It's just they Democrats. That's just what they do. You know.
Yep.
It's like an automatic thing. You know, if you got people from moving from New York City, you know what I'm saying, Maryland. Moving from northern VA
Jersey,
down there. Come on now.
Philly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
VA.
Because you know that's where all our people, you got a lot of people we know that's from North Carolina. A lot of folks. A lot of folks went home. A lot of people.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? North Carolina don't even know what the demographics is. But you can look at the map and tell that shit don't look like a regular southern map.
Nope. It's not even close. Not even close.
I think they got more blue.
That shit more blue than Georgia.
It's more blue than Maryland. If you
Maryland's only a couple spots. Yeah.
If you look
at it,
it
does. Yeah, it does. No, it does.
Maryland's just
Maryland only got 3 spots. That's blue.
PG County,
Moco, and B-more.
And B County. That's it.
That's it.
It overwhelms the rest of the state, but the rest of the state is red.
Bright red.
Extremely red. I'm talking about
Hold
Trump
on, what's this?
representing.
What's this right here? What's she saying? What's
More
up with
women
this?
are backing Vice President Harris. More
What?
men are backing
Hold on.
former President Trump. More women,
Hold up.
55% for Harris, Trump
Not enough,
43%.
man. If
We'll
he
go to
gets
men,
that,
and
then
you'll
yeah,
see
that's
it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for
Let me
Donald
go
Trump
back.
when
What
it
she
comes
just
to
say?
men nationally. It absolutely still exists.
Gender.
Exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 52%.
It's not as big a gap as I thought.
When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that
well,
up.
she
You're
closed
seeing
the gap.
more women are backing.
That's what
If
I'm
she got
saying.
40, yeah, if she got
More men are
47%
backing
men,
former President
that's
Trump. More
crazy,
women,
bro.
55% for Harris, Trump 43%. We'll go to men.
Man, look,
That's crazy,
if
bro.
that 55 is a national vote, so it's
If it
skewed.
holds,
But
yeah,
if she held 55 for women, I mean,
yeah, it's over.
this was
Yeah,
yeah, we
that's
know.
over.
Yeah,
That's it.
It
That's it.
flips,
Because
right?
we
That
haven't,
red
we
slice.
literally, she's leading in Ohio. Paradox. She's leading in
right.
Ohio, bro.
But she needs that 55 to be in the swing states. The national numbers are going to be, they're skewed a little bit, so I can't trust this number totally. But I would love for her then to break it out for just swing states.
Pie gets a little bit not.
We have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. House George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri. That was
Good old
once
Senator Claire
was
McCaskill.
senator way back when. So we talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you hear what Hallie says, Senator, what's your take?
I think we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college-educated, non-college.
Not going to happen right there. We have our first vote. Look at that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So what if Texas is what we thought Florida was going to be? You know, how people was talking about Florida, right?
Well, we
What if
know
Texas- what if
Texas. We know Texas is a lot closer to shifting than Florida is.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It's
I
a
mean, I
lot of
wanted Florida to do something, but they never spent the money. So
True.
unlike Texas, where you don't have to spend money, it's just something going on there.
Right.
With the people who are moving there and other things that are happening, it seems like those they're actually almost, I don't want to say naturally going blue, but I think they might be naturally, you know. And I've been saying this since 2016, by the way. That's on the record.
Yeah.
And it was red in 2016, by the way. And I said Texas is coming.
Yeah. You called that early too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta give it some time. But it's time.
Yeah. It's 2028 may be the tipping point for them.
But again, if the Democrats decide not to spend money, it won't matter.
It won't matter. That's true.
You gotta put some money in it.
That's true. If all red can pull off the Hail Mary, the miracle.
Look at the abortion number in Florida though.
Yeah. Well, we knew that. We knew they were going to vote. I mean, they're liberal. They're a liberal red state.
It's there for the taking, but they gotta.
Dude, the only reason why I think that they vote this way is because of the Latino vote there. They orient themselves, as trying to be white. I think it's more of a race. I think it's a class thing too to vote Republican to a degree. Like it's like a class standard for them.
Well, not only that, they're coming out.
They got kicked out of Cuba too. I got to remember those.
That's really that's really what it is. They're really the issue with
No, you got to take a look at PA.
Coming out of communist Cuba.
You got to look at PA, bro. PA is crazy right now, bro.
Is it? Let me go to my.
It is out of control, bro.
62%. So again, in the early returns in North Carolina, the vice president.
Well, they got a dump in PA.
Yeah, it's a dump in PA.
You sure?
I'm sure. It was like 200-some thousand to like 70,000. Donald. It was crazy.
I want my screen go down. What's up? Said 5 new updates. They want me to hit that update button.
Want to look out in this part of the state because this is the part of the state.
What did they just say about exit polls into Texas?
State has done a remarkable job.
Texas, she's up too, but it's just early. That's not going to hold.
Again, only 7% in. 77%.
But I think she makes up. I think she cuts it.
I did miss one.
I think she cuts it to like 2 points. I think she cuts it to like maybe it's going to be close. They're going to sweat. They're going to sweat a little bit.
I'm gonna tell you something. Democracy being on the ballot.
Yeah.
We missed that. I missed that. That's a bad miss for me.
Yeah, I missed that
I don't
too.
know what they're talking about.
They haven't went to the cities yet in North Carolina, bro. That is ooh. He's not making.
Why wouldn't it let me scroll down to Pennsylvania? What the hell is going on?
Let's gas up the car. We go to Georgia now. The former president of the United States ahead there with 56% of the vote. You're up to 36%, so you start to think, okay, we're doing some business here with the count. However,
So Detroit's having some issues.
County, by far the largest county population-wise in the state. It's 10% of the state.
You see that, right? Walls called students who are still waiting in line in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, in Pennsylvania, they're overwhelmingly it's overwhelming, bro. Like, if you look at the numbers,
I can't even scroll. I can't even get to Pennsylvania. What the hell is going on with the updates?
But remember this as we go through the night. 73%, if you round up, for Biden 2020 in Fulton County, the absolute bedrock of any Democratic victory has to come with big math there.
What is that? Yeah, what's this?
They're talking about Georgia.
Now she's at 71%. That's a little below the Biden number. We'll see where the final turnout number rounds up. But if you're in the Harris campaign, you're working the phone saying, yo, what's out there? What's going to come? Where are we going? Do we really think we matched our numbers? And if you lose a little bit in Fulton County, you better make it up in the suburbs around it, which is why this is very interesting. But it's also
voter is 398. Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about Pennsylvania? It's only 400,000 to 153. What you talking about?
Trump in the lead. It's going to take 200,000 plus, 220, 230.
How much is it?
To win Cobb County. So let's be careful and cautious early on about that. Then you just come back out. This one's Gwinnett up here, Gwinnett County. Harris at 52. But again, look, we're very early here. We love counting votes. It gives me an early test of how things are playing out. But 52%, if you round that up, go back to 2020, Biden at 59. You know, you're not alarmed yet because you're only at 2%. Just want to come down.
There we go. A long way to go.
This is the most democratic of the suburbs, just to the east of Atlanta.
It's too early.
Biden gets 83.
What's going on here? Let me see.
The vice president there. One thing the Harris campaign has been saying is if you look out here, you're moving more out to the excerpt.
Field and well, it's one of the counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won in
Rockdale County.
And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, you know, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30 on the East Coast. Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on Election Day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then They ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a little through everyone here. There's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things. I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of the
people, and it's a systemic failure by thinking, oh, they're just fringe, on the fringe, and they're just conspiracy theorists. No, they have never been dealt with. They have never been dealt with. They have had carte blanche to own as many weapons as they want, to have as much property as they want. They have had carte blanche in this country since the founding of this country, and I'm tired of it. My family has been here before the founding of America.
Come on.
Okay? And it has been the same people.
Right.
It is enough is enough.
Enough is enough. And that property is to include people, which is why I have rightfully called him on this network who he is. He's the son of a Klansman. And I'm glad that New York, unfortunately, got to see in the 21st century at Madison Square Garden, the son of a Klansman produced a Klan rally in New York, not Georgia, not
Now, didn't we say his father did the same thing? I mean, that's known. Everybody knows that. That's not a.
we have always
That's not a.
But I mean,
Well, I guess it's not talked about.
It's not disqualifying.
Right.
He still carry. He still
I thought that was
carry
Nina
Miami-Dade,
Turner,
still
by the
carry
way. She
the
sounded
middle
like Nina
of
a little
Florida,
bit.
which is filled with
The way she
Latinx
talks.
folks.
But you also see some shifts. Here's an example in Atlanta's Fayette County. Trump won that by 7 in 2020. He's only up 2 here. And again,
why don't he have a board up?
Suburban counties with that black turnout.
Money.
May not be in Georgia now.
You reading off no damn iPad? Put the damn screen up behind your head.
He needs to spend. He needs to spend that money to get some effects up there. He needs some digital people. He needs some young people to kind of help him out a little bit, man. He do.
Blue wall states.
He's so damn stubborn, though, man.
Rebecca, significant.
So I gotta sit here and watch this Black Votes Matter 2024, and I have no board. I don't know what's going on. I gotta wait on him to tell me what's on his iPad.
Just like in 2016, this election will come down.
Oh, there that dude go. That's why I hate. By the way, that's why I don't like Democrats.
She wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. She wins.
Come on, man. Which dude you
especially
think?
Negroes.
One of these.
The one that's to the left of Roland.
No, we doing good. We doing good. We doing good. We're not doing no anti-black slander today, brother.
In massive numbers.
I don't like him, though, man. I
know.
You don't even know who I'm talking about. You can't even see his face.
Are you talking about
points. One thing I want to
Dr.
point
Carr?
out about Georgia, Fulton County, as well as
Are you talking about Dr.
Cobb
Carr?
County,
Who you talking
the
about?
precincts that
The
you
brother,
just talked
the
about
young
where
brother
they're
that do the
extending
mumble mouth
vote.
kind of stuff?
If you read the judge's orders,
He's mumbling
one thing
stuff.
that is clear, I just want people to
We're
pay
gonna talk in a
attention
minute.
to. If you join the line during that extension time, you will be given a provisional ballot, not a regular ballot. If you are in line before the normal cutoff time, before the extended time, you will get a regular ballot. So for
He
those
right
of
there in the
you who are
gray.
standing
Right there in the
line
gray outfit with the
give you a
gray beard
provisional
to the
ballot. I
left.
need you to focus over the
You
next
talking
3
about
days
Mark?
to make
Oh
sure
my
that you're
God!
following up on your
Yeah,
ballot. You're making
reparations,
sure it's
Like
actually
that.
counted, or if you need to do a curing process, the curing process is making your ballot cold so it's actually counted. That's so very
He all
important
right,
if
man.
you
You
are
know,
in Cobb County or if you're in
he all
Clayton County.
right.
The other thing that I want to talk about, we talked
This,
about
this is
the
our this
echo
is our black
chamber that the
bourgeoisie.
Republicans have through media. One of the things that the Black community used to have a lot more before we got so
The
stuck in
black educated
respectability
class,
is the streets. Why haven't
black
the
conscious
streets been
educated class,
more
I guess.
engaged? You have the preachers, you have the pimps, you have the
Right there.
businessmen, you have the thugs, you got the drug dealers. All of them can vote too if their rights are still there. So what are we
See,
doing
this is
to
why I can't. I
engage
gotta get out
all
of
of
this.
these parts of our community, even the ones we don't want to talk
I
about, but we
tried.
know they're in our
I'm
families?
glad you
They're
lasted this
also
long,
a
man. We'll
part of the
come back to our
community.
people,
I
man, a
was
little bit
thinking
later,
when
man.
Vic
I
Meeks
tried.
got released
Once
out
it
of
start to
prison,
see,
and I was
once
thinking
the
about,
once like I said, the
This
multiverse.
bitch is talking about
Paradise.
fucking
Hold on. Let me get mine off
drug
who
real
was
quick.
the
dealers, bro.
Let me
families
get
that
mine.
owned
I gotta go back to the white people.
who were the white
Come on, let me get mine off real quick, man. Hold on. Now, hold on. Pause it for a second.
This
This
year.
is what I'm saying about the multiverses reality. So like I'm like Doctor Strange. I see all possibilities, right? I'm real good with that. I know what I want at the end of the day, like Doctor Strange is too, you know. But I it's like I'm looking at it, and it's like you're Iron Man, so you're locked in. You like fuck the Accords, like we gotta do it like this, man. I'm like Doctor Strange. I like playing with things. I gotta have movement. I like different things. I like things kind of fitting here, this and that. I can see it, you know. But like I said, like once it comes together, then one reality has to kind of merge into it, and it's going to be that way just for whatever that time period is. That's how I look at it. It's like the multiverse. That's what we're dealing with. Things are converging. That's why people are having problems, like the realities of it. Because you know, you can look at these things and be like, hey man, they're up, they're doing this and that other. But when you really pay attention to the map, he did not grow his electoral base. You said that.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a problem growing the people that vote for him normally.
Yeah, because he didn't pivot. So he's
did
banking
not-
that they're gonna show up, basically.
And they have in some places they have, but it's not. He didn't put into effect that Harris is going to get the different kind of vote that Biden didn't get. That's where they're getting hit at. They're getting hit there. They're getting hit there. Young people, the Latino vote in the margins. Black people are not in this. We're going to vote how we vote. Okay, that's just a wash. And then there's going to be some defector white women that's going to lie about voting a certain way, and they're going to vote both sides. That's what I'm saying. They're lying on both sides, so they're duplicitous. So he lost some of those votes in some of these areas. Clearly, because if you're getting rural areas that are bumping out, that that's clearly a woman vote. That ain't the white men.
No,
that's not white men. Not in those kind of numbers.
Because those white women will have to make up the loss that she's losing from the Joe Biden votes
Right.
in the rural areas that
See,
Kamala won't get.
Georgia is following the playbook of what we thought it would be.
Yeah.
You get hammered in the rural areas, you smack them back down. You try to make up the difference once you get back into the cities. Savannah, DeKalb County, you know what I'm saying, into Atlanta. You try to make the difference up there. Hopefully, but
Yeah, she up 300,000 in Pennsylvania so far. That's interesting.
What do you think?
It's interesting.
It's tough, man. That's tough, bro. And that's where that invisible vote, we talked about it. That's that invisible vote. And they're gonna pat themselves. That's the only thing I don't like about this, because they're gonna be like, oh, it's women, and they don't want to say white women, but that's what they mean. But they're not gonna blame it. If they lost, they're not gonna blame it on themselves. Like it would be the same thing. If you lose it as women, if you won it as women, and hence white women at that. So this is on them, And like I said, you don't have to make that much of a difference within the vote. If you make we even talked about it even showing up in the rural areas. If you get if she clips a little bit of that off, like when John King goes back and say, well, she's doing that 65 and Biden done 61 here. And you can see the numbers kind of tab as like a 5,000, 6,000 difference. Yeah, that's their group. That's them. Yeah, clearly. That's where that Iowa number comes in. That Iowa number holds up. Then you know what I'm saying? Paradox. That's where it's at. So when she said that,
Georgia,
the lady from Iowa, the Iowa number, that's where it held up at. It held up there, bro. That's what she was talking about. She said, "What happened with Georgia?"
I was saying Georgia about to get called.
So how many votes did he have, Georgia?
He up.
I know he up, but I'm saying how many votes are left to be called in Georgia?
He up 400,000. 2.3 million.
Ooh, okay. So maybe they don't make up the difference. We'll see. How many is coming in with Atlanta? They still haven't called it? What's the number?
Yeah, she just went up 3 points and she just went up 3 points and he stayed at the same. What is that? What did that just change to in Georgia? Lord have mercy. 75028 minus 1554610. She just picked up 100,000.
Really?
Oh my God! Let me see what that number. I just went up again. 016. Are you looking right at it?
I can't see it. It's like too small for me.
1617963. I'll blow it up.
I see the blue. I see the blue moving though. I do see it chasing them down a little bit now.
Nah, it just moved. It just moved a little bit. But I'm just saying that. Can you see it now?
I see it. I see it. Yeah. I see it. 52 to 47. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming in fast. It's coming in fast in Georgia. We may have an answer in the next 20 minutes in Georgia, 30 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. But how many is remaining is what I'm trying to say, Paradox. How many?
That's 1.9 million.
1.9 million left
There was
to be counted.
4 million. It was
Yes.
4 million.
Okay.
It's 1.9 million. She's down by 200,000. That is not good for Trump.
Nah.
But it's gonna be tight though. Either way.
It's gonna be in the tens. Either way. Yeah. Interesting. Huh.
You see how tight it is?
It's tight.
So Joe Biden won by 0.3. I mean, it's a handful of votes. 10,000 votes. I mean.
T Riddler. Trump and Harris are not running neck to neck in VA, bro. They haven't even counted Northern Virginia yet. Chill, bro. Be easy, brother. Be in peace, brother. He may get a little bit of the vote, but nobody's worried about VA flipping red, bro. Not this cycle. That's not going to happen.
Let's go look at VA. Too close to call.
It's not going to happen.
Too early to call.
Yeah.
Trump is up in VA.
I know. I saw it. That's that rural county though. I mean, I'm not even.
He's up by 2,500 votes with 2.4 million left to count. We got a long way to go there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, when you get to Alexandria, you already know. You know the math.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie. I be forgetting that Tim Kaine even exists, bro. This man's still he's in the Senate. Okay.
He's a bad. That's what I'm saying. He's a bad candidate too. That's what I'm saying. So that you see how important it is. Like I want people to understand. It's not just the president that's important. When you get people excited about your senator, your governor, your representatives, your court judges, or whoever if people are willing supporting these people, they're going to come out and try to vote for these folks, right? If they're not excited about these folks, it's just like, yeah, all right, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
the drama beginning to clearly build.
I need Georgia to call. I'm gonna be too tired to drive to DC in another hour. I'm gonna be burnt out.
Nah, man, you don't have to.
Race in the road to 2-7.
All right. Who do we got? Ooh, 105 to 30. It's a massacre.
It is
It's a
8:51 in the
massacre.
East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270.
Wop,
And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out. So we will watch for those next poll
but
closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock on the East Coast, and they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
You know I'm clowning.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin?
Good evening, Wisconsin!
And Michigan?
Michigan, we are not going back.
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We are going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count
Let me
from
ask
these
you this,
break
though.
states.
Let me ask you this, Paradox.
As our decision desk gets ready to make new calls.
You think Trump cool as a fan, or you think how you think he holding up? What do you think?
Well, they're getting internal numbers. So I don't know. They had to go to his camera to see. I don't know what they're seeing. Okay. But like you said, in the real world, he knows it's going to be tight. But when he's talking, he's going to make it seem like he should win all 50 states. You know what I'm saying? So once you understand how that brain works, Michigan, we got some Michigan numbers.
We got some Michigan numbers in. It's only 8% in though. It ain't. It's still, you teetering. So it ain't really doing nothing yet. Just 8% in. Yeah. It's interesting, man. It's a very interesting race, though. Yeah. Yeah.
Number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then of course there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jacob, I just look back.
Trump got his bump.
Made just sort of big picture.
North Carolina, he's up.
Trump's got 100.
He's up in North Carolina?
Right, and Harris has got 27. And there's half a country
right there.
A little corner of blue. And I think
Boom.
what we need to make is at this
Good job.
moment,
Okay.
I think of it as a tennis match. There are no
He's up by
surprises.
10.
There have been no flips. Nobody has broken serve.
It's 4 million votes to go, but yeah.
But that's what it's supposed to be. Like that's
140,000.
I'm saying that's more like it to me.
No swing state that has been flipped yet, and there is just the way the states roll out that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states there's
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected the race to be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California. I mean, there are plenty of places with a lot of delegates. Not delegates.
I will say
Democrats are expected
it's
to get.
a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's true, but there's only half of the.
I understand,
voting.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier when he said, is this, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points in 2020? And I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, And now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier, we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they're important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is
Joe Biden won by 10, like he said.
Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there's 68%.
All right, Tatiana, tell us what's happening on the campus of HU.
5-6, anything.
All right, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
All right, so Tatiana cannot.
They partying out
so
there.
guys, let me know when she can. We have a reset here of our panelists, and so we've got a number of folks in here. Like I say, many of our regulars on the panel as well. Legal analyst Candy Kelly. To my right, what's happening? We got, of course, Scott Bolden. Of course, I told y'all we allow Kappas on, so that's boring. That's boring.
Man, he leans way too hard into the Divine Nine stuff.
African History Network show. I'm a Congo Dominguez
Way
Senior,
too hard.
Professor of Electoral School of International Service, American University, about Avis
I ain't gonna
Jones
hold
Weaver.
you.
It sounds like he's a bro, but a black person.
Out of Philadelphia,
He just-
London Communications.
You
We
know,
also
oh, I can have a
Joe
cap
Gibson,
on. Nobody
Brett
cares.
Attorney out of Los
This is not the
Angeles.
80s or the
Of
90s.
course,
It's
we
not
got,
like where,
Randy,
you
the
know,
DI
nobody really
sitting
cares
over here.
about that like you think it does.
Of course, I'm sure
Like it
she
used to
took
be
out the
like that, but it ain't like that no
at
more. Not
Trump
really.
Palooza was like, what
Not
the
really.
hell? And of course, Delina Porter for me with the State Department. So glad to have everybody here. Guys, do we have Tatiana? All right, so y'all getting that reset. All right, so let's get right to it. Look, listen, people are sitting in Texas. They're sitting here. I'm a Congo. They're nervous. They're like, oh my God, what's going on? And I'm like, okay, everybody got to breathe. At the end of the day, voters have the opportunity. You got to count ballots. There were lots of lines, long lines, and so you just got to just chill and wait.
Yeah, this is the reason why we offered a bunch of free yoga classes this week.
These
folks are freaking out, and this is just part of the process.
Well, he
And
changed
I'm
the
really nervous for a
group
lot of
up
the
already.
younger voters, first timers who are really watching this whole process. And it's like, oh my gosh, you know, he's won 2 states, and they think it's going to be over. But I think this is important for all of us who have been doing this work to really use this as a teachable moment for so many people out there, because this is just a process, and we understand that. Election day is not really election day. It could be election week, election month, depending on what's going on. We got people in some of these other states.
Nah,
that
this
are
ain't gonna
try to
be
pull
no
some
election month,
shenanigans
bro.
with
They
Trump's
got it
little
too
secret
tight.
to try to get to what's
They
going to
coming
happen
in
with
pretty
December 11th
fast
and
and
all this
furious,
electoral
right? They
college
ain't
stuff
really-
they're going to try to play games with.
The count
So I
ain't
think
really
that people
that-
have to
that
be
much
patient
that-
and still
that hold
stay
up,
engaged in
you
the
know.
process consistently, because this is what it's supposed to be about if we stay engaged and focused.
Right. And again, there are crucial states. When we start looking at the map here, Teresa, Pennsylvania is one of those states. Right now, if you look at the New York Times, those are listening as a toss-up. And it's going to come down to, every single vote that matters. And so everyone is parsing those numbers. And so that blue wall is critical. It was critical for Hillary Clinton in 2016. It didn't happen. Donald Trump won by 77,000 votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Vice President Harris and her team hope that that's not the case in 2024.
Well, listen, I
want to say Teresa.
Love that.
Yeah.
In 2020, I think what Pennsylvania has seen is not only that we are a battleground state, we have been a battleground state since 2016, and then in 2020. But what we have seen now with this presidential election, we have seen a double turnout. 500,000 is probably going to be the margin of the increase that we will see in Pennsylvania. And I think that is a lot because of the energy. It is the hope. It is the messaging that the Harris campaign has put on the ground game, but also the engagement. And I think a lot of that is what we're just going to see overnight. Pennsylvania is going to win. We have 67 counties. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh is one of the top priorities. We just had 2 concerts there yesterday where Kamala showed up at the same exact time. And I think that was amazing in itself, right? How do you get, if you're driving 5 hours, but she also took a flight. So it was 40 minutes, but she came there, she resonated, and the people that were there to support her. So I think, the amount of energy and the amount of turnout that we've seen that we haven't seen in the previous elections outside of this one is really going to show a difference.
Michael, we only have less than 10% of the people numbers in Michigan, slight lead for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Right.
Again, Michigan, one of those critical states. She was in Michigan State on Sunday. We were there in Flint. They were there in Flint on Saturday as well. Governor Tim Walz was there. And what we're looking at is turnout, specifically in Detroit, also looking at what's going to be the impact of the Muslim Arab American vote in Michigan. Are they going to penalize her because of the Biden administration's policy when it comes to Israel and what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. You know, the energy on the ground has been phenomenal. I've seen it. I've talked to people involved in different groups organizing African Americans, especially messaging African Americans. We saw good early voting numbers as well in Detroit. And we know for Michigan, you had 3.2 million who voted early, either absentee or in-person voting. We know right now they've started counting the ballots in Michigan. Vice President Kamala Harris has started out with an early lead. Hopefully she'll pull out Michigan. We know it has been the focus of a number of visits. Tim Walz was just in downtown Detroit yesterday with Bon Jovi. Well, Friday, I should say.
No, it was last night. It was last night. Yeah.
Yeah. Last night with Bon Jovi as well.
58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County would kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here. 80, and then in Union.
Just didn't move it enough, bro.
I want to see some sort of swing counties, if you will.
A little bit better.
Trump put it in 2016, but if we go back,
Yeah, he
Obama
put in
had
work right there,
2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on
But
his
the
margins
number-
for
but look at-
2020.
look at the
That's a
voting
good sign
number.
for
The
him.
voting
Let
number
me
is
see
not
if
enough,
Peach
bro.
County is in. Peach County is
No,
another
no,
one
these are
that
baby-
I
these
know
are- these are the little
is in.
baby
This is one of
counties,
those swing
That's what I'm
counties, not a
saying.
whole lot
The
of voters,
county
but
is small. It's
sort
too
of picks the
small.
winner. We like to watch it as we go around.
About three, it's probably like 3 small towns. Per
Tuskegee,
county.
this is
Yeah.
72%. This is the one of the ones we're watching
No,
to
that's
see if
no,
Trump
that's a
could
big
make
number. You see what I'm
inroads with
saying?
black
That's a
voters
big
here.
number.
Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where
So
Biden was
even.
in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing. And the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. We
Go
have in
for
North
it.
Carolina. I'd love to see some
Yeah,
North
let's go for it.
Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
Might as well check
Let's
in.
hit
It's a
North
big
Carolina
battleground.
again. We're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. You know,
what I'm
6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there,
See what I'm
but she's
saying?
overperforming Biden. We
Shit,
go to the
he ain't gonna
research
draw-
triangle
what-
here.
I
Wake
don't know
County,
what you're talking about,
76%
homeboy.
of the vote is in. We compare her
What
to
are you talking
Biden,
about?
62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech
Right.
research jobs,
Right.
affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly
Okay.
overperforming Biden, not by much, but look,
Trump's
any
down,
little
though.
increment makes
Yeah.
a difference when you're talking about a 10,000
See,
vote.
look.
But look,
Now, see, stay right there.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
instead of him, why would he just say Trump is down 3 points?
Yeah, that's all you need.
So
Exactly.
he's underperforming.
He's
She's performing
underperforming.
slightly better, barely,
Right.
and they're 86%. You should
Right.
point that out though, because Trump has to at least maintain. He has to maintain
Yeah.
2020 to keep it at that's him maintaining it is keeping him at 11,779. That's just to get him to the level. You see what I'm saying? Like he needs to stay at that number across the board.
Yeah.
He cannot be underperformed by anything. I mean, it literally.
He has to.
He has to be up
maintain his number
in
He has
all
to
of those
maintain his
counties
number.
by at least probably
Right.
1%
He
to
has to
get
maintain his
over the hump.
Yeah.
But if he's going to underperform, why wouldn't he point that? Maybe he's going to say something in a minute. I don't know. It's weird about
any
it. It's
little
weird.
increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the
It won't
difference
be
is about
10,000 this
41,000
time.
in that
I can
county.
guarantee you that.
Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. You
It
can
won't
check
be
out some of
10,000
his
this time.
counties over here in western North Carolina, Grant County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020 was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by
Hurricane. No sea of red in North Carolina. Are you looking at the map?
County. Biden was
That's
at
what I
59.
don't understand what
Harris
he's,
is overperforming. Again, any
The
advantage.
county is half blue and half red. Where's the sea at?
And she's
that's
hitting
what I'm
higher
trying to
numbers.
The sea of red is
Democrats are gonna
Tennessee.
love that news.
Let's put the Tennessee map. That's what the sea of red looks like.
Like we said,
Ohio,
let me see where else
Louisiana.
in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly Black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected that. I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
I told you we got the B team. It's the B team, bro.
You don't know now of 6 of 7 battleground states still waiting, obviously, for the 7th.
If they haven't even started,
you heard the numbers. Break it down. How we're viewing it.
You don't know what you're looking at. Shit.
Huh?
Come on. He should be like something.
He doesn't know how to process. He doesn't know how to process.
Yeah, it's like it's weird, man. It's the same thing with VA. It's the same thing. Like when you see VA, yeah, he could be winning and stuff like that, but they haven't even counted Northern Virginia yet. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. You got to remember, the heart of the Confederacy is Richmond. The capital of the Confederacy is Richmond, Virginia.
That's right, baby.
It's just
the South will rise again.
I don't know what people thinking. Like people really think that is North right now. Like, dude, you haven't been to VA. Like, you gotta go. You gotta understand. Like, that's not weird to us. We know what that is, bro. We know what VA is.
It's the original South.
It's the original
OG.
Colonial South, the educated South, always has been.
Jamestown, that's right.
Always have been. Absolutely. Shit, if you really want to get down to it, I mean, Old Town Alexandria, you know, Monticello and all that type of shit. University of VA.
UVA, they still got the statues up.
Yeah, Charlottesville, all that shit, man. Yeah. I remember, man, I was talking to some dude online, man. They were talking about New York, the possibility of going red. I'm just like, dog, come on, bro. Like,
yeah, we gotta start talking about
hey, man, listen, I have a heart to listen to everybody, bro. It's just until they push me to the limit. I don't go off unless it gets too wacky. I try to hold my peace, man, for the most part, brother. You know that.
That's wacky, bro.
I try to hold my peace, man. I try to hold my peace, bro. You know that.
New York City has 20 million people in it, in the boroughs. The rest of New York is probably 1 million people. It's a stupid conversation.
Oh man, yeah. All right. So
you talking about crazy numbers in New York City? Just raw numbers.
Yeah.
And their population is not. Their population is actually up. It's not down. Outside of the pandemic, where they lost about 50,000 people. that left.
Right.
Just moving back, but those numbers are insignificant still, even those numbers.
Yeah.
So like everybody leaving California. I'm like, well, damn, they still got 40 million people living there. Though. So I mean, who are y'all? They be talking crazy about California. I'm like, hold up now. California got my girl is on. Let me you know, she knew.
But ain't she the one? Wasn't she one at the NABJ with Trump and them? Wasn't that the one that interviewed him?
I think so. But yeah, she knew. They bringing her up though. They've been working on her. She used to be on some other stuff, some smaller. She actually still on with a brother. They have a show together. It's been on for a while. And they've been moving her up a little bit and putting her next. So you see who she's next to, right? They slide her on in there. But she still got some work to do. She's still a little bit too straight. You gotta show a little personality, you know what I'm saying? They called Texas already? Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee. And you know what Trump is thinking, man, I'm up.
What I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2 large college campuses in that state. And as one individual in Wisconsin told me that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats. From in Baltimore, DC, New York, there were buses that left early this morning of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours, college campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats particularly in Pennsylvania. So they're encouraged, what I'm told, by the raw data, emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass?
Well, the lines are very long and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, hey, so-and-so is on the line. There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there and the evacuations that had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote.
Did they have bomb threats in Georgia, my G?
They want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turn out to vote.
They said it's coming from Russia.
Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hick. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. So they got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spent heavily on television. They spent heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump and particularly to reach out to young men. if Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days to come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to
So they said they're already starting to blame us, DC. They're already priming it.
They
priming.
I wouldn't. Yeah, that group in there doesn't look like.
It's going to be a story when the
that,
black men don't show up.
It doesn't.
Get the hell out of here.
Well, that's foolishness. that's craziness.
Do you know anybody in the crowd?
I can't really see the crowd all that. Damn, they up in there too. They are packed. Woo.
They're there now. They weren't there like an hour or two ago. I mean, maybe they was holding them back in the line or something.
Maybe so. They there though. They got music playing. Play it. Turn it up a little bit. I think they got the music playing, right?
Reading the numbers in the past, they think that's a good indication.
They got the big board up.
Punctuate the thought that Senator Sanders was just sharing a short time
crazy.
ago.
Who else is there?
I don't know.
This is in Philadelphia itself, Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner and Demi Moore, among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line.
Here we go.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got to.
Louisiana.
In Georgia, you can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come. So room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020.
266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know, I love going to this, the remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus, 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this, neck and neck. The difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in
Let's see. Alexandria. She's up. 73. Allegheny. That makes sense for him. Arlington, she's up. She's up in all the counties. Fairfax, 80%. That's high.
Somehow, it look, I can check out until you need some help. And then people like, well, why aren't they showing up? Well, your ass didn't show up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we have to deal with the fact that we're going to be affected by this system, whether we participate in it or not. Correct. And as a lawyer, as a civil rights lawyer, and Scott knows what I'm talking about. People love to complain, and then they come to you to fix problems. Sometimes they've had 2 or 3 lawyers.
People hate the lawyers in the media.
Right. Yeah. That's
and when they get their ass in trouble,
that's right.
They call lawyers in the media.
Listen, they were blowing me up today. Okay. And so and I'm like, but you've got to participate in the system. Notwithstanding all of these issues, all of these things, those of us that got folk we love, relatives and whatnot, that we got to convince the vote, we got to twist arms or whatever else. We're still at the door here, if you look at it. This is what's frustrating about those that don't want to give power. The whole idea is that you go back to Obama. Obama won twice. Then we had a woman that should have won. Then we had a woman that was vice president, and that's at the door of being president. I would like to think that this silent majority, I'm looking for a reverse Bradley effect. I'm looking for white women that aren't telling their husbands that they're going to vote for, they're going to vote for Harris, and they're going to have an argument about it on the back end.
Look, you're seeing, go to my iPad, this is North Carolina, 51% of the votes are in, but you're seeing how close it is. Harris down by less than 80,000 votes.
Hey, fellas, if y'all want to, Paradox, you want to drop the link? You guys can come up if y'all want, man. We can discuss.
We're seeing.
We can discuss Virginia. We can kind of clear you guys thought pattern on VA, man. You think VA? You think VA is in trouble of going to Republicans?
Then of course,
no.
Oh, okay. So yeah, VA is close right now, but yeah, just have to. It's all right. It's okay. VA is not flipping red.
Hold on, and 16% of Clayton. So you have 3 major black counties in Georgia where you have a lot of votes that are still out. So again, that's tight as well. And so you look. So again, you can, if you win Georgia or North Carolina, you can lose a Wisconsin and still win, or lose a Michigan, because when you look at the electoral college map, and so let's look at. I was looking at some Senate races in Texas. They've called the race for Trump with.
I think Roland is behind a little bit. I think he's behind, bro.
By about 700.
Right, because he's doing it on his own
votes.
Yeah, I think he's behind a little bit.
Senate race. It's about a 4-point lead there for Ted Cruz. So he's up by a little under 500,000 votes there against Congressman Colin Allred. And so that's what's happening there in Texas. Other Senate races we'll be looking at. Let me see what's happening in Montana. Of course, incumbent John Tester was facing a serious race there for U.S. Senate race. Their results are not in yet, and so we're still waiting on that. And then we're still waiting, of course, Arizona, that particular Senate race as well. As we said, Nevada. This is what's happening in Nevada. So many young voters. The signature when they signed up at the DMV on the pads doesn't match their actual signature. Now, anybody who has gone into a convenience store and when you sign on that pad, you just sort of just scribble whatever the hell. The problem is that actually becomes your signature on your ID. And so when you sign your ballot, they're matching your ID to the ballot.
And it doesn't match.
And it doesn't match. And so now they're trying to call those folks. So I saw one item, some 19,000 young voters, and they're trying to reach them to cure their ballot because the signatures is not matching.
Again, patience.
Yes, it's happening right now.
Today?
Yes.
Right now.
And that's why, and then that night, those 19,000 are crucial because Republicans led in early voting. And so Democrats got a huge turnout today. That's 19,000 votes.
And, you know, that's going to be part of the setup, though, because we will look at that and we will look at, you know, mailboxes that have been blown up, and we look at threats from, you know, and people had to be removed from certain counting facilities. That is where we're going to be in court after. That's what's going to prolong this forever. Even now, we have had about 215 lawsuits that have been filed, right? You know, so, and that's more than it was in 2020. So this is part of the setup. This is what's going to be in legal papers.
U.S. Senate race in Ohio we're paying attention to. Incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is down by about 100,000 votes to Bernie Moreno. Again, that's a seat Democrats must hold on to. They expected to lose West Virginia because Joe Manchin retired. And so what we call it a 705. So they could not lose another one. So if they lose Montana, then that changes the ball game. So they can't. They couldn't lose Arizona, couldn't lose Nevada, couldn't lose Ohio, and they were hoping for a pickup, miracle either in Texas or Florida. That's not happening, and so that's another race that we're watching. I told you earlier the abortion measure in Florida failed. Well, the marijuana measure in Florida also failed. Because in Florida, the threshold, again, is 60%, and the abortion measure got about 58.4%. And so the marijuana piece failed as well. Governor Ron DeSantis was against both of those. The abortion vote, the amendment was very interesting because earlier today, reporters kept asking Trump, did he vote for or against it? He refused to answer. He literally said, stop asking me about it. He was like, well, you don't want to keep bringing up Roe v. Wade. Like, what's the problem? Why won't you actually talk about it? So you see what's happening there. Teresa, what are you hearing out of Pennsylvania?
Well, it's interesting. I just seen an article here. It says multiple bomb threats reported at polling places in key Pennsylvania counties. Locations in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia counties were the subject of threats, as well as several counties outside of the metro region, but it seems to be a hoax. So, but it looks like they were evacuated and now request to extend voting hours past 8 p.m.
Yeah, now it's real early there. Only 26% of the vote in Pennsylvania is showing Harris up 55-43. But again, that's very, very early. And even if you look at the U.S. Senate race there, it's showing Bob Casey up 55-41 against David McCormick. So that's only 26% of the vote in. So we'll keep watching that to see what those numbers look like as well. And so we'll take a look at that. Let's look at one of the things I'm going to also bring up here. We're paying attention to what's happening with the U.S. House. That's also going to be critical because if Democrats pick up seats in New York, as they expected, or even in California, you got the Opportunity District down there in Alabama, as well as in Louisiana. That could determine whether or not Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House.
Look, I think at the end of the day, we need to continue to pay attention to all of these races because people just focus so much on the Senate, focus on the presidency. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans that are going to be going on between now and January 6th that are going to involve the House. And Mike Johnson, who was one of the architects of the original Stop the Steal work that they were doing, he's had 4 years to plot with Trump about what they were going to do right now. And so when Trump talks about we got something else planned, we got to believe that. And so I think every particular section of the House, people need to really pay attention to, because if we don't get that, and then when we see what's happening with some of these Senate races in Ohio and so on and so forth, there can be a lot going on right now. And so I'm really hoping that a lot of our people are going to come through as some of these other polls close and some of these other things with these bomb threats and other. But we also have people who are in these polls and who are watching the count, who are shady people, who are insurrectionists, who are start to steal people, who are all of that. And so they got plans behind the plans, right? And I think that it's important that we got our poll watchers out there, that we got our lawyers on tap right now as well, because we're going to need to fight this every single way and every single day. Even if she takes everything tonight, it's not going to end. Our number one thing is to stop anything from getting to the Supreme Court, right? And so the more things we can stop up front, the less we have to worry about.
You know, the voting machines, there are always voting machines that don't work in certain jurisdictions. Always. The fact that a voting machine doesn't work, one of the jurisdictions, the doors weren't closed on a voting machine. And so out of an abundance of caution, you couldn't get into it, but they're starting the recount. It was one of the swing states, I think. And let's be clear. The fact that a voting machine doesn't work and the votes have to be retabulated out of abundance of caution is not a grounds for legal appeal. It really isn't, because unless you're getting rid of those votes or those votes are destroyed, then you're gonna, then as long as they're counted, and it may take a day or two if you start late, which they're doing, then there's no real basis for a legal challenge. The other thing to remember is all the stuff that's going to go on after the election. Let me tell you something. The Dems are in control of the government. They're not in control of the Supreme Court, right? But I got to tell you, precedent, it matters in these voting rights cases. It does. And so whatever the lower circuits do, if Trump has the money and he wants to file and file and file, what's different is he's on the outside looking in. He's not on the inside looking out this time. And so we have certain minimal solace in that.
This is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%, immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself, if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the state of democracy?
That's exactly right.
It would probably be better framed as, what do you think the state of the country is? Do you think that this is a high stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to, and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test. And it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that
that question is, are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely. And the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%. So she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state. And it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked over and over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that typically vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was our colleague, Peter Alexander, I think, if I'm remembering that one correctly, in a pull aside with her several weeks ago. But she said, listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said, nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump
Keeping
campaign.
in mind, her campaign's been, 108?
Well, right, but that's about, that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process, being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long. They were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted. And so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room. And then all of the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Got a projection to tell you about. The state of Illinois, Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest hold for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the breakdown here. Half the vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to 270 map. The state of Illinois going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas. You're in North Carolina, where we just heard straight from the horse's mouth. Buncombe County, right there. Asheville. It's been through so much with Hurricane Helene, and Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties. We can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go. Hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods, where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop off there. That's actually better news for the president, because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out: Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is a majority minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital, Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Whoops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina here. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%, let's see how she did compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. Slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentages of African-American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically Black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 2016. Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. I'll bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like. And so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. You think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against.
1 for, 1 against, and so we'll see how that
so
one
which
shakes
one
out.
wins? The one with the raw vote.
The one that
majority?
has the one that has the majority, but we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course,
one
there
yet.
have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier, the threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states too where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris, and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona is an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now, 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
I just wanted to applaud that strategy.
All right, folks, got to go to a break. We will do a reset of our panel again. We're looking at the remaining states, paying attention to Georgia, North Carolina. I saw one report that some 1.5 million votes in Georgia counties, Democrat strongholds that are still outstanding. And so we're watching that, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course the western states of Arizona and Nevada, as we are waiting to see who wins the next presidency of the United States between Vice President Kamala Harris and the Orange Dude. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Ohio Senate race really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call at this hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there. Let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270, the map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we are kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes, so we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips.
We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in this state. We're maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, registrar of voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state, southern Nevada. There's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person, they can tabulate the early voting, they can tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line, which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in the Silver State. Savannah.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in, obviously, still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit about Nevada, is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving into Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and the service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here, because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor that
Democrats for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
And look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats in voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west, into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
Oh,
you can
yes,
send
we
your-
remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your
Don't
mail-in
even-
ballot.
exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it up.
even
They
bring
said
it.
everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys, not to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Eerie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. We only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where
they're starting to slow roll now.
Remember
They're
that
slow
she
roll.
closed out her final ad, sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around.
Want to show like rolling, man? I'm kind of like this right here is
fried on it, huh? I mean, did you want to shut down and turn it back up in a couple hours?
You know, we could do that. We could do that. Yeah, give me a chance to
get you a little bit of a break, get a reset.
Yeah, get a reset and then like come back. That'd be good. We'll come back and finish up maybe like around midnight, 12:30. We'll have a better understanding.
Look at that right there.
Out there who can't stand that. Well, guess what? Change the Constitution, which means you got to change the House. You got to change.
See, that's why. By the way, that's why I want to be down there.
And then, of course,
you see that, right?
To the states.
What happened? How frozen they are?
Man, it's the thing is that because we know that we kept thinking, okay, because a lot of people were saying, oh, we're gonna get here at we're gonna start having some real information at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock. We ain't got nothing. We don't got nothing yet.
And they, like I said, and they're gonna. And if I'm not mistaken, they still voting. They still voting in Pennsylvania, right? They still in line.
Yeah. Look at the crowd.
Woo! And they chilling. They are quiet as a church mouse.
They look at the board. They just see red because they don't realize that that's all normal.
Yeah. That's just normal. Yeah. There's a lot of people nervous.
They don't get. It's not gonna get. It's just like it's the same way it was last time. 11 o'clock, 11:30.
Yeah.
Before we get some action.
Yeah.
The rest of it is filling time.
Yeah. Let's close out. Then we'll come back in another hour or so. Close out. We'll have a better idea at least about some of these things.
Yeah, we get to the swing states probably about 11:30. I'm thinking.
Yeah, 11:30, 12.
Yeah, man. Well, anyway, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is
We'll be back in
DC.
about an hour or two.
All right,
Hold
see
on
you
for me.
guys
Stay
on
for me,
the
DC.
Huh?
I said, hold on for me.